The Six Invitational is the greatest stage any team or player can hope to play on.
To the players, the Six Invitational is almost everything. This is the jewel, this is the one to win, this is the one that really tops off a career.
Teams get a chance to really prove themselves, all pushing for that big, massive grand prize of saying, I've won a Six Invitational. It's like winning the World Cup in any other sport.
I think over time, Siege has gotten more competitive and the level has just increased in terms of skill.
The meta changed a lot. It's more about aggressive play style.
You need to know how to reset your mind, you know? You need to keep calm, don't get stressed.
And focus more in not adapting to the other teams.
Every pro player wants to reach the hammer, you know. You have to keep your head through all the games.
Unity, that's how we actually made through all of this.
Time, ladies and gentlemen, for the big one. It is it. Team Liquid versus NIP, the grand final of Six Invitational 2021.
Check 1, 2. In Boston, the show goes on every night. Did you book your trip yet? Boston never gets old.
In almost a decade of history, and here, live at the MGM Music Hall in Boston, Massachusetts, we make some more. Welcome to the Rainbow Six Invitational 2025. Boston, are we ready?
It's Upton. He's up above and he manages to close it out. Four seconds left to go. He's going to have to get this kid down. He has not to Upton. He takes the final kill and Unwanted take one more step in this tournament.
These 10 wins will carry on.
FaZe Clan against SSG.
There's the swing, there's the take on the back and Handy and Cyber. Onto where the players have got to. A second for Cyber and a flawless opening for FaZe. One just needs to get Cyber and he cannot! No, in on the side, Forrest cannot be stopped yet. Down on the stairs, in a Vector and KDS swings all down. The flash on one, the shotgun, no, FaZe Clan. They secure the 2-0 against SSG, a team that has played a marvelous tournament.
A massive match, upper bracket final time, BDS, Furia.
Double! He got the kill onto Psycho with the hook as he made his entry. Finished him off, and
flicking back. And this is an incredibly dominant round for Furia. Another one up close, it's the peak for users, and he wins the battle over Philippons. And Hertz is going to fall as well. I mean, dare I say, BDS have flipped the script perfectly after a fast start from Furia. Space going out now from Breedo. Solotov with the double, but a very important kill from KZ. Nade has to play the drop now. They've got to go get that kid as well. Over towards server. Close to Sammy. Breedo took it. First time ever, BDS will play off in the 6 Invitational Grand Final.
Good morning, Boston! It is day number 2 of the Invitational, and what a first one we have had. More of you streaming into the MGM Music Hall here, live at Fenway Park, Boston, Massachusetts. An entire space with so much history, and this weekend we are making our own. Thanks to you here watching us in place, but also all of you at home. Welcome to the show. I'm Milos, your host. With me are Fresh and Alpha joining us today. Give us a round of applause. Thanks so much, Boston. Gents, how are we doing today?
Doing well. Honestly, I've been watching this stage from the hotel yesterday, and I was so impressed already. And like watching it here, it's amazing. Honestly, it's incredible.
It's only gonna get better, baby.
Oh my god, it's crazy.
It's been so good. Like yesterday was so good. Finally, you know, getting into an arena. We had a long couple of weeks back at the venue, group stage and playoffs. But once crowds are in place, once you guys start giving, you know, your love and affection to the team, the volume, the atmosphere, it's so good for everybody involved.
Being on stage versus being back at the hotel or practicing in your own home is a completely different ball game. This is where the real challenge is. And yesterday was challenging. We had to knock out 2 great teams here at the Invitational main stage, but we're left with 4. Let's walk through them one by one and feed you that info that you need to be well suited for today. Unwanted is up first, and what a big surprise. Expect the unexpected for this squad that back then used to be known as Beast Coast, gutted after Manchester and after Montreal, and here they are today in day 2 of the main stage.
They make top 4 at SI.
It's huge.
It takes to not gain any salaries for an NA team to make it top 4 to SI.
Oh,
that's a pretty good motivation.
I thought you was going to make a joke here, and you've gone for that.
Oh yeah.
I was going to say they're living the dream.
Oh yeah, they're living the dream. They are.
No, they were so impressive yesterday. I think they're just riding that confidence wave, and it feels very Manchester-esque. I know obviously the 3/5 of this core won Manchester, but it feels very Manchester-esque in the way that they're playing. They're having fun. They're loving playing up on the stage. The 2 guys they've added into the roster is looking very complete right now.
They've been pretty hot, but also high in spirit. Some would say we're very high spirits in general. That is Unwanted. We'll get to see them later on today, though. Moving on to our second squad here of FaZe Clan. What have they to offer? They've been in the grand final of last year's Invitational in Brazil, and then they bottled it, as they say in the UK.
Yeah, they did. I think FaZe have actually had a pretty tricky tournament so far. They've not come through looking like absolutely amazing. They're very much limping into the games and through the games. That changed on the main stage yesterday. They looked a lot better. We challenged them. Can they attack better? Can they really go up against a disciplined team in SSG and absolutely dominate? They did. They played super well across both maps, and I think what was most impressive to me, Leo, was their attacks, was how they were able to be dynamic in those attacks. That we hadn't really seen that too much from them through the group stage.
They finally stepped there in that department. It was one of the worst teams. Reminding you, in the playoff, when they came in, they were doing worse than Scars that was eliminated in terms of attacks.
Yeah.
So they really stepped up their game. I actually think it's helped them a lot to struggle that much throughout the tournament, because they've come here in full confidence, compared to last SI, where they were so dominant, and in the end, they lost in grand finals.
I love KDS's interview as well, where he's out there, he knows he's knocked out an NA team, and he's gone, yeah, we do the same again tomorrow. It was easy.
Exactly.
That's confidence.
They're living that spirit from back in Brazil. However, another Brazilian squad, the second one left here in our top 4, is Furia, the current reigning world champion, still in the running. You knew them last year as W7M. They've been pretty much silent throughout the entirety of 2024, yet they're here and back on main stage.
Honestly, the comeback story is insane. These guys 1 year ago were winning SI, they were fresh off a crazy season, and then they disappeared. And here they are. They bring it back all the way at this SI, and they look super strong. Obviously versus BDS, right? It was a tough one. Well, I will tell you, it was one of the closest teams to ever try to beat BDS on bank.
When you're a top team in the world, you're operating that very fine line between confidence and ego. And I think yesterday, you know, we talked a lot about why would they allow BDS to go to bank. It's a map they've never lost as a roster. had Furia have won that, they would have won such a mental battle against BDS, because they would have anticipated, if we win yesterday, we'd probably play them again in the final, because BDS are that good. So it was a calculated risk that Furia took yesterday. It didn't quite pay off for them, but they're going to be confident. They've been great all tournament long. You know, they're going to be obviously waiting to see who they play today, and will be confident of beating whoever that is and then getting themselves into the final.
We're judging them on a high level because they are the reigning world champions and still competing here. However, our one and only grand finalist for now is BDS, and they made it to that final yesterday by, as we were talking about it, Furia beating them 7-3 on Skyscraper and then going all the way on Bankware. Well, they remain 16-0 since May of 2023, Leo.
The Frenchies are the best, and the ACR, I will say, Yuzus.
Pas mal, non, c'est français.
Pas mal, c'est français. I will say Yuzus really stepped up. I remember that one round with Kaid on Bank. I don't know if you saw that one, you know, the double kill on Garage with the Kaid and then the double kill with the C4 to save the round and bring everything back. I mean, there were some amazing moments in that Bank game versus Furia, but these guys, the resilience, the confidence, it's no surprise to see them here in Grand Finals.
Yeah, and they've been the most consistent team in the world this year. It's just clear as day to see. This is the 4th final of 4 tournaments that they could have possibly reached a final in. Manchester, Esports World Cup, Montreal, and now the 6th Invitational. This is the big one for them. I said it yesterday. Their judgment will come tomorrow.
We'll have to see. Well, that means that our Invitational has been so far full of dreams and heartbreak, but especially a lot of emotion. And if you missed the emotion from yesterday, don't you worry about it. Here's all condensed into one.
To the Rainbow Six Invitational 2025. Plaza Company Academy is Unwanted!
Let's go.
What a day it has been yesterday. Let's go, as you heard it at the end there from Likefak, the in-game leader of Team BDS. But now, general housekeeping here as we go through our bracket and what can you expect today in our matches. The Invitational 2025, here is what happened so far. FaZe taking out SSG, Unwanted versus Raza Company, also going their way, and BDS versus Furia. All 3 2-0. Is that surprising in some way?
Yeah, I think the FaZe PlayStation 1 was a big surprise for me. I expected it to go all the way to 2-1. It's always been a huge barn burner, and I'm not gonna lie, the second map was crazy, but I did want a third map at least.
I'm fully bought into SSG as a team and a culture. I'm so impressed by the way that they operate. Obviously, it didn't quite come to fruition yesterday. They didn't quite get over the line. But I think if you go back big picture for SSG, the main stage, top 6 at SI, is a big result for them. And the other thing is, yes, it was all 2-0s yesterday, but they were very competitive 2-0s. It wasn't a complete whitewash at all. We were very unfortunate actually not to see 9 maps in, 3 maps in all of the fixtures yesterday.
We were pretty close to it. Now, of course, with BDS in that grand final and 3 more teams fighting for the spot, here's our prize pool. It's $3 million total, and BDS have guaranteed a minimum of $450,000. Should they win it, they are more than doubling their earnings from this event, and teams are fighting for that spot in the final. Here's our schedule for today. Pretty simple. 2 best-of-3 series and our final best-of-3s in this entire tournament. Tomorrow will all be about best-of-5. FaZe versus Unwanted first. I'm sure the North American crowd is going to love that one. And then Furia versus the winner of that matchup. Back-to-back games, that's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky for the team that comes through from the first game because they're going to obviously take a break during the middle still and then have to get themselves back up. But equally so, if that's a big convincing victory, you're warm, you're ready, and you're just going into it for the next game, you're the one coming into it hot. So it's maybe a little bit tricky therefore for Furia as well if there's a team coming in hot against them.
I know there's kind of two schools for this when you're a player, right? I personally prefer to go straight. I love to have 2 games back-to-back because when you win, you're fresh off a momentum. If they start at 11 a.m. and they go 3-mapper, they will go quite quickly in the second matchup and it will still be completely hot and the other one is pretty cold.
Would you say then, well done, but would you say then the winner of FaZe Unwanted would have the better shot to make it to the final?
Yeah, I actually think that the momentum they carry is very strong. And if you can bring that in the first map, take that one fresh off momentum, it's a huge, huge advantage.
Well, gentlemen, we have a lot to look forward to today. Yesterday, we were lucky enough to thank one of the most important members of this entire esport. That was our good friend and colleague, Fluke Emmy, who received the first commendation at SI 25. Everybody's a fan, everybody loves Emmy. There's no two ways around it. However, we still have more commendations. 2 are coming today, and now it's a thank you to one of our developers.
Thank you very much, Miloš. Just got to quickly ask, Boston, how's everybody doing today on this fine Saturday? Of course, things are going to really heat up as we look to find out who will join BDS in that grand final. But for now, we need to shine a spotlight on one of the developers, as Miloš said, who's been working tirelessly behind the scenes for a very long time. This man is a legend and a very worthy commendee.
I see maps everywhere. Sometimes I just take a walk like around the train tracks. I see interesting buildings or part of buildings. I can see a map there. I'm always as passionate as I was in my early days. It provides such a good satisfaction that whatever you do, millions of players are gonna play in it. It's an amazing feeling.
Jan's pretty much the powerhouse and the driving force behind the design of all of the maps. I think that he leads by example. He's been there since the beginning. He's a constant source of knowledge. He is the passion and he is the voice.
He's the one that is taking care of how to balance the map, how to make them competitive, how to make them enjoyable for players.
The work they do and like watching Jan do stuff, it's mind-numbing. It's incredibly impressive, and to me, it's a testament to the field. Like to the craft of level design is what they all do. I've seen Jan, even to this day, still does very practical work, and like I respect the hell out of that.
If you look at the maps that are created, they are characters in themselves, and you have to learn them, you have to respect them, and Jan effortlessly creates these kinds of realms with his team.
I mean, I think the maps are like the biggest reason why people love Siege, the destructibility, everything that you can do in the map, but it goes so much further than that because the way it's built, the way it looks, it feels familiar to people. And I think it's a lot easier to understand where there could be holes, you know, where you could visualize what it's like in your real life and put it into the game.
Even at the really early stage, when we build a space for gameplay and we have the full structure in 3D, just by looking at it, we can spot places where for gameplay it won't work because the player won't have a good navigation. Navigation at the beginning is hard to balance because if you have too many ways of navigating up and down, too many stairs, too many paths of doors. At every corner there could be someone. So it's a question of anticipation and also a question of comfort for the player. Another important thing is also a good rhythm in the different length of the line of sights you have. So it's important to have a space that breathes. But when we have long line of sights, we try to make them narrow so that when you pass the door, you have 1 to 3 spots to check, not 25. Once it feels more playable, we just go in and put a lot of destruction. And each time we play, we're gonna find out which destruction is the most important so that we arrive to a perfect balance. Destruction is important because it allows players to be creative. What we do when we make a map, we offer the player the tools to change their own level design by having the destruction. So we want to make sure that the materials that are destructible are really readable. So if the player thinks he can do something, he must be able to.
Destruction is that X factor that brings something that is so unique to Siege. And that takes so much in terms of playing around with the gameplay and understanding what it takes to make something that is fun, that is creative like that. And Jan is actually a person who will always push that boundary. Somebody who's been on the brand for that long and still have that kind of fresh eye to search out that new fun, that's incredible.
It's an opportunity you have like once in a career to work on a game that is so popular. When you do something in a map, you make a change, you know it's gonna impact lots of people. So it puts some kind of pressure on you. It's really challenging. I really like it. Every time I went to the SIs, it's an amazing feeling to see all those people knowing every little corner of every map that you made. I always had goosebumps and I still became emotional. That's why I'm still on Siege and that's where I get my thrill.
Unfortunately, Jan couldn't be here because he's currently stuck in a snowstorm. He would have been here to accept the award, but instead, Eric Tremblay, who is a senior producer on Rainbow Six Siege, is here to accept it on Jan's behalf. So first, a round of applause for Jan, please, who I know who will be watching at home. An absolute legend. Thank you, Jan. And for yourself, Eric, I know that you would like to say some words on Jan's behalf.
Yes, thank you very much, Jan. Thank you all the folks for being here. Real pleasure to see every one of you. So on Jan's behalf, it's a great honor to receive this commendation. I want to thank all the Six Invitational organization, the Esports team, and you, all the players, for being here. So it's Jan, feel really blessed and privileged to receive this award. Jan is dedicating this commendation to two things. First, his love and passion for the game. He spent 25 years working on Rainbow Six alone, including 12 years on Siege only. So I think this is pretty clear that he loves and is passionate for the game. Yes. Secondly, a map is not the work of a single person. It takes an entire team to build the map. And as you've seen in the video, many people are involved in working on such great maps. So Jan would like to share this award with the entire map teams and the world teams in Montreal, everyone within the teams who are involved building those great maps. So again, thank you very much all.
Of course, you guys are all sitting here live at a Six Invitational, and none of this, the competition, any of it would be possible without the fundamentals of the game you love. So one more time for Jan. Eric, thank you very much for coming to collect this award.
Thank you, Jan.
Jan, I hope you're safe somewhere, hopefully building a snowman, but we'll get this to you very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
There are many great players who are not champions, who have never lifted the hammer, who might never lift the hammer. And it's not because they aren't good enough, They just might not put in what it requires to really get there, because they're the goods and not the greats.
There is not 1 hour of the day where your mind can be off Siege. You have to sacrifice everything to win.
If you were to win any event and call it quits, it would probably be the 6th Invitational.
Chegar no topo uma vez, então assim foi um momento de muita emoção.
The Invitational is, the kind of the final checkpoint, the final test. It meant the world to me.
History will be made here because for the first time on home soil, a Brazilian team will win a world championship.
The only thing that matters is the 4 guys next to you, your coach, and the screen in front of you.
No one ever really just goes and wins. You have to go through the pain, the hardships.
FaZe are exploding!
You have to go all in, that's it.
Quem perdeu foi nós tudo ali, e a gente que vai virar isso aqui agora.
Você tem que confiar muito no seu time.
Não vamos desistir, não vamos desistir.
And brought it all the way back!
Baixa demais, porra! When you truly want to become the best, you truly have to believe that you are, because you have to play it 100%.
That was Eyes on Glory. The recap is 58 minutes of glory just on that grand final from last year's Invitational in Sao Paulo, Brazil. Probably the best game that has ever happened in the history of Rainbow Six. Not just Rainbow Six, actually, esports and Brazil as a nation in general. You'll get to watch it and see exactly why it's already out. Has been for the past 2 days. Make sure you catch it. Though, our eyes now turn to our first game, Unwanted versus FaZe Clan. And both of our squads are heading in and getting set up for their game. There you go. A little brotherly
Valentine's
slap.
Day was yesterday, guys.
Some great teamwork already.
You know, when you really love your teammates, every day is Valentine's Day, Jack. You know that. FaZe is up on the chopping block here first, but these two teams might as well be from different planets when it comes to the history, when it comes to the experience. It truly is a David versus Goliath.
It is, isn't it? You have Unwanted, one team that doesn't have an organization. One team, look at this.
I love this.
It's the Empire, it's FaZe, versus a team that doesn't have an organization, doesn't have salaries, doesn't have, maybe as huge of a coaching staff. They've got Mint and they've got Nix, right? But it's a completely different story. When you look at the prestige and the consistency on the side of FaZe, it's a completely different story.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Looking and comparing and contrasting, you're looking at completely unpaid players, no organization, like you say, and then compared to FaZe, who seemingly have absolutely every means of support at their disposal. In reality, on an objective basis, there is no way FaZe should lose this game, but the heart that Unwanted have been showing throughout this whole tournament, the crowd behind them, it evens it out.
Yeah, I think so. Though Ian sat down with KDS to have a little chat, so let's see what he had to say.
All right, I'm here in the hustle and bustle backstage with the one and only KDS of FaZe Clan. KDS, you've already broken hearts in America by sending home SSG. Unwanted are your opponents today. How do you feel about them?
I think Unwanted is a really great team. They are playing very well in this tournament, so I think it will be a tougher match than SSG, and we are going to send home too, so it will be a very fast game for us.
What do you make of their play style?
I think their play style with a lot of shields like Blades, Blackbird, I think we are going to counter very easy, and the match will be very fast again.
You know what happens if you win here, right? You know who you face.
Yeah, if you win, we face Furia. We want a rematch, so it will be an amazing game. Always a great match to play against Furia, and we are very close friends, because we are in the same region. So it will be very fun to play again on the stage in the 6th Invitational.
Of course, it would be an epic thing for the fans to see you guys facing off against Furia in what would be a rematch from SI last year. But first, of course, you have to get past Unwanted. Any last words for them?
Good luck, have a great game, and the best win.
Thank you, KDS.
Thank you.
I was expecting him to say, have a safe trip home, but that'll be something to prove in the server itself. I think it would not be an overstatement to say that FaZe fields 5 are the best players to ever touch Rainbow Six here, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what they've got going is such a consistent basis for a roster of a team. You know, KDS, Cyber, Vita King, Handy Souls are all incredible players. And I will say they kind of operate in this kind of 4+1 at times where Cyber is that loose cannon. He is kind of the X factor for this team. But their playstyle is quite, in a way, quite European. They like to be quite slow with it. They like to allow teams and force teams to execute and play better strategically. That's the big thing for FaZe. They will allow teams to do whatever they want, but you've got to be better at the crossfires. You've got to be better at the communication, the teamwork, absolutely everything. And if you're not, FaZe will punish you every single time.
Yeah, it's very much objective-based, right? If you look at the way they play, Vita King has a wealth of vision. Like, he has so many ways to play this game, and they all find ways to execute it every time, right? It's been impressive for a long time. They used to be very good in attack, and they've dropped the ball so far this event. And yesterday, they surprised everyone. Can we see that again today?
Well, it seems with FaZe, it's not just that they like to take it slow in the game, but they also like to make it very, very long. And they've played an incredible amount of rounds so far here at SI.
They've played the most amount of rounds at SI. I think it's more than 270. Look at this game.
That is, my
Look
God.
at this marathon. Look at how many teams they've played. And it's never easy. And even if they've lost a couple of matches, look at almost every victory. It goes to a third map.
Yeah, exactly. And even look at some of those games, if we pull them out specifically, you know, Shopify Rebellion was at least 12 rounds every single game. CAG, they lost a map, which is surprising, sorry. Falcons, that game was so close. You know, could have gone either way, overtimes. Every single time, they're going very, very close. They've played the most maps, like you say, and the most rounds at this entire event.
There's a lot here that is just going in FaZe's favor. They are in it for the long haul, and of course, to the lower bracket, that cannot be applied any better. However, there's a team on the other end. It's Unwanted, so Ian had a chat with Dream. Let's see what he had to say.
All right, I'm here with the man of the hour, the man of the moment, Dream from Unwanted. Dream, yesterday was a dream come true.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the crowd was amazing. The team played amazing. You couldn't ask for better Siege.
How did you react to it when you got back home? Has preparation just been full on since then?
Yeah, I mean, the team just really took some time. Talked about our opponents today. If we win, we're going to play 2 matches. A lot of prep goes into that, obviously. We just have to play our game, make them play our game, and we should be fine today.
FaZe Clan are a bit of a different beast to your previous opponents, all due respect, but it's another Brazilian juggernaut that you're coming up against today. Intimidated at all?
No, not intimidated. I would say more ready. I think C9BC, when they made their run at the last event they won, they played the Brazilian gauntlet, and we're going to have to run that back again.
You're no stranger to an SI main stage, so let's just run it back briefly to Montreal. You had some interesting chants there. You've got huge fan support here, but what was your favourite chant from back then?
My favourite chant from the 2023 invite was definitely "The Dream is Sexy." That was my favourite one.
We should bring that one back.
Yeah, definitely bring that one back.
All right, Dream, best of luck. The crowd are going to love you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
The dream is indeed sexy, and it's even sexier when you make it happen and make it a reality. The reality is Unwanted are already part of the top 4 at the Invitational, a massive achievement for the squad. But do they have what it takes to make it that extra step forward, Leo?
They have. They are living the dream. I have so much respect for these guys. Honestly, Dream was on the verge of retiring if he didn't get picked up by this guys. You know, it just tells you how much talent these guys have, but most importantly, the vibes on this team. They're always happy. Look at Gavin, he's always having fun. You look at the EPS score and you don't think many people stand out. Well, I'll tell you, these guys, they play as a team. They play cohesive Siege. They play a way of Siege that I love to watch. It's heavily strategic, heavily relies on teamwork, and it just shows once more this team and this game is made for players that understand it and play it like chess.
They've got the perfect balance of Houghton and Dream as kind of the old heads, the strategists, and then the other 3, especially Gaveni, just confident individual fraggers that can basically just be led around the map by their backline. Very, very vocal backline of that, and just express themselves. And they're so good at it. I mean, you know, we just absolutely love these guys through groups and playoffs, the confident plays they were making.
Now, a big topic of conversation all through 2024, and even more so after the Blackbeard rework post-Montreal, was the shield merchants, right?
Yes.
Different teams in different regions that rely on shields, or at least integrated shields so well into their gameplay that they become synonymous with it. Does that apply here?
It does. I think it's safe to say KDS referenced it. We've seen it. Unwanted are the Shield merchants. Now, what we're showing you here is presence rate. So that is pick rate plus ban rate inside of any given round, and they have a high presence on Blackbeard, Blitz, and Montaigne. They will play them to their heart's content. You can ban one of them. You can ban away the Blackbeard, they'll play the Blitz and the Monty. You can ban away the Blitz, they'll play the Blackbeard and the Monty. Guess what? You ban away the Monty, they're playing the Blackbeard and the Blitz.
Well, there's a lot of offer here for them. You can't ban everything, right? That's always the conversation here. However, one man that, even though his name is Hot and Cold, he's been hot throughout the entire tournament. We've seen him hot throughout 2024, Leo.
We need to highlight this player. He's been there for so long, you know. He's played for 5 years. He's played for 5 years for two of the biggest organizations in NA, right? Dark Zero and Space Station. He qualified to almost every STR event during this time. And he was always short end of the stick. Every single time he got dropped, the best placement he had was what, 5th, 8th? He had to then rebuild the roster entirely, and that's when he won his first title. And that, for me, is a beautiful story. By building his own roster, that's how he won his first title. And now with his team, he's about to do it again, trying to win SI. Beautiful story.
I might even remember it all the way back to 2017, you know, the old Flipside Tactics days. This is a long time ago with this squad. But we have to talk about two players specifically also here on the comparison. Let's bring up the graphic on screen for everybody to see, because gents, comparisons are always fun, but when it's two teammates that are doing so well, this is just a great combo.
I mean, we've mentioned these guys about the vibes, right? They are the biggest, happiest guys in the team. They're the ones that are going to bring the energy. Not only out of game, but in game as well. Look at these stats from yesterday. I mean, these guys were dropping kills like crazy. 120 EPS and 118 EPS, especially for Dream, it's especially impressive. With the wall banks, with very important kills, very impactful in the middle of the rounds, and a player that is used to be one of the biggest support in NA, right?
Yeah.
And he's the top fragger yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And the stories galore in this team. Like you said, we've just been through Hot Ends, we've spoke about Dream at length. Gavin, very similar, you know, maybe unfairly dropped from Dark Zero, but he's such a confident player. And I know that during Manchester, they said during that final in Manchester, Gavin was the guy that was just keeping the spirits high, was just keeping everybody going, and was completely unfazed by anything that was going on inside of the arena. And that was a huge thing. Like you said, both of these guys are performing inside of the server, but their contributions outside of the server, those intangible assets that you can't see, genuinely have been excellent and keeps this team operating at such a high level.
So now the question is, how deep does the map pool go? For that, we bring up our map picks and bans. Here in CG Esports, again, is a 9-map pool for ban. First one is picked. Gents, please take us through it.
So these two teams have pretty complementary map pools, in fairness. FaZe have pretty much perma-banned Chalet Border their whole entire event. The only time they let Border through, they lost it against CAG, so it's gone, it's out. Now for Unwanted, they have 3 maps they don't really like to go to, being Skyscraper, Bank, and Chalet, which FaZe banned for them. What we're going to see here, therefore, is 5 maps remaining that both of these teams absolutely love and adore and have played lots in this tournament, including that first pick where both of these two teams have played it. For FaZe, it's not particularly a high preference map for Kafe, it's a lower middle preference map, but they did win it yesterday against Space Station Gaming.
Now we see FaZe picking Clubhouse. Now that one is going to be interesting. Unwanted have played it twice at this event. They've lost it twice, but overall, I was just hearing in the backstage, Hot and Cold said that it was a good map for them. Ooh. Top 4 map actually in the map pool. So far pretty good for Unwanted, but once again, very comfortable for both of these teams.
And the reason they've allowed that through is FaZe have played that map 4 times at this event and they're 2-2 on it. And then we get through to Lair. Now Lair is the interesting one. If we get to Lair, both of these teams are unbeaten on this map at this event. Unwanted have played it 3 times, won it every single time. FaZe have played it twice, won it every single time. I can't think of a more perfect decider to go on.
There's a consistent team theme here. The thing with Unwanted is, if you look at their last matches against Raza, right? It's a team that always plays the same way. Well, they think FaZe does the same. So what they want to do is go on maps where they have a lot of votes, they've had plenty of time to analyze, and now they can go and counter-strat. It's exactly what they love to do, and right now, the map pool is perfect for it.
Preparation is key, especially with Unwanted having support staff behind them that is very decorated in their own right, despite not having won an Invitational before. But gentlemen, thanks so much for getting us all set and ready for our first matchup of the day here on day 2 of the Invitational. However, we'd like to get a bit of a pulse check here at the MGM Music Hall. We're standing down with Ian.
Pulse check incoming. I am in the noise right now. Noise? Can I get some noise? Awesome. This is where the action happens. This crowd is about to get incredibly loud, of course, because NA's last representative, Unwanted, have got the challenge of their lives against FaZe Clan. Let me introduce you to these fans. What's your name? Where are you from?
Marco from California.
Marco, welcome.
Joe from Texas. And Noah from Boston.
Noah from Boston. Give it up for these guys, please. All right, I'm going to ask you the tough questions. You can answer them all individually. Can Unwanted beat FaZe Clan and why?
100%, no doubt. Their fracking potential is just amazing. They're learning how to play the maps a lot. And even though they got no org, doesn't matter. Everyone's behind them. We want USA to win as well. NA all top.
Of course they can, because they're living the dream. Let's go!
Wait, on that note, any Dream fans in the building? He did say during that interview that he wants to hear a Dream is sexy. I like that. Let's get that going more and more. Your thoughts on this matchup?
I mean, look at where we are. We're in the city that's the most historic sporting city in the world. Celtics. We got the Patriots, and we got 3 people I want to talk about. Tom Brady, Larry Bird, and Dream. Those are the big 3, baby. Those are the big 3.
This guy could be on the analyst desk. Fresh is coming for your job. Thank you very much, guys. We are now going to throw to a quick break, but when we come back, it is time to bring out the teams. See you soon. Welcome back to the Six Invitational 2025 at this ruckus MGM Music Hall in Boston, Massachusetts. I know that you, watching at home, are ready to kick off proceedings and get into this first crucial series, but I've got to ask, Boston, are we ready to bring out the teams? Well, let's do it then. Here to crush dreams in order to achieve their own. It's FaZe Clan! They were dominant yesterday and they are on a mission to achieve what they failed to on home soil last year in Sao Paulo. And this, for them, is just the next step. Their opponents, North America's last chance. They don't have an org, but they've got a ton of heart. It's Unwanted! As you can hear, the crowd absolutely loves this team. In theory, on paper, they had no right to be here. Written off, thrown aside, but very much taken in by this wonderful crowd here live in Boston. Hot and Cold, come and join me. KDS, come and join me. Brief words just before we get into this best of 3 series. KDS, good to see you again. Hot and Cold, good to see you again. You were not afraid of this crowd yesterday. You had harsh words before and after sending home SSG. What do you want to say right now?
Thank you everyone to be here, first of all, and we are going to send home another NA team today.
I got a feeling you're not going to let that happen.
He didn't seem too sure of his words. I mean, I think we got him beat.
I know that you are impressed by this team, and you're not going to take them lightly, are you?
I don't understand a lot of things that they say. I don't know.
I've got to ask this. Do you feel like after everything this roster went through to get to this point, you are so proud of yourselves, but you know that you want to go all the way here?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm already proud of us. We've done, what every other NA team couldn't do, and we're going to keep proving people wrong.
Can we get a handshake? All right, this is huge. It is Unwanted versus FaZe Clan. Let's get it on.
I would be surprised if FaZe wasn't scarred by that SI loss because they choked the hell out of that loss. It was a 6-1 lead. Yeah, it's probably awesome.
I don't think lost last year because we are very prepared to be in the final again.
What's gotten us here is honestly just having trust in each other, like fully buying into the system. Even if we, have a bad first map or a bad second map, we're just resetting, focusing on the next round, focusing on the next map.
I think our strength is the players like Handy and Souls. They are playing very good this year, and I think this is the biggest strength of FaZe Clan.
I've only ever played for a hometown crowd a couple times, and it's awesome just hearing the fans cheer your name or cheer your team's name on, wear your jerseys. Can't really do that in our regard, but, it's going to be fun just having the crowd support. Can you stop fucking laughing back there?
What's so funny?
I think it would be fun to play against all NA teams and beat them in Boston with their crown. So it would be very fun to eliminate them.
We've beaten them before. We're about to beat them again.
We are here to prove to the world we are the best.
Tension in the air. The energy here at the MGM Music Hall is through the roof. So let's do a quick sound check, shall we? Who is going on to the next best of 3 and taking this series? Is it going to be FaZe Clan? Or is it going to be Unwanted? All together now. Listen, this is the first time I've done this collectively, Boston. In 3, 2, 1, make some noise! It is time to get into this one. I cannot wait for it. And casting all of the action, we have in Terra and Jesse.
Thank you so very much, Ian. Only 4 teams remain here in Boston. One of them we know for certain will have the crowd behind them, and that's the team with no logos, no jerseys, no sponsors, no nothing. And for so many games, people thought they had no hope. But they've gone from unwanted to being the most wanted team in this entire tournament for the crowd and for the other teams on the stage. They have quite an obstacle in their way, and that is FaZe Clan, last year's SI runners-up. Oh man, I know it's got the big fight feeling, Jesse, and I'm excited to get into it.
It really does, Parker. I mean, you hit the nail on the head. They may not have the support of an org, but they have the support of the crowd, and that is exactly what they're gonna need to topple a team like FaZe Clan. Probably the toughest opponent that they've played so far through their lower bracket run. It's gonna be a difficult battle, but nothing's been able to stop them yet.
One of these 2 teams will play 2 matches today, because yesterday in the matchup that would determine who goes to the grand finals and who goes down into the lower bracket, Furia, the defending world champions, were knocked down at the hands of BDS. And for the 3rd event in a row, BDS finds themselves in the grand finals. Either FaZe Clan will play Furia later today in a rematch of last year's SI finals, or Unwanted will go to battle in a grueling 2-day series. No matter what happens today, we are guaranteed to have 2 electric games, and I think I speak for the audience when I say, please no more 2-0s. I want 3 maps today in at least one of the series.
Yeah, if there's any time to go the distance, it's gotta be SI main stage, and we know that these 2 teams deserve it. So we're hoping to see as many maps as possible, go for a long one. FaZe Clan have historically been through some pretty long games here at SI. The Death touched on that. They've played more rounds than anybody else at the 6 Invitational. So what's 45 more against a team like Unwanted?
No, exactly. And I mean, there's always something to these teams that come into the event with not a lot of expectations on their shoulders, right? You see these big orgs, and I don't need to name them, but there are some huge organizations that went home on our very first day of eliminations all the way back in Phase 2. If you're a team, all right, fine, I will name. If you're a team like Shopify, Rebellion, or G2, the expectation is you'll go deep into this. Unwanted came in with no expectations, and here they are, Final 4. They will have their hands full. FaZe Clan, all the expectations in the world to make it back to the grand finals. We're ready. How about you? Are you ready for our first map of the day? This is gonna be a cheap pop because I think you can do better than that. Are you ready for map 1? Music to my ears. Folks, it's time for game 1.
We load right on into Kafe Doki, the map pick of Unwanted, and what a pick it was. They've not played much Kafe throughout this tournament, Parker. They haven't had to show too many rounds, only a single match earlier on in the tournament, getting a 7-4 win over Team Joel ages ago. FaZe Clan will ban first. Please ignore the names on your screen. It's just a visual bug. They take out the Blitz, of course. That's a huge operator for Spirits. He's been loving that shield. Expect to see a lot more of those, and this might surprise people. Of course, the desk and everybody's been hyping up Unwanted as the shield team, but Monty has been their least played. They've much more like the aggressive shields, the Blackbeard, the Blitz. We'll still see a lot of that, and then, oh no, it's Frost. Take it off the board for Unwanted. They've seen how that can do some damage yesterday. They don't want to repeat history. Final ban coming out from FaZe Clan. They'll take out the Mozzie, an interesting one to remove. All of these bans, frankly, coming out of nowhere. A lot of these were unexpected. They're breaking trends compared to what we've seen historically. The only ban that we have typically seen from these 2 teams that got repeated was that Monty ban from Unwanted.
I love the Mozzie pick. 4 bans on this map in particular. Think about how Kafe flows as a map, right? It's very upward in trajectory.
Yes.
You're gonna be defending that top floor most of the bomb sites that you go to, especially if you go to the top floor bomb site. So what does an operator like Mozzie bring to the table? Well, all throughout this tournament, we've seen how integral information is. Mozzie, Vigil, and Mute have been 3 of the most played defenders time after time. Mozzie got a buff. Those pests can easily go on the stairwells. It's hard to get around them at that point without shooting them. They can go on the door frames, much of which there are narrow door frames leading to the bomb sites on the first, second, and third floor. And on top of that, everybody knows how good the Roni is on land. That thing absolutely shreds. And he brings great secondary utility too. It's an excellent pick to get rid of. And it's going to cause a change as to how you block information from the attackers.
Unwanted looking to repeat a little bit of history. This was the map where they embarrassed FaZe Clan back in Manchester. That was a 7-1 defeat to knock what were the favorites for a lot of people out of the Manchester Major, the first event of our season. A couple of crazy plays that I remember from that game. Obviously, a few different players, different coach behind the team, but they've still got that reputation to live up to. FaZe Clan will choose to start on the defense, and we've seen some brilliant C4s so far. Good catch by
Dream. The Larry Bird and Tom Brady of Unwanted. You heard it here first.
I actually love that line. That was, I might steal that later on.
It does go very hard.
Yeah.
It does.
Handy not willing to give up this position just yet. Could catch someone off guard, but I like this early round. You know, first round of the day, first time you're trying to get under your opponent's skin, set the pace a little bit. It's okay to play a little bit more aggressive, and Handy's very much aware of that. One of the most experienced players in our scene. He's been to this stage many times before. Unwanted start on the roof. They start with these castle barricades. They need to set up their execute.
A lot of time has been talked about, or a lot of time has been spent talking about these players on Unwanted, and obviously Dream has been under the microscope a lot. He is a fan favorite of a lot of the community, but not much has been said about Adam. This is the biggest game that Adam has ever played in, and pressure just continues to accumulate on his shoulders to find himself in these circumstances up against what many consider to be one of the best teams in the world. Well, it's a rough start because Adam is the first casualty of this series. Unwanted already suffering with 90 seconds off of the clock.
Yeah, looking for a trade back, but it's a bit slow from the Candelas. Hot and cold, thankfully avoiding those nitro cells. A lot of util coming through. Is anybody going to actually enter, though? That's the question. 2 Candelas still in the pockets of Spirits. Still some Firebolt and Smoke Bolts from Hot and Cold. Gavin will strike back, finding Vita King. And they're still looking for more. Dream outside the building finds 2.
Why are they stacking up on white stairs? Why do they not have that information? Now it's Souls tucked into a corner, but watched on the windows by Unwanted, and he might be in a tough spot where there's limited opportunity for him to get out with his life intact. Handy is on the other side of the map and just got exposed from that position. Hot and looking for the follow-up, but a little bit too slow. Handy can easily go for the drop and will now need to retake towards red stairs as Spirits drops. And there's a flank to come through with the pistol out, a brazen engagement that he loses. But they've got information. That leaves 1 player on site. 3 remain from Unwanted. Souls taking out Gavin and FaZe Clan in their matchup against Space Station yesterday showed us how they can turn the tides when they are outnumbered. And it looks like they just might do it again. Oh my God, picking up from where they left off yesterday. FaZe Clan already off to a hot start.
You gotta say it, sloppy in the 4v2, Unwanted. They could have isolated those players. They were so far apart on the side of FaZe Clan. Handy and Souls across the map from one another. But what happens? It ends up being 2 separate 2v2s. The players go in individually, and that's gonna be one of those that you want back at the end of the day. It's early, there's plenty of time to recover from a round like that, but if you're Unwanted, these are the problems that you've gotta sort out soon. It was a good start. They caught a lot of FaZe Clan players off guard. From outside the building, from this position, they got 3 separate kills, including this beauty 2K from Dream just through the window. But then afterwards, it is individual play after individual play. They are not able to collapse with one another. That's going to be a heartbreaker, but it is early in this series, Parker. That's okay. I'd rather make mistakes right now if I'm Unwanted than make those same mistakes on round 15.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you're Unwanted, though, you don't want to be going to round 15 on Kafe. It's your map. You want to escape this in regulation and set a good tempo for what remains. Clubhouse picked by FaZe. Historically, a terrific map for them. We saw, you and I in particular, the Virtus Pro matchup on Clubhouse. That was honestly quite a slog of a game. Very slow moving, very methodical. It didn't feel like a game of Rainbow Six Siege. It felt like a game of chess, but not the high-level chess that's really quick, like the low-level chess that you play at the park on a Sunday morning. So, can Unwanted create a tempo that FaZe struggle with, not just here on this map, but moving to Clubhouse? That will be the question to be answered. It was a terrific start from FaZe Clan. Unwanted tried to start the tempo, failed, and they, just like so many teams, lost out in the middle of the round to FaZe.
Good early Uto clear with Vidaking's Goyo canisters already being blown up in the site. This is a full 5-man anchor from FaZe Clan. No roamers on the top 2 floors. So as Unwanted want to go through this vertical clear, they're unlikely to find much resilience from FaZe. You know, FaZe Clan have a bit of history at SI too, beating North American teams on this map. They took down SSG a few days ago, 7-3. So obviously they are quite dominant here on Kafe. They know what it takes to beat a North American team, but Unwanted have that history as well, as we mentioned, back at the Manchester Majors. So they'll know what to expect. They've got VODs on their opponents too, which FaZe can't quite say the same for.
See the pick rate of Gridlock continue to tick upwards on this map. It was played by Space Station a number of times. Benjamaster rocking that Australian operator. Now we see it in the hands of Spirits. And just as Mozzie is so effective, his regional counterpart on attack finds the same level of success here. You've got grenades, you've got those track stingers, you've got a super shorty as your secondary. Gridlock really does bring it all on this map, and it allows you to fear a bit less about those flanks if you know track stingers are down. You just got to make sure you don't crowd the comms, so when those track stingers either get stepped on or broken, you know somebody's coming from that angle.
Same time, though, I wouldn't count out FaZe trying to make an aggressive move. Cyber's usually the one to make that call, and he's currently just sitting at the bottom of Brown Stairs waiting for an opportunity. But with 60 seconds, they're also not going to be too upset if they just chill on the site. There is going to be a Sens coming down here from Hot and Cold eventually, and that might be a bit of a problem. Obviously, Cyber on that Warden, but after the new buff, you cannot see through those Sens walls anymore. So they're going to have to find some other way to deny a plant if it's being stopped by a Sens wall. Temporarily, that freezer hatch will be closed off by the Tuber Owl, but it's not going to last forever. The hatch opens now, and the angle to the bomb site opens with 35 seconds.
And this will be a death drop from Unwanted, as they will rely entirely on these Sens walls to conceal them. Hot and Cold goes for the drop, and another one will go out as he shrugs off some damage by the freezer vaults. Just narrowly missing out on those tracers, and will now tuck himself into the corner where the gas misses. Hot and Cold might be getting away with murder. 10 players still alive in the server, and Unwanted pull off the plant. Now in the post plant, they need to pick off FaZe one by one. Vidaking, the first casualty, off to an uncharacteristically slow start. Souls, who was terrific in the previous round, still fragging out. Souls is on the diffuser, but you got Gavin from above, who will now likely drop unless they want him to just stay in this spot, and why not? All the tools, all the tricks of the trade being thrown in his way. Gavin eliminating the smoke. Aerial superiority. The high ground just too much. And Dream hits a 2K to send the round away. Tie game.
The thing people say about Unwanted every single time they get covered is that they're a smart team. They don't need to rely on the flashy players. Hell, a lot of their flashy players got bought out from them right before this event. So they can't really rely on that same flashy plays that they sometimes had back in Manchester, but instead, they come with some brilliant new strategies. Maybe there's one player who can make some flashy plays.
Yesterday's MVP was the support player himself, rumored to have been retiring from Rainbow Six Siege before this event. And if he does choose to retire, what a swan song it would be. Top 4 at the biggest event of the year.
And if they win this, it'll be another top 3. Don't forget, the only other time Dream's been to a 6 Invitational was 2023, where he and that Oxygen Esports squad made it all the way to the final 3 before eventually falling. Quite a resume to be able to go to 2 6 Invitationals and both of them achieve such high results. That last round from FaZe Clan, I gotta say, the decision not to retake top floor, I don't believe it was even attempted by one member of FaZe Clan. That's gotta be the main name of the game. When you're playing on the bottom floor on Kafe, the whole point of that should be to retake that top floor in the post plant. That never came out from FaZe Clan. So something to think about next time they go back to that bomb site.
I think what might have given them a bit of pause is the gridlock on the board. You'd have to cut through track stingers to begin with, right? You knew Gavin was in that position upstairs inside of dining. They used a nitro cell to try to take care of him. They had 2 separate players engage with him through the floorboards. That entire floor is destructible, and yet Gavin remained unbothered and still very much alive. That allowed the rest of Unwanted to circle around the bomb site once Hot and Cold got the job done. Now, Adam is having quite a rough go of it. He didn't die in the previous round, but he's been the opening death in rounds 1 and 3. He's just, maybe he's not an odd number guy.
Well, excited to see him in round number 4 as he pops off. Yeah, a little bit of an over-eager entry to that bottom floor. Assuming it was clear when it wasn't, perhaps a missed drone. Whatever the case, that will be an early man advantage for FaZe Clan.
Remember, Dream's focus in round number 1 was over here towards White Stairs. He's positioned in the exact same way. You've got to be a little concerned with these FaZe Clan players. Dream dies, but Claymore gets the trade after he had an earlier pick onto KDS. Dream is seemingly leveling up. The longer that this team plays on land, the better Dream continues to get.
Uh-oh.
Oh my, Houghton. What lies below is something you need to concern yourself with. Unwanted has been picked apart all over the map at this point. And now a retake from above, thought otherwise by Vidaking. Gavin and Spirits, the last two that remain.
I've learned one thing though, Parker, never count out a French-Canadian on our shield. Spirits has been ridiculous with these shields all tournament long. Everybody's been highlighting it. And the Blackbeard, his only option, just wants to go crazy with a fuse to rock that utility here on Kafe. Watch out!
Are you kidding me?
Quick from Gavin.
Gets off the drone, shoots the nitro cell, gets right back on, and now he's got a read down below on that mute. Spirits is attempting the distraction, it works. Gavin grabs him, and now top floor control is theirs, but I always worry when you're in a clutch situation against FaZe Clan. What works in Unwanted's favor, though, Jesse, neither of these two players have a single kill. Cyber will break that, picks up 2 in very quick order. And again, the problem for Unwanted against FaZe Clan comes in the final moments of the round. But some stumbles right off the rip. And again, Adam dying early in rounds 1 and 3 is not great. You cannot allow your opponents to have such a huge advantage for so long.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, there were some good comebacks with Dream, especially on that Claymore, but I mean, didn't really matter in the end. Cyber and Vidaking had such a nice cross on that hatch drop. It was good from Gavin to be able to work a pick, but ultimately in that 2v2, they've got the advantage on the defense. They know exactly where the two of you are going to funnel through. So that was clean late round play. Some of the cleanest that we've seen after a couple of mistakes have been made in the early rounds of Kafe. But it'll be FaZe Clan off to an early lead. Often we talk about this as a relatively defender-sided map, so FaZe Clan should be hoping to walk away with at least a 3-3, but I think a 4-2 split would be quite happy for them as well.
We're now at a point in time where we'll have pretty accurate map stats. And we don't want to drown you in numbers, so we won't bore you this round, but we'll talk about it depending on what occurs. When you pick the map, your opponent will typically go to the better side. I think it's safe to say that FaZe got that memo and they chose correctly. A very similar setup with the mute jammers up top that really didn't seem to bother Unwanted that much the last time they had to tackle it. I was actually going to give them some praise in the previous round. When Gavin was droning around that mute jammer down inside of Train, he's able to evade the radius of the blocker so successfully, and then obviously there was that 1-2 punch when Spirits flushed him out, but Intel will be the name of the game. Against a team like FaZe Clan, you're going to need everything you can to do battle with them, to stay on the same footing with them. And Unwanted want to continue this, I don't want to call it a Cinderella run because the core of this team is a major winning team back in Manchester, but still a shocking amount of success for Unwanted so far, and you don't want it to come to an end.
A couple of FaZe players testing the waters early. We saw Cyber down on that red window. Handy, of course, in his favorite position. This is where he's launched a couple of nitro cells so far. Also was able to play quite aggressively around here in the first round of the series, hoping to repeat, but honestly, Unwanted have been really good about not giving those opportunities. If they're peeking angles, it's often with the shield, otherwise it's the drone that goes in first, and that's the slow, steady pace of Unwanted that they've shown throughout this tournament. Been really impressive so far, but they still got to find some way to get an opening pick.
Vidaking was itching for a fight from Lumber over towards this white window. He takes a bit of damage as now utility clear will go in through the hatch. Spirits drops, blinded by his own teammates. In a very powerful position for KDS to play as the retake from FaZe looks so good. Dissension amongst the ranks of Unwanted. Only 2 remain from Unwanted yet again. They've done very little to knock FaZe off of this defense. Some damage has been done to Cyber, but That's really it, and not a lot to write home about for Unwanted.
Yeah, and especially on a map like Kafe, I mean, there's just no easy way to get into the building at this point. Handy still holding Cigar, Hot and Cold, just baiting for a kill on the window, because he knows that if they don't find a pick this way, it's unlikely they're going to get one at all. Does get Vidaking eventually. Patience pays off, and that's the first of 5. They're going to need to clean up to secure this round and make it 2-2. The time, though, it is not on their side. 40 seconds.
No, I think this is what we're going to see similar to the previous round. This will be a perilous repel on in and a very swift lockout from FaZe Clan. They bought themselves some time with Hot and Cold now sitting in the midst of the smoke. KDS popping up. How about a 4K for KDS? A huge round from him and from FaZe Clan. 3-1, a very, very, very strong start for the Brazilians.
KDS said in the interview before this game that he knew that Unwanted were going to bring the shields. We got attack timeout, actually. Let's listen to what they're up about.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, the only thing I think that's going wrong is we're not being thorough enough in the beginning of the round. Like right there, there's a guy Pixel, right? Or the other. I mean, the other rounds too. They're also falling for a lot of our fucking fakes, right? Like when we're just fucking smoking and fire shit, they think we're going, and then they're overexposing themselves, and then Dream's just fucking eating up. On Kitchen Bunker, Matt, I think you can almost fake the sense, kind of like we talked about yesterday.
Yeah.
And then we can hit a bake side if you wanted to, or we just have to go for the back pick. I think they're going to try to counter your sense wall. I mean, we could also just bring Osa there. It's another idea. And reading, I almost feel like we could still go train fast and just float sight. Or if you want to work top, again, I think we can shoot a bunch of fucking util and make a move. Like, these guys are just over fucking reacting. Big time. Cool? All right, let's go. Come on. Take our time.
Mitch. You don't get to hear the comms, but we do, so what we'll relay to you is Mint actually just spent the entire time saying, Dream is sexy, over and over and over again. That was it. There was no other comms provided. No, what was effectively said was that they like their entry.
Yeah.
And they've been baiting FaZe with deliberately used utility, and FaZe has been falling for it. But there's no capitalization from Unwanted. They fake the execute, FaZe falls for it, and then Unwanted doesn't follow up. If you're going to bait them into a reaction, you need to have your own actions that take advantage of that. Unwanted are not getting the job done. Mint gave them some pointers on how to do that, and now we'll see if it works here in round number 5.
Well, it's going to be difficult because Mint also threw out a lot of good ideas about how to attack on reading, how to attack on kitchen. They're going to go to reading instead of the kitchen this time around. So that sends play that Mint asked Hot and Cold to try to fake is not going to be effective this time. Maybe we'll see that bomb side back on round number 6, but for now, Hot and Cold has to late switch over to the Zofia. I was going to say, this shield play from Spirits, it's been very good, very successful throughout the tournament, but KDS seemed quite confident they could counter it in the pre-game interview. Felt like he knew exactly what to do to shut it down, and he proved that in the previous round. They threw the 4-man blitz at him, the Blackbeard plus the flashbangs from a teammate. Couldn't quite get the job done.
FaZe Clan have been really good at winning engagements against superstar players. Yesterday, we saw both Benja and J90 having some very big struggles against this team here on this exact same map. And now it's Spirits and Adam combining for a 0-6 scoreline. Now, mind you, we did talk about Adam and how this is the biggest match that he's been a part of, so there will be some pressure on his shoulders that will be hard for him to shake off. He's also playing on a support role, so it's not the end of the world if he doesn't get a lot of kills. The same cannot be said for Spirits. You need a good performance out of him. And I mean, if he's going to be rocking shields all the time, the two shields that don't really get kills are banned. The shield that you expect to get an awful lot of kills is the Blackbeard, and that's the one that Spirits has been using. He's inching his way towards the bomb site, and he's caught on a crossfire. Another early death from Unwanted.
That's rough timing. Souls was coming around the corner at the perfect moment to catch the backside of Spirits. That space that he's trying to make couldn't be grabbed, but there's Dream again with an answer. He's getting off these early aggressive players.
Jesse, he's getting half of these kills without even entering the building, for crying out loud.
I think he's gotten most of them from outside at this point, Parker, and I think that really comes down to his playstyle. He's holding these angles. They're waiting for FaZe to make these moves, and they are getting the punishes, but as Mint said in the tactical timeout, they're not able to convert that.
Pixel spot was an issue in particular for the timeout, and would you look at that? KDS is in the exact same spot. He's got a golden opportunity. They hit goo mines, way towards the map, way towards the bomb site. KDS doesn't see Dream, who's now entered the building. That pixel spot has been flushed out, and now we have a great round from Unwanted. They pick off Handy, and Vidaking with a single kill will have to hold this bomb site together. You ever see that Spider-Man movie where he's trying to pull the ship back together with the webs?
Yeah.
That's Vidaking right now on this round.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do here, Parker. Obviously, the players of Unwanted outside the building. His one advantage, though, there's only 20 seconds on the clock. If he can stop a plant, never mind.
Issuing a correction here. He cannot stop the plant.
No, that's going to be tough from the grave. Caught up by a window. I mean, this is happening a lot for FaZe Clan. Despite the fact that they were up 3-1, now it's 3-2. These outside angles have really been going the way of Unwanted. They're doing a great job of catching these movements from FaZe Clan. A lot of that has to be given to Dream, not only from the outside of the building, catching off those players, but when something goes missed, when something doesn't get caught, it's Dream who's rechecking Pixel, who's catching that once again. And honestly, you've got to give a lot of that credit to his experience. Dream has been playing at the top level, mostly on Oxygen Esports, for an extremely long time. He knows what players like to do in high pressure situations like this, and he's gonna be punishing them.
That round highlights how good of a read Mint had on these defenders. He said that they are constantly falling for our bait. We are getting them to look in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
Technically, in the right direction for Unwanted, the wrong direction for FaZe Clan. But if you're not pouncing upon those mistakes, then the fact that they're committing mistakes doesn't really matter if you can't do anything about it. That round, Unwanted faked the entry over towards Piano. They faked pressure on that white hallway, and it kept FaZe Clan looking in the wrong direction for FaZe, and Unwanted were in the right place at the right time to punish them for it. So an immediate course correction after that timeout, and the team listens to their coach. They win the round off of it.
I gotta compliment FaZe's site selection here. They took the tack timeout on Unwanted right before they expected a kitchen bomb site. We didn't see that now through the entire half. Hold on, Cyber's out the window. Fine Spirits traded by Gavin. That's gonna be a 1-for-1. You killed the Blackbeard though. Spirits will not find a kill through the first half. That is a massively impactful pick. And I think Cyber, despite being on the Wamai, who can be a really powerful late round operator, is probably walking away from that thinking like he won.
Terrible beginning for Spirits as obviously they managed to keep it close with that vault out, but that's a huge net win for FaZe. I would trade out a Wamai for a Blackbeard any day of the week. You do not want Spirits to continue on this downward trend. We highlighted this during the group stage when we casted Unwanted. It's that sometimes you get games from Spirits where he goes 0-12.
Yeah.
And then the very next map he goes 21-5.
Well, I mean, he's got a tough role too, being the point man on the shield. That round was a bit of a difficult one, but previously he is kind of that guy making the space. Sometimes Blackbeard can be a fragging off, but sometimes it is just trying to play similar to a Monty, find that for your team.
They've used him both ways so far.
They have.
This round, we're not really going to get to see how effective he can be. Gavin dies at the hands of Candy, who finds a second now onto Adam. Adam also killless in this first half. A combined 0-9 for two players on the side of Unwanted is devastating in the hardest match that they've had so far in this event. And it's on very familiar territory. It's their own map. They knew that FaZe Clan were proficient here, but I mean, at some point when you get to this current point in time, you're gonna have overlap on your map pool. Handy goes down. What a reflexive shot. He finds two, and the numbers suddenly way closer in this round, far more winnable. Hot and cold at the halfway point of the diffuser, but has to fear what is above. That's KDS sending shockwaves through the defenders. Soul's looking for an opportunity now against Dream. An easy win, and now it's Houghton fending for his life by himself. He tries for the slow peek, but KDS is just a little bit better in the first half. Goes in favor of the Brazilians.
Nice try coming out from Unwanted. That was a difficult round, but ultimately Dream wasn't able to do enough. They had site control, but they didn't quite have that information. That's going to be the big disadvantage.
Well, we've got Nix from the side of Unwanted here to talk to us about what he thinks. Nix, welcome aboard.
Hello.
Just want to ask you, what are your immediate takeaways there on the first half?
I think the boys are playing pretty well. I think right now we're just kind of getting caught by our own mistakes. We're not droning properly. These guys are kind of just playing their zones and ratting on us, which shouldn't happen. We even had a 4v2 in round 1 that we let get away from us. So I think that half could have been either a 3-3 or even a 4-2 in our advantage. Just kind of clean up the small things.
You're sitting as defenders now for the remainder of regulation, and then obviously whatever happens in overtime, should it arise, will happen in OT. What is your main goal now with Unwanted as the defenders?
Obviously don't want to give away too much, but we know how these guys play. They're just going to take it slow and usually take from one side of the map. So we just want to make sure we're playing together and make sure we're communicating our win conditions in the late round, and we should have it in the bag.
Thanks so much for sharing your thoughts with us, and good luck.
Thank you.
The dream and the nightmare on this team. They can do both. And that's the thing, right? I mean, they know how close that first round was. A 4-2 scoreline might not be what they wanted, but they had some good moments. This could have been a lot closer. This could have even been favoring Unwanted. I agree with what Nick said. So if they can find a way to channel that energy, don't let the bad spirits get to them. Don't let that mental sink in against a team like FaZe Clan. This Unwanted squad have been through a lot, both as a team and as individuals, and with the circumstances surrounding this event. But if they could just buckle in this second half, defensive side of Kafe, it is very doable.
Yeah, things are not looking great for Unwanted across the board. Yeah, I mean, you want to play your own game. Every team does. Every team loads into their own map with the expectation that they're going to win it, and a lot of teams will load into their opponent's map with the exact same expectation. Here, Unwanted need to focus primarily on Kafe. Don't get ahead of yourselves. Don't look at maps 2, maybe even map 3, should layer even be needed. You need to play your own game. Settle in. 2 of your players need some form of motivation right now because Unwanted is being dragged to the finish line primarily by Dream, and one man alone is not going to be enough.
Clinical Twitch play from Cyber cleared out a lot of those mute jammers and got really good intel as to where that player is at over towards Cocktail. Can they convert that to an opening?
Spirits with the smart goggles on, dispatches souls. Adam dies yet again. That's Spirits' first kill. Adam will be apprehended. Spirits putting in some serious work, but KDS cannot be slowed down as both of these teams come to blows, neither with an advantage. Halfway point, 2 defenders, 2 attackers, and a showdown for an incredibly crucial round. If FaZe Clan win this, Jesse, they are in the home stretch of this map. If Unwanted can win, well, we got ourselves a ball game.
Bit of soft breach too from FaZe Clan. Obviously they got those Zode destructibles, but KDS should have a secondary shotgun as well, which they can both use to work these floorboards. Hot and Cold's gonna sit and train Gavin over by red stairs. That leaves Reading a little bit exposed, but if they can correctly predict where this push is gonna come, or if we can see a really late flank coming around towards that pillar side of the map, this could be devastating.
Otten is not really in a position where he's supported by Gavin, so at the moment, they'll both be playing like individuals. Gavin found out by KDS, and now Houghton will have a shoulder peek as he gives his position away. He waited a second for Vidiking. He could have made something work, but he gets run right over. These late rounds for FaZe Clan are killing Unwanted.
KDS is coming up with a lot of answers. This is something that Unwanted need to do on their part. KDS was the single best player for FaZe Clan back at the Montreal Major. He's been a little bit slower to start in Boston. He's been more negative than some of his teammates, but that's the thing with FaZe. They've got 5 guys who all can pop off when the moment is right. And KDS on the biggest stage, this might just be where he comes alive and tries to reclaim that title. I shouldn't just say he was the best player on FaZe. He was the best Brazilian player of the entire event. And I'll remind you, Parker, a Brazilian team won the Montreal Major, so that's a pretty big accomplishment. Thought the entry was pretty solid. KDS getting in the back lines. I think Spirits did a lot of good work there, but ultimately it wasn't quite enough. His teammates cleared out from the skylight, cleared out from Cocktail. And that 2v2 just didn't quite have the positioning. And I mean, it feels like the mistakes are so small for Unwanted, but that doesn't matter. The score is starting to slip away from them. 5-2 down on your own map pick. This is starting to be where you get concerned.
Well, I think there's some concern for Unwanted back when they took the timeout so early on. If there was concern then, this is now a 5-alarm blaze at this point. When you're in North America, you obviously want the North American teams to do well for the crowd's sake. You want there to be representation from all of these regions. If Unwanted goes home, the final 3 are 2 Brazilian teams, and then in the finals, 1 European, dare I say it, super team that used to be entirely French, but now has a Turk and a Brit playing on the roster. BDS have looked great. The thing for Unwanted is that while FaZe is a huge obstacle, it only gets harder from this point onwards, right? You've got Furia up next if you get over FaZe Clan. And then if you get over Furia, you've got a date with Destiny against BDS. And that would be a rematch of the Manchester Major. No matter what, we are guaranteed to get a rematch here because if FaZe Clan wins, it'll be a rematch of SI against Furia in the lower bracket. If Unwanted make it all the way, it'll be a rematch from those Manchester Major finals.
Some early aggression from Dreams. He tried to get those yokais out to get some information, but ultimately didn't find anything that they wanted to capitalize on. And so this will be a late round, likely 5v5 execute. This is a full 5-man anchor from Unwanted. They have, just like FaZe Clan, chosen not to roam up on that top floor, instead believing in their anchors, believing in their site play and their teamwork. You can do that on Kafe. It's a very popular strat. They've got a good amount of site util too. The Toxic Phase from Hot and Cold, Spirits on that Tuber out playing VIP, just like what we saw from FaZe Clan. He's going to be using those Zotos to keep this freezer hatch closed as long as possible. Of course, the Echo Cams and the Goyo canisters as well inside are all going to provide so much value. The job is on FaZe over the next 45-ish seconds to clear out this utility. Find as much of it as you can. No Tuber out coming out to stop that hatch means that a lot of time that could have been burnt out will not be. Not sure if Spirits maybe wasn't aware that it's getting opened or if he's got another plan for those Zoto canisters. I sure hope he's got some ideas. That's nice.
I believe that's called redundancy.
Yeah.
Hot and Cold dies, though. He gets caught out by Handy. A devastating first blow dealt to Unwanted by FaZe. They have been playing very slow on the side of FaZe. They have a golden opportunity now as those Zoto canisters will go down over towards Freezer. But right now, nobody's being frozen out at the moment as the diffuser is good. 2 shots from Unwanted landing, but Souls is there for coverage over towards delivery. Down to a 3v3. The Yokai drones were unsuccessful in stopping the plant, and none of those Goyo canisters seem to be of much use. KDS shot through the wall as Adam and Gaveni both double up on it, but you've got to work the time if you're Unwanted. You are letting this round slip through your fingers as Vidaking and Souls are still posted up to greet Gavin and Adam as they come back to the bomb site. The hatch being watched as now a drop goes in, a 1v1 with very little time, and Souls is so damn good. Every single round he puts himself in a winning position with limited time on the clock, and he is single-handedly demolishing Unwanted.
That was a great push from FaZe. That sniper play from the Glaz, incredible. He was holding the VIP hallway the whole time, aware of where the push could come through, and then was able to punish them as they tried to run up those brown stairs. I gotta say it though, Parker. I mean, what is the point of putting 3 Goyo canisters on Coffee if you're not gonna pop any of them? Plant went down underneath those Goyos and none of them were able to be exploded.
I will say, it is entirely possible that the player responsible for shooting them was Houghton.
Sure.
Who died right away. So, number one, not only do you lose somebody who might have been holding that position, but you lose your gas canisters as well. As you called it, those Zoto canisters not being used on the hatch were designed to buy time inside a freezer, but they failed. And FaZe Clan was able to just bull rush through your defense and get the diffuser planted before no anti-plant utility could be used by Unwanted.
And that's likely, but at the same time, like, somebody's got to make that call to rotate over, pop those Goyo canisters. If they had been able to buy a few more seconds, the Echo was so close to denying it, but it was really good coverage from FaZe to shoot that Echo. Maybe if they can get that denial off, they can buy themselves some time to pop the Goyos. They can't be worried about that now. You've got to win the next 4. And Hot and Cold is doing everything that he can. A little run out to try to make it happen, but he doesn't quite find anybody. How does the mental hold on?
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We talked a little bit about how they don't have pressure and expectations on their shoulders. They've been affectionately referred to as the black shirts by a number of people in the community because they're just wearing black t-shirts.
Yeah.
That's it. I made a joke. Go down to your local Target, go down to your local Walmart, your local store, buy a pack of Fruit of the Loom black shirts, and you can wear the Unwanted jersey as well. But at some point, your mental switches from, hey, you know, we don't have a lot of expectations on our shoulders. We're not with an org. You know, let's just play for fun to, holy smokes, we're in the top 4. This is real. We want to win. And that's when you can become your own worst enemy. And the mental can be really tough to regain.
I mean, even this team, even without an org, they've been together for such a small amount of time. believe it's just over 70 days this team has been together as a 5-man squad. FaZe Clan have been as a 5-man for over 700. The difference in experience, the difference in time they've had to gel is insane between these two teams. And Unwanted, that can't be an excuse. You've got to overcome that. At this point, 6 Invitational top 4, there's no, well, you know, top 4 is good enough. Everybody wants to win.
In every event, to your point, we talk about how FaZe is always one of those teams that you can guarantee will make a deep run.
Yep.
Every time we're asked, who do you think is going to make it? Every time the community is asked, who do you think is going to make it? When you ask the players that same question, FaZe is always included in that answer. And they're in for a surprise on this round. Houghton pops up doing his best Hicks impression. Downstairs by the brown stairs, completely undroned. That's a throwback for those that might not have been watching when Hicks was on Millennium. And then Lestream, I believe it was.
This has been a really slow round from FaZe Clan. 60 seconds we just hit, and I mean, what map control have they taken? They're into the bottom floor. Unwanted have not been fighting them. They've conceded a lot of ground.
And a missed opportunity as King gets classic siege timing. A grenade now thrown out to displace Gavin from the laundry door. Missing water if he fell out of a boat. Handy and KDS last two standing, but when they're outnumbered, they seem to thrive. They've got a read on white stairs. One of those SAS operators sits patiently and waits. KDS will have him on lock, waiting for him to walk up, but KDS botches the shots, and Spirits and Dream will lock out the final moments of that round, showing that Unwanted will not go down without a fight. Map 1 is still very favored for the Brazilians, but Unwanted might just have lit the match to try and keep this thing going.
I said it at the start of this game, Parker. If you're going to throw a couple of early man advantages, you'd rather have it happen in round 1 than round 15. Yep. And we're a ways from round 15, but round 9, when you're up against match point, might be exactly the same. They don't throw that advantage this time around. They play really well together, Dream on those white stairs, holding things down, buying time for Spirits to go up above. They knew there was nobody top floor to hold things on the side of FaZe Clan, so that was exactly the right call from Spirits. They need to keep this momentum up. They started that round by playing a little bit more aggressive. Yes, they conceded that ground, but it was honestly just a trap to lure FaZe Clan into taking that space so they could go for swings, so they could go for wrap plays. Hot and cold, of course, down to the bottom of brown stairs, the main focal point of that defense. They've got to keep the surprises up. You know, if FaZe Clan can expect what you're going to do, if they can read into your game plan, it's going to be really, really tough to stop them. But in that last round, it felt like FaZe didn't really know what was going on. They didn't have the memo. Unwanted were able to pull some stuff out from under their nose and catch them off guard. They need to keep that up. Only 3 more rounds. Sounds easy, but when you've got to win them in a row against one of the best teams in the world, it is anything but.
Don't want to talk about Clubhouse just yet because we could still be far removed from that map. I mean, if Unwanted wants a victory here, we've got a long road to go. Just us and this wonderful crowd, and you at home, of course, watching. What a great time it would be for all. Or FaZe Clan in 2.5 minutes sends us to a break. Who knows? It's one of those things. Unwanted used their timeout in the first half. They saw immediate success, but they kind of lost the plot after that as King survives a bit of a scare, Jesse. 45 seconds in, trying to get down off of that second floor rooftop terrace.
Yeah, caught from somewhere. That's going to be a lot of HP suffered, but still one-shot headshot game. He will have his guns up. But just getting to the roof now, starting to open these hatches. Of course, that is going to be the game plan top floor, right? He's Gridlock once again coming out from the Souls to stop any sort of a flank. Not that there is one brewing.
3 sets of track stayers on top of it, by the way. 3.
Hey, we talk about redundancies of the Galio canisters. Why not more with the grid? Sometimes you can throw them and they don't really catch the things you want them to catch. Dream rotates down to that bottom floor. Hot and Cold sitting down there too. So that flanking potential does exist now. But that's not where the focus is for FaZe.
Last set of utility from the Gridlock is just one grenade, and now fighting through the B's. Handy looking for a follow-up. Baited into bar, backstock, but FaZe Clan pummeling Unwanted. FaZe Clan seem to be at their best with their backs against the wall, but they've broken this round open, and there's no walls in sight. Houghton and Dream against the 4 players of FaZe, and his diffuser almost went down. Unwanted have very limited information. Houghton had the read on KDS. 1 big kill as now Souls goes for the plant. But both players from Unwanted are on the floor below Jesse. A Nitro Cell connects and the diffuser does not go down. It was a hair away from happening, and that could have been the map for Unwanted, but they keep it locked in for the time being. Cyber now with diffuser tucked into a corner over by Cocktail as Viniking will go for the outside rappel to cover. Watching back bar, the retake from Unwanted up the stairs. A very powerful position as Cyber might not even need Viniking. He does it all himself. And FaZe Clan snatch Unwanted's map away in very short order. What a scary, scary series this will be for Unwanted.
They strike when the iron is hot. They see how exposed that bomb site is, and they walk right on in. FaZe Clan looking dominant on their opponent's pick. Couple of rounds that Unwanted are going to want back, but at this point, it's too little and too late. They've got to go all the way to club to try to win this.
It might be a long day depending on how these matches go, and we don't want to take you away from the goods. So while the replays go, we'll stop talking and wait for the break. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Available now.
Welcome back, everybody. It's FaZe Up for map number 1 in this series as they absolutely trounce Unwanted on Kafe Doki. So much confidence in FaZe Clan in this first map.
Yeah, I think when we teed this up as a David versus Goliath, we really said that FaZe Clan are always going to provide this consistent level of ability, this consistent level of performance, and that's exactly what we saw on their opponent's map pick. This was Unwanted's map pick of Kafe. And I will say, fundamentally, it's very funny on the analyst desk, Leo, we talk about strategy a lot. Yeah. I don't think Unwanted strategy at all was bad in terms of the way that they played Kafe. I do think, however, the FPS element of this game was bad. They looked nervous, they looked shaky, because in so many duels that it felt like they were going to win, and we saw it from Unwanted's POVs on their players very, very often, they ended up losing the fights. And it was just flurry of kills that go to FaZe that really should have been Unwanted kills very, very often. And that's how they ended up losing a lot of these rounds. Even though they strategically got it right, even though they controlled a lot of rounds, they ended up losing them because FaZe, quite simply to put it, were shooting harder than them.
Yeah, they were losing way too many gunfights. If you look at the core of Unwanted, right, the most experienced players, Dream, Gaveni, Hot and Cold, they've all stepped up. But the younger ones, Spirits, Adam, it's been a little bit harder for these guys. And you look on the side of FaZe, look at them. They're completely unfazed. They don't care. They're emotionless, right? They're exactly like yesterday, in full confidence, taking any gunfights and winning them. And for me, round 2 was already telling that story. Yeah. That 2v4 from Handy and Souls 1, that was just to tell the story of them winning every single gunfight.
It feels like map 1 is a reality check here for Unwanted, having made it so deep in the Invitational. Here's our scoreboard for map number 1. Kafe Doki. Souls is way up there, Jack.
Yeah, again, not really a player we speak about too much these days on the FaZe Clan. It's usually KDS or Cyber, but Souls has got that quality. We know he's been there on the back line of this team for such a long time, but he's such a good gunner in his own right. That was his, I think, defining feature. He was a support player that could gun back in the early days. Obviously, that's a lot more common now. He can still put up those numbers.
Obviously, us Frenchies would label him the Brazilian Bride, right?
Or is Bride the French Souls?
Oh, anyway,
no.
Anyway, that's a compliment, right?
Either way, right?
These guys, you put them on the worst operators and they will still drop multi-kills. And that's Souls 1 for you, that's Bride for you. They just play the game perfectly at all times. It's insane.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for helping us break things down here. But we have Laxing on standby to help us out in illustration. My God, you're looking great today.
So are you guys. Howdy, gentlemen. Yeah, I mean, I definitely want to talk about what Jack was saying, you know, in terms of Unwanted. They definitely had a good strat. They had a good strat game, but I think when it does come down to the FPS and the gunfights, it was going in FaZe's favor here. We start off the attack with FaZe here. Now, FaZe are going to go for the execute here of how they want to breach the top floor. They're going to be going for Spirits. They're going to be collapsing on top of him. Souls, Cyber, pushing for that. The good thing is, Spirits plays this perfect. He gets one trade. Gavini has the trade onto Bar. This is where things get shaky for me, is because Spirits gets this kill onto Cyber. He doesn't need to peek anymore. They are in the man advantage. But unfortunately, Spirits is feeling hot. He wants to go for that next kill, just falls apart. And then this is where the round collapses from here, where you can't even blame Gavini for this next death. That's just KDS hitting an insane shot through the floor. Then these two link up to push the player into train, and then they close out the round. And it just goes to show both teams were doing very well with their strats, playing very well with their strategic game and their trades, but it really just came down to FaZe just getting the fundamentals and not playing scared and playing through and through and closing out this first map. So for me, I got to see Unwanted bring that same exact thing, especially now they're going to be going to FaZe's map, but we won't know until after the break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MGM Music Hall live at Fenway Park, and it's 6 Invitational 2025. Our first game is running. Our first map, though, did not go the way of Unwanted, our North American squad, the last remaining one in competition here in the top 4. FaZe Clan, well, they've gone FaZe up on the first one. First map, Kafe Doki 7-3. Next up is Clubhouse, a classic. What do Unwanted need to do to bring this one back?
I think the big question for me here is pressure. How do you handle pressure? Because right now that's the biggest difference between these two teams. One is heavily confident in winning every gunfight. One is under pressure. Your back is against the wall. You have no organization. You're only representing yourself. You have everything to win right now. You're back against the wall, nothing to lose. This is for me the moment where you completely reset and you go there and you start defense. You play confident. You play towards you play towards your strength, towards you guys. You play teamwork and you throw out strats out of the window if you need to, right? But confidence, that's what you need right now.
You'll know this as well, Leo, from being a competitor yourself, is that you can kind of make peace with losing. Obviously, you never want to lose. You want to win absolutely everything. But you can make peace with it if you have to, as long as you've put the best performance out there and you've left everything on that stage. I don't think Unwanted have left everything on that stage in map 1, personally. I thought they were a little bit far below their personal performance that they expect of themselves. So for map 2, that's what I want to see. I want to see confidence. And then just from a technical point of view, they banned away the Monty in the last map. They were obviously cautious of King on that Monty for FaZe Clan, but they're such a good shield team themselves. They need to not just limit themselves to one shield, because FaZe will absolutely come with a shield ban. So I want to see them maybe ban something a little bit different on Clubhouse.
Gentlemen, the question here is, do we see a map 3 or not? Our game's ready.
I'm hoping for it. For the NA crowd, a third map would be great.
I hope for everyone in here that we do see a third map and maybe Unwanted go on, but if we don't, Milosh, we get a repeat of the SI 2024 final later on today, so I'm impartial either way.
Boston, you want to see map 3? I think you heard it. Entero Jesse, take it away.
Well, thank you very much. It wasn't exactly the start that Unwanted wanted, but
oh, I see what you did there.
But now they face a daunting prospect in map number 2.
You should be a broadcaster. That was good.
I practiced really hard for that. Thanks. I wrote that down. I was so nervous. Are you booing me? Why are you booing me? I'm right. We're moments away from map number 2. Does this run by Unwanted come to a screeching halt? Does FaZe Clan give us a rematch of last year's grand finals? We are moments away from map 2 on Clubhouse.
Clubhouse is the map that these two teams have played a ton of throughout this tournament. FaZe Clan 4 plays already at SI. Unwanted, they haven't actually touched it since they got demolished by BDS 7-1 in the upper bracket. They're looking to bounce back. Their first operator taken off the board here historically would be a Maverick, and they will continue that trend, banning out the somewhat hard breach operator to come through. I think FaZe have a couple of options here. They like banning Monty on this map. They like Capitao and Grim a bit too. They go for the Blitz. That's more to ban against their opponent. They don't often ban Blitz on Clubhouse, but when you're playing against Spirits, you gotta offer that respect. On the defense, you'd expect a Mira, maybe a Kaid to come out from FaZe Clan, as that tends to be what they remove from the board. They will continue that trend as they take Kaid off the playing field. And then Azami Fenrir would be the next couple of expected bans. I think Azami a little bit more likely for Unwanted. Fenrir instead. I gotta say, map 1, we saw some wild operator bans coming through.
Yep.
Map number 2, I think they were all quite predictable.
Yeah, these are a lot more standardized for a map like Clubhouse. And I think Clubhouse does speak to your fundamentals, right? When we talk about maps and how those fundamentals play out, it's about things like intel. It's about things like hard breach and the jostling that goes around it. If you're a defender, you're going to look at bandit tricking. You're going to look at throwing that Kaid claw on the wall, especially in the basement. I called it the electro shuffle before, just as a folksy way of describing it, because there isn't as elegant a term as bandit tricking. But a lot of teams won't necessarily actively engage in that level of trickery. They will hit it at set and forget, and then they will fall back. And either those bandit batteries or those mute jammers will work their magic, and then you'll just go about your day. It's a bottom floor bomb site, and with Kaid banned, you can see no denial whatsoever on the side of Unwanted. They'll start with a pretty standard utility-heavy, slow lineup that works very well in a post plan.
And as we load into map number 2, Parker, I go back to what happened yesterday. After Dream was announced as the MVP of the first day of the live phase, he retweeted that with one single word and a GIF: believe. And I think if the audience can continue to believe in Unwanted, they've got a chance here against FaZe Clan.
I think they got your cue, Jesse.
Some of them did. Ultimately, it's not going to be easy regardless. FaZe Clan have been so good at Clubhouse throughout their history. Now to bring it back against North America's last hope, or looking to dash that here in Boston. We'll start with a full map clear.
What a top 4 we have, though, right?
Yeah.
You've got the defending major champions from Manchester that didn't even make it to Montreal to be able to put that title on the line. They beat BDS. The major champions from Montreal, W7M, they're not here. They beat BDS. Guess who's here? BDS is here. Furia, who won SI last year on home soil, they're still here. The team that they beat in the most thrilling game that we have seen possibly in the history of this esport is FaZe Clan, and they are still here as well. I know that during Phase 1 and Phase 2 we talked about good teams going home, but you've got 4 of the best that are still standing and no real surprises outside of maybe Unwanted after a small downturn they took around the time of the Montreal game.
Certainly, and I mean, obviously this team's had some problems, but they can open things up. Yes, they will. An opening pick onto a Ying of all operators is going to be incredibly impactful for the North American squad.
Cyber was just a step away from dying to that same Nitro cell too, so Unwanted could have found themselves a terrific start. Instead, they'll have to settle for getting rid of the most utility-heavy operator. Maybe you can make an argument that it's the Grim, all 5 canisters full of bees and both EMPs still remain.
No can openers being brought, nor is there any Habana, and of course Mavericks banned out, so these thermite charges are going to be all they have to open up these hatches. They've started off with the Moto hatch and then looking for kitchen as well. It is still reinforced. If this gets denied, this is actually a huge problem for FaZe Clan. There are impacts on the side of Unwanted. It's Gavin who's playing it down inside of Church. There's a Nitro as well. Houghton tries to just shoot him out with his gun, but he can't quite get there in time. So hatches will be opened, but there's only 2 angles to really get down through the site.
Yeah, it's going to be not a linear take for FaZe Clan by any stretch of the imagination, but a very standard one. Hot and Cold and Adam both hunted by Grim's gadgetry as now souls will drop. Nobody playing AK. So instead, he's got a golden opportunity to hold down this position. Adam with a Nitro cell, the second explosive gadget from Unwanted doing its job as 2 players come alive on the side of FaZe. Answered back by 3 on Unwanted. I'm no mathematician, Jesse, but that gives Unwanted the round.
It does, Parker, it does, and some brilliant play coming out from Hot and Cold in that round, both starting things off with the Nitro cell, but also locking things down to that anchor position. Hot and Cold, he's been around the block, he's been playing since year 1, season 1, and throughout his time as a professional Rainbow Six player, he's beaten FaZe Clan 5 different times in 5 different countries. He beat FaZe Clan in Japan, he beat them in Canada, he beat them in Sweden, he beat them in Brazil, he beat them in UK.
Jesse, shut up, Dream is on the screen.
Yeah, okay. But the problem for Hot and Cold is he's never beaten FaZe Clan on American soil. This is his 3rd time playing FaZe Clan after going up against them in Raleigh and in Atlanta. He has never successfully taken out this team when he's been the favorites, the hometown hero. He and the squad played excellent in this anchor position. I love the way he locked things down with the Vector, but they're gonna need to be historically good to win this series against FaZe today.
At the top of the show, I expressly asked for no more 2-0 matches.
You did ask for that.
I don't think FaZe heard me, and I think that's a little disrespectful.
Yeah, it would be rude if they did hear you and then they just ignored it. Like, I expect some manners from our teams here at SI, but maybe there's some more things that are important to them.
I always appreciate when the crowd chooses their favorites. Something that's a little interesting. Andy shooting the X-Kairos at the top rim allows one of those X-Kairos to fall, which can try to evade those mute jammers that are scattered right now throughout those castle barricades on the bedroom windows. Looks like they're all going to be going off. Allows unfettered access to the bomb site for FaZe Clan. What is this?
This is a zombie, Parker, and Gavin has made a fortress of top red.
It was a rhetorical question, but thank you for telling me.
Well, some of the viewers may not know. He's got footholds. If they start to jump on in, he doesn't quite get to pick up onto the Monty, and this might just be able to make the space and force Gavin out without clearing these Kibas.
Gavin is doing an exceptionally good job at wasting time here, Jesse. He's got hot and cold for backup. Right now, 4 members of FaZe Clan all trying to tackle this red and cash hold that Unwanted are fully committed to. Gavin under some serious heat. The mountain creeping up on him as now Houghton looks for an opening. FaZe take one of these 2 players down and will now get a good read on Houghton, who manages to get out of there with his life still intact. Handy gets him on the follow-up. Things not so good, as Handy's actually in weight room. He's so close. Or no, rather one of these players look like it from their silhouette. We got bamboozled.
Yeah, obviously that's not the roam game that Unwanted wanted. Hot and cold. Cashed or cursed a little bit, couldn't quite make it back to the site in time. Now this is going to be a 5v3 execute.
It was KDS that we were looking at, whose silhouette appeared to be over in that direction, but he was still outside on the balcony. Now it's Vidiking, as he's worked his way inside a weight room, carrying the team on his back. Dream had prepped the door, and he falters as FaZe are taking no one for an answer. Adam in a 1v5. He's got his hands full. This is such a tough position for him to be in, knocking away the Monty, and now all of FaZe Clan will be in on the action to win the round flawlessly. FaZe Clan have puzzling attacks on Kafe, and now the same on Clubhouse, and it's catching up this Unwanted team.
Yeah, that's about as clean as it gets when it comes to going for a cash side over clear. Obviously took a lot of time, but they used that time well. They were getting their Grim into position. They were taking Rafters control. They were starting to clear out those Kiba barriers. They were making sure that Lounge was clear. They did a lot of good stuff while they were working on taking that top red position. And Gavin, at the end of it, had no chance of getting a refrag back there. He just had to sit and wait to be cleared. Monty walked up on him. He was full blind. He was tracked by a Grim. That's a hopeless situation. And then hot and cold. Ideally, he's trading that. Ideally, he's working a pick. It's okay if he just gets out. Couldn't do either. Caught just on the tail end of getting into Master. You can't be going down 0 for 2 on that cash side extension. That's something that Unwanted are very aware of, and they might try something different next time they go back to gym and bedroom. But that'll have to wait. CCTV cash comes back. We return to the top floor.
KDS and Souls woke up and they chose violence so far today. They have been exquisite on the side of FaZe Clan. Vidiking is one of the players whose praises we've been singing throughout this entire tournament. Handy's had some terrific moments in Cyber. Well, Cyber became one of 3 players to break 1,000 kills at just the 6 Invitational. He joined Nest and Palu. Pretty incredible company. Though Cyber has actually had a bit of a slow event so far, which isn't terrible because FaZe Clan have 4 other players who can pick up all that slack.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe are a very versatile team. All 5 players step up. Vidiking, usually the quietest of the 5, but I've seen him do some incredible stuff as well. Not sure that's exactly what Houghton wanted from the Kiba, but it will position itself in a way that he decides it's best just to leave Secret, leave those blue stairs, and get back over towards the site. FaZe Clan have so far taken a lot of that bottom floor control. Gavin is playing bottom garage, otherwise there's no presence from Unwanted on the main floor. They're allowing FaZe Clan to take kind of the area around bar and take that kitchen. We saw KDS maintaining that control. Might be looking to go for a con side finish on the side of FaZe Clan, just based on what they've taken at this point. Already Cyber working his way into construction. I think that will be the call. Means that clearing out Rafters won't be as important. If you can get construction control and you still get that main breach open, oftentimes it's not vital to take Rafters like you usually see.
Zombie was a major impediment in the previous round over towards red stairs. Houghton now rocking his operator as he fears what might be below. A missed opportunity with the Kiba earlier in the round. He has an idea of what to do next, but will lose that construction wall. No depth marks used by KDS's Deimos yet with just a little bit over a minute to go. So one of these defenders at minimum will be feeling the heat. Cyber was expecting, I think, a swing onto that door, but nobody there wanting to greet him. FaZe Clan have been slow on these attacks, but slow and steady wins the race. They're looking to flush out these defenders from Unwanted and are doing a mighty fine job. Slowly but surely, all of these obstacles are getting chipped away at.
Nobody's giving up their positioning, though. They're just starting to open the main wall now, and there's the first swing. Hot and cold punished by the captain.
They'll find another out on Rafters. Dream with the lone kill for Unwanted in this round. He and Adam will need to work together as there's 3 still up for FaZe. Diffuser going down. Nitro Cell tossed out by Adam, but it's miles away. KDS pulling that one off. Dream looks for the secure inside of construction, but he's in a rough place. Still all the depth marks there for KDS. He'll use one on Dream, and Handy will be credited with the kill. 2 in a row for FaZe.
That belief is still there, Parker. This crowd knows that it's still doable for the North Americans, and I mean, listen, that last round, they gave up a lot of space to FaZe. They did that on map 1, 2. They didn't try to contest them too much early. But if they can start to find this early momentum, obviously these Azami plays, they look really nice. They look really difficult to take down, but FaZe Clan, I gotta say, are answering them perfectly. If they can get a little bit more aggression in that early round, they might be able to catch FaZe off guard, because it feels like FaZe are setting up these executes without much resistance. Full construction control without taking a gunfight, opening the main breach without having to deal with too much utility. They were in the perfect position to go for that final push. And I mean, yes, they didn't have Garage, but that wasn't part of the plan. They didn't need Garage. They came in through Con, they worked their picks, and after that main breach started opening, 5 players in the bomb site, somebody's got to move. You're going to have to move into a crossfire. There's just not that many positions to play in the site.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not actively holding Rafters and you're only relying on the person on top red to catch the cross through, if a shield is on the board, or there's smokes on the board, or you kill the person playing at red, you cede so much map control. Unwanted learned that the hard way in the previous round, and FaZe have sprung off to a lead. Unwanted have been trailing the overwhelming majority of this series, and well, some teams do better when they're fighting from behind. I don't know if Unwanted is one of those teams, but against a team like FaZe Clan, you cannot afford to give up so many rounds. FaZe will continue to punish you. They did it all through map number 1. They did it to SSG all day yesterday. Now it's Unwanted's turn to feel the heat.
Spirit's playing somewhat aggressive here. We see him on the Valk cam playing those main stairs. We've had some miracle moments come from smoke players in this position. A lot of North American teams wanting to run this, and of course it can be very effective, but it's a lot of onus on the individual. Spirits, as a player, needs to go huge in this moment. They're catching out those Valk cameras. Hawk and Cold tried to hide in the prep phase so they wouldn't be ready for them, but they've of course seen them now. Very default position for a lot of these Valk cams, on the left side of your screen as well.
A stealth drop onto Spirits. The Cyber and him will do battle. Spirits still looking for kill number 1.
How did they both live through that engagement?
I'm lost for one.
That's crazy. It's going to slow things down a little bit as FaZe Clan just keep working on the soft breach. I think they're happy with that. They force Spirits back. They can now take that main stairs control. And Spirits will retain 2 of those Toxic Babes in his pocket, so he can use those late rounds to try to deny a plant. But even still, I think he wanted to deny a little bit more on that main stairs. I think that needed to be the opening point where they work a pick or where they stall a lot of time. With low HP, it's the right call to retreat, but they need to have good anchor play. Admittedly, they did have that in round number 1.
They did. Spirits and Adam had a slow start on Kafe. It is repeating itself, much to the depths of Unwanted, who will now look longingly at a scoreboard that also has Gavin at 0 kills. Very out of the ordinary for how he's had a tournament where he's dominated so well. FaZe Clan have drones in every nook and cranny of this bomb site. They've been getting picked away at by Unwanted. Only 2 of those drones remain, but FaZe probably gained enough intel to say who really cares at this point. Fire will go down, and oh my, Adam is getting cooked alive in his position, forced into the hallway. Gavin breaks the goose egg. His Dream is punished by KDS. Both teams now just killing each other all over the bomb site as the proverbial rubber hits the proverbial road. Houghton and Souls now in a one-on-one shootout with no diffuser in hand for FaZe Clan. Houghton will get a swing over through the hallway, lined up on the wrong side of those crates, and now Souls will be in pursuit, but Houghton has managed to peel off over towards blue. Souls wants the engagement, but Houghton swings on him. Souls put in a position where he had to do battle against the clock, and it gave Houghton an opening to capitalize.
Perfectly played by the captain of Unwanted, hot and cold in the 1v1. He's been the hero down in the basement for this team. Perfectly played that, buying his time, getting the better of Souls, who frankly has not had the best tournament in terms of his clutches.
We got a timeout that's been called by
Hey, I just want us to
Let's
talk
listen
about these
to what
last
Mint
two
has to
fucking
say.
defenses, right? I
have
want
an idea for Cash.
Go ahead.
I mean, if we run back Cash, I think we could run the wall now, but I want to move 2 walls to the con walls and play a zombie and bandit in there.
Yeah. We gotta start giving up more counters on the end of the round, because like they're able to like fucking slow crawl us and take the map from us, but we need to have more more layers on the fucking back end. So I think that's a great idea, Matt. I mean, even if you played more fucking Valk on some of our holds and just try to like do an under, like if we go Cash again and we have Valk and we fucking power the demos under, we can play for C4s under as well.
I think we first let's just run our gym back. I'm gonna go Valk, okay? I'm gonna just play like a fucking rat.
Make him do something.
The same dropping. I'm dropping the bandit though. I don't know if anyone wants that.
I'm playing Legion this time too.
Strat's being called out for that CC bomb site.
The audience is not privy to what is being said during the timeouts. They have to make their own amusement, and they've been doing a great job of it so far today. It's effectively a tri-cast between you, me, and the audience at this point.
The audience, you know, they don't have the widest vocabulary, but the words they say them really well.
Yes, they're very reliable.
Going back to that last round, I mean, Souls in the 1v1, he's struggled in the 1vx's so far. He's actually the least clutch player at the 6th Invitational, winning just 1 of his attempted 37 clutches coming into this game. Might have had a couple more attempts in map number 1, my memory eludes me, but even still, he was in a poor position because Hot and Cold played that so well. Sometimes in the 1vx, you know, you're not gonna be favored. Your teammates don't set you up perfectly, not trying to put that all on Souls, but important for Hot and Cold to clutch down those moments, even when you're in the advantage, because they often weren't doing that back on Kafe.
Day 2 of the grand finals, and the crowd has discovered a second player.
Who knows, maybe by the time they're facing BDS, they'll know the whole roster.
You have high expectations.
Well, I believe in NA crowds. Perhaps naively. This time the cash extension isn't nearly as committed from Unwanted. Azami from Adam this time around being played closer to construction, not quite top red. Gavin was still in that position, but he's played it with the Legion instead, and he's not really bringing as critical of utility. FaZe have answered that by working a bit more on the windows, but they still want this control, and Gavin will still be the point man. The fact that he's not bunkered in with the zombie, though, means he can retreat, stay alive, and feeling a lot better than last time.
All 3 of Gavin's kills coming in the previous round. It's been a very top-heavy set of matches to this point for Unwanted, as in saw Dream, Gavin, and Houghton leading the way on Kafe. A great read now!
Oh, so close.
KDS taking a lot of damage, but the Nitro Cell was about a second too late. KDS could have been blown sky high, and with it, have to expect some of the chances for FaZe Clan would have gone with him.
Half the HP, though, still removed, and he's going to move over to this window position instead. Vidiking with the fuse kit on the Monty is still holding on to construction, so that seems like where the push is going to come through. But FaZe are still taking their time. They're a team who like to use the clock as much as they can. If they can get Jacuzzi open, that would be nice. If they can clear out Spirits, who we saw playing on that bottom floor, that would be effective as well. Here comes Jacuzzi.
Dream is in such a bad spot here, on the run, being hounded inside a bathroom as now Vidiking breathes down their neck. He's trying to ping the Legion, but instead he's getting a ping on the Kiva barrier behind him. Handy starts things off, the Nitro Cell will go, down goes Souls, as they will continue to trade back and forth. Now it's Dream on the board. 3 separate players credited with kills on the side of Unwanted, but Cyber and Handy are just so good in the clutch, and the lead goes back to the Brazilians. Unwanted are seemingly wanting an uphill battle, and oh by, they've got it.
Cyber and Handy played together perfectly in that late round. They were both holding kind of back positions. The youngest and oldest members of FaZe Clan, one out on Jacuzzi Breach, one out on the Master Windows. And as that main push came through from Logi, it was the Monty leading the charge. It got devastated. It was rightfully the focal point for Unwanted. They wanted to make sure they could not get the Monty into sight, but they forgot about the other angles. Of course, Handy coming in from Jacuzzi, and then once again, Cyber out on those windows were really the problem players for Unwanted. The FaZe Clan are looking mighty fine on their own map pick of Clubhouse. They've secured themselves at minimum a tied half and potentially for a 4-2.
It'd be another 4-2 half for FaZe as they sprung off to an early lead on Kafe and never looked back. Unwanted very close to drawing the same scoreline on map number 1, but right now there are just no answers for this FaZe attack. Kafe was decided an awful lot by mistakes that Unwanted committed. It was a very sloppy first map for the North Americans, and they did not play their style of game. FaZe Clan were as good as we expect. Here, Unwanted aren't committing as many mistakes. It's just FaZe looks so strong while they pick this map for good reason.
One thing the audience won't be aware of is that in that tack timeout, Hot and Cold said he wanted to play CCTV Cash with the wall denial still. Adam staying on that Bandit, but he also wanted to move 2 walls over towards Construction, which he just set up in the prep phase towards Logi. Adam is going to be playing that position on the Bandit. We see him right now holding that con single as well as the 2 walls to Logi. That gets droned out by FaZe, but that's still going to be a tough obstacle to get past. If we see some great bandit tricking from Adam, it would really throw a wrench into the plan of FaZe Clan. Remember, this is where their push finished in the last round, so if they can stop that, it would be a huge change. Nicely done.
Got it. Huge work by Adam to keep this part of the map in control. Construction being worked on by FaZe still, but a third player's been discovered.
Cheering for the bandit trick. He may be 1-5, but it's that util play that comes out in Siege that can be just as important.
There is a small section of the crowd cheering for FaZe Clan, but I mean, we're in North America. They're going to cheer for the North American teams. That's just how it works. Unwanted need everything that the crowd has. They need everything that the team has to stay in this match at the moment, because at this point, they've been outclassed by FaZe.
It's a good time waste so far over by Construction. Losing Hot and Cold feels kind of bad for it, but the Azami had already done a lot of work setting up that part of the map. Bottom floor fight, hugely important. Handy 7-2, doesn't lose these often. Actually just takes time away, says, what if I just stop the wall from being bandit tricked?
And what if Gavin actually wants to get active with Dream by his side? Zono Canister at the supply door, leading the lounge, preventing Unwanted and preventing FaZe Clan from doing battle for the time being. Cyber takes down Adam, and now Gavin will freeze himself in this position. The death mark will no longer work. KDS on that beat, Gavin dies. FaZe Clan in full control. No flawless round as Dream fires back and finds 2. Sidearm will have to come out, and he hits all those shots.
Wait a minute.
Down below, but with no way to stop the plant other than bullets. He'll retake red now. 16 bullets in his magazine. Cross being watched by Vidaking. Dream fighting himself out of this position. FaZe Clan with the right read. And Vidaking just needs to wait. Dream had nowhere to go. Just as they did in map number 1, it's a 4-2 first half for FaZe.
It's another attack. It's another master class from Cyber and Handy. Handy all alone down below.
We've got a call in with Nix yet again, and Nix, you are looking at the exact same scoreline on Kafe. Do you feel any different about this map than you did on Kafe?
I think on the defensive half, we definitely made some mistakes in terms of our positioning. I think that we could have been trading better, and I think that that's what kind of ended up, putting us in the 2-4 position. It doesn't mean that it's as bad as it was in, Kafe or anything like that. I think we can definitely bring it back in the attack after the game plan that we came up with. So.
Going on to attack on Clubhouse, and if you're not able to put up a 4-2 scoreline or better, this is the end of the road. What does Unwanted need to do to send this either into the win column or into overtime?
I mean, biggest thing we talked about is that we were getting the opening advantages basically every time on Kafe. We just need to make sure that we're targeting correctly and making sure that we're playing the end game of the rounds correctly.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Winning the next round after a half like that is critically important, Parker.
Yep.
We saw it on map number 1. What happened? FaZe Clan won the first round of the second half. It went 5-2, and from that point, the hope started draining from the eyes of Unwanted. This is critical that they get a bounce-back attack to start, but it's not going to be easy. Of the 10 times FaZe Clan have defended the basement floor on Clubhouse so far at the 6th Invitational, they have an 8-2 record. They are incredibly proficient at defending this bomb site. That means there's a lot of odds, though. Unwanted know what FaZe Clan like to do here. They've got a couple different strats because they're FaZe Clan, of course they do. It's not a heavy commitment to a roam, but there is some rat play going on here, Parker, as KDS is being hid out in garage, and Cyber is shooting drones for him and causing a distraction.
There's a drone hold to his left. Oh my! KDS goes on drone, though, and a massive 2K! Blowing this round wide open. Brilliantly timed by FaZe Clan, and immediately Unwanted lose their Blackbeard and their Capitao. A devastating start for the North Americans, Jesse.
You couldn't have lost 2 more important operators, maybe the Habana, but even still, losing the Capitao for the execute is so rough, and Spirits has not had the success on this operator throughout the day. He's been so good with shields throughout the tournament, but something about FaZe Clan, they've just seemed to figure him out.
There's another roam upstairs. Handy goes undroned. Unwanted losing out on information. Nix mentioned how that was a problem, and now it is coming to pass yet again. As the flames inside of Dirt Tunnel do no good. Hot and cold now, absorbing an awful lot of damage from that nitro cells. Those Goyo canisters will just buy an endless amount of time for FaZe.
And they've got a lot of time, to be fair, Unwanted. The problem is they don't want to go past that Dirt Tunnel because they don't know where these other FaZe Clan players are. Only 3 drones scattered around the map, and this is a risky maneuver because Adam could get flanked at any moment.
Still got those 2 adrenal surges to give Hot and Cold a bit more HP, but 5 players remain for FaZe Clan. You've got your work cut out for you. Nitro Cell goes off. Houghton doesn't suffer through it. He continues onwards, absorbing an awful lot of damage. Adam, though, looking for some coverage. It's all up to Houghton as KDS gets 3. Handy with the knockout blow. FaZe Clan want this rematch against Furia, and they are taking us there in a hurry. 5-2 now, the scoreline. If you're a fan of Unwanted, you've got that feeling in the pit of your gut that this might be the end of the road.
I mean, KDS bottom garage was just a devastating dagger. How do you come back after a start like that to the round? This right here, I mean, they tried to charge through the Blackbeard. Not sure if they had VODs on this on the side of FaZe Clan, but they were so ready for it.
This Unwanted core, by the way, is the last North American team to have won a major international event. They did so in Manchester under that Beast Coast roster, or Beast Coast organization, if you want to call it that. Beast Coast got bought out by M80, but before that, C9, Cloud9 had taken over a partnership with Beast Coast. NA has not had a lot of international success. In the last 4 years, it's been what, TSM at SI?
Yeah.
Dark Zero at the Charlotte Major, and now C9 BC at Manchester.
Even
almost a year ago.
Pretty old.
What?
Even some of those are pretty old.
Well, no, you have to go back years.
Yeah.
Europe and Brazil have dominated international events over the last 3 years, and NA has been the little kid brother of those 3 regions, despite having a lot of money, despite having high salaries, big organizations, sponsorship opportunities. And NA just seems to not be able to hit that 6th gear when they get to an international event. There's still plenty of time for Unwanted to turn this around, but hope is slipping through the fingers of UW at this moment.
It's a moment like this. Somebody's got to step up, be a leader, give some hope to these players, someone on the team. Hot and cold, dreams, spirits, doesn't matter who it is at this point. Somebody's got to step up. Just like when FaZe Clan were attacking CCTV Cache, it looks like construction will be the final focus for Unwanted. FaZe very aware of this. They've set up these castle barricades to slow things down, and of course the Nitro Cell's ready for this movement as well. They've got to get somebody down below to clear out the bandit batteries. Cyber's put a battery on this wall. That will be probably the job of Adam. to go through, if not a frag grenade to clear that. Or you could go the old-fashioned way. EMP's also stopped out that nitro cell, so beautifully tossed out.
I don't know if the nitro cell was botched or was meant to land in that opening, but either way, it does not find the success that it was looking for. Now they'll fire through the wall and try to keep these FaZe defenders far enough back.
Dream is still situated outside the main breach, and he's waiting for Gavin to rotate over so they can get the main CC wall open. If they get this, there goes the long-range EMP. It opens up a second angle that will be devastating for the positioning of FaZe Clan.
Hot and Cold has been dropped. He was coming to blows with King. The leader on the side of FaZe Clan has been exceptional so far, but Spirits and Dream have found an opening, and two stacked up over towards Red will pose a problem for FaZe. Soul's fighting his way out of his position against Adams. Now Spirits is in tow. Nitro Cells landing as it's Spirits and Gavin against two from FaZe. No diffuser in hand for Unwanted. They will need to retrieve the case, which is far removed from the execute. Does give Handy and King an opportunity to get back to the site. King is spotted. Handy is down below, but with no explosives, he will have to take this engagement head on. Up top of the stairs, seeing Gavin, the Blackbeard is off of the plant. King, at this point, nothing but a human drone, as Unwanted scramble to get out of the bomb site in the post plant. Gavin holding this tight angle on the wall, Blackbeard giving the information away. Handy wins one. How about a second engagement, trying to force this Blackbeard in? He's gonna be immobile for the time being. Handy looking to long arm it. Spirits will go for the vault in towards construction, buying time. The mirror in hot pursuit now. Limited opportunity. Spirits wins the engagement. A huge round from the French Canadian, and Unwanted will not allow FaZe Clan to take series point.
And that is the shield play we've been waiting to see. Spirits, welcome to the server. The Blackbeard, perfect in that moment. Started off by peeking with the shield up as he got into the site. Made sure he could get that space, that information for his teammates. Then brought out the gun to clear us some of those angles, take some aggressive plays. They got to the 2v2, slowed things down. Caught the flank coming up through rafters. Lost one, tried to call teammates, but it wasn't quite there. In the 1v1, backed up, waited for the bash. That is exactly how you're supposed to play Blackbeard. A clinic on how to play Siege's most recently reworked operator. And that was not an easy round from Unwanted. Yes, they just barely got that main breach open, but it took them some time. And it was the opening pick from FaZe too. I thought King's flank up rafters was gonna be fast enough that it caught them off guard, but they were ready for it. In the 1v2 against the Blackbeard as well. I mean, that is not an easy position. That's the first.
Use a lot of metaphors, like, got a lot of runway to land that plane, or, you know, they've got room to turn this one around, or, you know, the light's not at the end of the tunnel, etc.
Yeah.
Whatever metaphor you want to use here, Unwanted realize how bad of a position they find themselves in. FaZe is now on the side that FaZe wants on FaZe's map. FaZe has you right where they want you.
Yep.
This is a lot of information inside of Garage.
Don't know about the Valkyrie, Parker. They didn't bring an IQ. They won't be able to spot these out unless they directly think to look up at it. That's going to be a massive disadvantage if they don't know the cameras are on them in this whole time. Now, for Unwanted's sake, there is nobody from FaZe Clan actually holding cash, so they will learn this with their drones, and it's going to be hard for FaZe to capitalize on this unless they send somebody down below to play a nitro or maybe for a late flank. For now, it doesn't look like they're going to be able to capitalize on the Valkyrie cams, but that information will persist as long as Unwanted don't spot out the Black Eyes.
They saw one.
Okay.
Spirit shot the one Black Eye cam that was inside of CCTV, so the knowledge is there. We have seen teams time and time again hide operators in the prep phase. Clash is a great example of that. Yep. KDS, doesn't matter what operator he's on, but the way he was hidden in the previous round, or 2 rounds ago, was instrumental in FaZe Clan winning their very first round on defense. This time, if you're able to keep the Valkyrie hidden, well, the damage that you can do is quite extensive. They had a good read on Gavin's entry inside of Raptors, but nothing came of it. And now it's Unwanted's job to open up this top.
Con single opened up. They're looking for Jacuzzi as well. Should be able to get this open now as Gavin's tossing out his last Selma charges. It's been good hard breach. No disruption from FaZe Clan for the first 2 minutes of this round. Unwanted retake cash. They've got Jacuzzi open. They can go Logi if they want. They have a ton of options in the 5v5.
Everybody's still alive with 40 seconds left. Jesse, this is going to be an all-out brawl. Cyber looked ready to get the very first kill, but it's Souls to do that instead. KDS goes big for 2, transferring over to Gavin. He cannot secure. Spirits and Adam are the last 2 standing. FaZe doubling up in numbers, looking for match points, series points. It eluded them, but the King goes for 4. And by God, FaZe Clan have only 3 minutes to go until they get a date with Destiny. They have stunned this crowd. Unwanted have had no answers so far for FaZe.
MGM pretty quiet at this point. Some singing, actually, I think, from the audience. They can start to feel the momentum. There are a few FaZe fans out there, of course. We know that Unwanted have it in them. They've gotten out of tough spots before, but none quite as tough as this. An early opening death from Hot and Cold right before that execute started on the gym window, really started things off tough. And then from there, it just felt like FaZe Clan were doing a great job holding their angles. They always seemed to know where the pushes were coming from. KDS pushing out of Logi into Con was the big difference maker. Leave it up to KDS to make a miracle happen when in that 5v5, honestly, I thought Unwanted were gonna be in a position where they would be able to take it. Just didn't seem to come out though.
This is the feeling of this FaZe Clan seeming so inevitable. There were times where G2 would be in a similar predicament when they went through their incredible run years ago. Furia felt like that just a year prior when they were on their dynasty-defining tear, winning every single event in 1 calendar year. Furia took a bit of a step back after that point. They were known as W7M at the time, now they're Furia. But while they got knocked out in the quarters of Manchester, didn't make it to Montreal at all, Furia is sitting and licking their chops at this matchup. Either you get what seems to be a weakened, unsure, Unwanted, or you get the rematch of the match that everybody's been talking about over the last 12 months.
FaZe seem excited to get that rematch too, though. Whilst the big games at SI have often gone the way of Furia, FaZe have won the vast majority of contests between those 2 Brazilian teams. Always 1 round at a time, though. FaZe can't look too far ahead. Unwanted will pose a threat on these attacks, and Hot and Cold's jumped right back onto the Sens. This is an operator that we did see getting a bit of play on this bomb site even before Sens got buffed up. KDS has caused some problems on this bomb site by playing aggressive, and if he gets misdroned, I believe he just did, he could cause even more issues. Cyber once again playing that role of a drone shooter, the distraction. Eventually Unwanted are gonna wander over towards Secret Stairs, and that could be an opportunity, but Gavin was able to shut it down.
And KDS has been a big difference maker in this series. It was him and Souls on map number 1. Now it's Handy and KDS putting up numbers here on map 2. FaZe Clan still have plenty of tools in their arsenal. They can make a course correction. You gotta wonder if all those Kiva barriers got put down or not. That will give some staying power to the defenders. Unwanted have an advantage with 1 minute left on the clock.
This is your time to set things up. You've already stopped 1 bit of aggression from FaZe. You wouldn't expect another. Gavin's taking control of blue. The kitchen hatch is open. The moto hatch is open. A lot of angles being exposed for Unwanted, but they gotta pick and choose where they want to go. Right now, it's looking like kitchen's gonna be the most likely drop. We see main stairs often as an opportunity when a Sens is involved too. You toss that roller down the hallway to get some lines of sight blocked. It's going to be important that FaZe step up for a pick early.
It is insane how aggressively Vineking is holding that part of the map. Dream as backup as now Spirits is the focal point, marching his way down the main corridor. The Sens wall, taking lines of sight away. Cyber the only one with a pulse at the moment, as it's him in a 1v4. He manages to stop the defuse with 20 seconds left, and now he will be watched over in Moto. But Dream sends him skidding off the road, and Unwanted takes an incredibly vital round. 2 more for Unwanted, and we have overtime. FaZe Clan have them on the ropes until then.
You better clap for that one. Dream saved them in the end. Cyber was in a position where he could have clutched that easily in the 1v4. I say easy. Nothing's easy at this level, but he was in the position to do so, had the fuse kit down. Dream made sure to get that trade early, shut down any hope of a comeback to clutch the 1v4. And that's important. Win the rounds that you're supposed to win. The Sens play once again from Hot and Cold was beautifully done. They punish on the Azami. They did have a drone on that position the whole time. Really good information. Gavin made the space in blue, but this Sens wall really made all the difference for me. We saw it from Kafe as well. Hot and Cold had some brilliant strats on another operator that was very recently buffed. We're seeing teams bring out this op more and more, and Hot and Cold seems to be the maestro when it comes to using these Sens walls. Getting closer.
Well, I mean, it also wouldn't be NA if they didn't give their fans false hope. And then at the moment, ultimately fall short. We're not quite at the do or die period of time when it comes to that hope. Unwanted still needs to win at least one more round where you're like, okay, we're one round away, we can do this. And then FaZe Clan wins 7-5 and you go, oh, NA got me again. I'm not saying that's what's gonna happen. I'm just saying it would be objectively funny.
Listen, if you're gonna make an enemy team throw a couple of games against you, if you're gonna make a crazy comeback like this, it's helpful to do it against a team that had probably the greatest choke of all time in a single map.
I think that's a pretty good way of putting it.
So FaZe Clan struggles with the mental in the past, but they get the opening pick in round 11.
And Spirits has been very ineffective in both of these maps so far.
Yeah.
If there is to be a post-mortem for Unwanted, I fear what Spirits and Adam's report card will show. I mixed metaphors, it's fun.
Wow.
You don't do report cards for post-mortems.
You could.
Maybe you do, I'm not a mortician. Or a corn. I just talk about video games. And what I can tell you right now is FaZe Clan have so much stall potential, Jesse.
Yep, and they have so much map control too. What do Unwanted have? Literally nothing. They want to get Raptors, but against an Azami, good luck. They've got Hot and Cold on the Capitao, and they've got nades.
KDS is fighting his way out of this position. He might be a dead man walking. Gavin taking down Cyber. Grenade misses. Adam dies at the door. KDS didn't seem to have that information relayed to him from Handy, as now the clash will slow them down on the breach. Hot and fishing down below Rafters for a pick as Dream had his hands full with the shield. Gavin is not far removed from Garage either, but he will have to link up with Dream. Hotten's the one holding the diffuser. If he dies, they surrender it inside of Garage. That would be a devastating place for it to go down.
But at the same time, you cannot execute without killing KDS, so you've got to commit to this.
And they're gonna do just that. They run up, he's totally blind.
Good.
Bullets will fly through the rotate as now that's Raptors control, and Gavin is the cross outside. A great look for Unwanted at this moment as these three FaZe defenders are boxed into cash. The only thing working in their favor, Jesse, is Vidiking. The shield can walk up and nullify Gavin's potential. Hotten only has one smoke remaining. No way to spread fire and keep these defenders in an uncomfortable position. Now it's Dream slowed down. Reminder, Hotten has that diffuser, looking for an opening. He and Dream in on this! And it's a two-piece for Dream as we go all 12 rounds!
Hot and Cold just rotated construction. That was an entirely Rafters and main breach push. I have the top-down feed. I didn't realize Hot and Cold was going construction. He had the gap. Everybody was focused on Dream, and fair play to Dream. He hit those shots. Hot and Cold being the pinch player, though, was massive. That's the teamwork. That's the coordinated play that we've primarily been seeing at a FaZe.
And in that round, Jesse, teamwork made the dream work.
One more round, Parker. One more for overtime.
I understand what the crowd is chanting for, but I also can't help but hint the humor in that one more round is also what FaZe Clan fans would be chanting.
True.
One more round and then FaZe Clan wins. One more round, you go to overtime. Both of these teams realize how consequential round 12 will be. Unwanted, finding their footing, maybe a bit too late in these series. Unwanted committed an awful lot of mistakes on Kafe. Mint pointed it out. Yep. We talked about it with some of the analysts in between these maps. Those were errors that Unwanted haven't really been making. They made them. Now, they've been playing a much cleaner Clubhouse, and the scoreline reflects that.
Frankly, Unwanted better hope that there's not just one more round to this game, because overtime will be favored. Full bottom floor hold once again from FaZe. It is a light roam. KDS not going to be the one extending this time around. It is Cyber himself, who has mostly been playing support. Handy as well on the main stairs, but often deceptive how passive that position really is. A quick fallback as Cyber trails him back to the basement, and it doesn't look like they're going to play any games. They got to match point by playing quite aggressive, by taking some risks, hoping for some missed drones, and it did pay off a couple times. KDS got punished the most recent time he played that position, and now he's deciding the better of it. What it's done, though, it's caused a lot of time to be committed to droning.
So this is what I was just going to say, and I'm glad you mentioned that. There was something that I remember watching before I was actually a tier 1 caster. That
in the 80s?
Roughly about the 1980s, give or take. And the teams were discussing that when you don't usually drone Clubhouse, because at the time, the meta was everybody's going to turtle on these bomb sites. You don't really need to drone it out.
Yeah.
Well, things started to change. Maverick as an operator changed that. The Mute meta combo, the Mute Mozzie combo changed that a lot as well. And what happens is that you can kind of lightly drone Clubhouse. The moment you don't thoroughly drone it and you get bitten for it, you now go and over-drone the map. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Unwanted, where because KDS was able to fly under the radar, now we are having slower entries from Unwanted as they dot their I's and cross their T's.
With the Habana, they've opened up every hatch that they could want on this site. Eyeing that Moto hatch, deciding who wants to pick up the defuse kit. It will be Spirits who can plant with that shield on his back. Last time they rolled Descends down the main hallway and tried to plant back Armory. That won't be an option today.
There's no sense, that's why.
Correct, Parker, that is true. Church Wall looks very intimidating, fully electrified, fully reinforced, and a Nitro ready to toss over top. Here it goes. Good patience by Spirits. Doesn't get caught off by that, but they gotta find an entry.
Adam falls in the hands of Handy, and now next one up is Dream. At the door frame, seeing the bandit, down goes Handy. Gavin drops over towards Blue. A linear execute from Unwanted is not what they want. They can pick up Spirits as Dream absorbs some damage from the shock wires on the wall. Hot and holding over that kitchen hatch. A 3v3. Coming down to the wire, only 10 seconds left, and Diffuser will need to be retrieved. Spirits had dropped it when he fell. Now it's Hot in the drop. 2 remain for Unwanted. FaZe Clan have things working. A triple for Dream, but Vidaking will stop them in their tracks. And FaZe Clan wakes Unwanted from their dream run. We will have an SI Grand Finals rematch in the lower bracket, as FaZe and Furia will do battle for a spot in the SI Grand Finals.
Another day in the office for FaZe Clan. Unwanted, they still made history. One of the deepest runs we've ever seen from an Orgless team. The first time an Orgless squad has made top 4 since year 1 at the 6th Invitational. They should feel very proud, but at the end of the day, it is FaZe Clan who are the better.
I don't think you can be disappointed with what happened on Clubhouse, but
no.
That Kafe map for Unwanted is going to haunt them for quite some time. It was a devastating start to this series that Unwanted took way too long to come back from, and top 4 is not bad at all. You are one of the 4 best teams in the world, but no team comes to this event saying, 4th place is fine. Everybody wants to win, especially when you've won a major this year. Our winners are ready. Ian, take us through the interview.
Thank you very much, Parker. KDS, I'm going to keep this short and sweet because you have another best of 3 to go and prepare for. You are in a 6th Invitational rematch from the Grand Final of Sao Paulo last year. Can you win this time around, and why?
Yeah, at this time we are gonna win Furia, but it will be a tough match, you know. So I think it will be amazing to play against them again.
All right, well, best of luck. I'm going to let you get on your way. Thank you very much, KDS. Now, while I've got this crowd, I know that you are very disappointed, but of course, we have an orgless roster that came out here with no sponsors on their shirts, nothing but black t-shirts, and I want you to make some noise for the legendary run they put together for Unwanted. But of course, mad respect to FaZe Clan as well. What a performance from them. They have locked in that lower bracket final against Furia. That is coming up very soon. And we've got a Commendation coming up too. We'll see you after the break.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Six Invitational 2025 Heartbreak, as Unwanted have been knocked out of the Invitational in the top 4. FaZe Clan advance, and we will get the rematch, FaZe v Furia, from last year's Invitation.
Yeah, obviously for the North American crowd, it's not the best that the fact that North America is now out of this tournament. Unwanted was their last hope. However, I will say, the fact that we're getting a rematch of last year's SI is incredible. And obviously whoever wins will go and play BDS. In terms of this game, I think FaZe were the favorites. It was important as the favorites, if they're going to make the final, that they come through unscathed, that it's a clean 2-0 victory. And yeah, sure, you know, we was very nearly in overtime on map 2, but that was very few rounds that they played in comparison to the, you know, in theory, 45 rounds they could have played though.
I will say Unwanted did not give that easy, you know? They fought back, they fought way harder.
Yeah.
This map was much better. This map, in fact, should have been what we should have saw the entire matchup, right? Much closer, because I think Unwanted wanted to play more aggressive. I think they regained that resilience, that confidence back in taking gunfights. Dream was insane.
Yeah,
he brought
absolutely.
that back so many times, every round, every kill, with such impact, just like yesterday.
And we challenged them pre-match, or I challenged them pre-match. It's like, if you're going to lose, there's a way to lose. You need to put your best account on the table, and if the other team beats you fair and square, fair enough. That's what Unwanted did inside of that second map, so they can certainly hold their heads up and be proud of their achievements at this tournament in totality, but also in that second map. Without an AUG, you know, on this miracle run, this is a monumental achievement for this team. You know, I'm sure we're going to see them back again going into 2025.
I just have one request, or one thing that I hope for, is that Dream will not retire. After dropping such a performance at this SI, I hope he's going to get picked up, or I hope he's going to stay with that team, and they're going to find an organization. Whatever happens, I will not continue seeing this guy play at top tier level.
I mean, look at that. He's the MVP of the entire series.
Despite losing 2-0.
A player that, yeah, exactly. Despite losing 2-0, he's the MVP. Obviously, I think coming into this, even coming into this team, nobody was expecting Dream to be the one to drop numbers, and yet he has consistently throughout this tournament.
You can always expect something from him, and of course, it needs to be the entire team working together. We saw glimpses and shadows of it in Map 2 Clubhouse, as you both described, but it was not meant to be today. Maybe on another day we'd have a different kind of result. That's just kind of it. But Leo, do you have something you'd like to show us?
Yeah, it's just one more example of how Unwanted wanted to play more aggressive. This extension here in construction is quite new, I think, and not something that many teams are doing on cache bomb site. They actually reinforce the walls to office with bandit trick, and look at these double Kiba barriers. To protect the bandit charges, to protect the bandit trick, they will give away that spot, right, that construction. But this is something that can easily get reused in ranked, and I thought was just one example of how I wanted to play a little bit more aggressive, be in the face of FaZe, be more proactive.
The problem was they played against a FaZe that were just on another level today. They were dynamic. They were instantly changing their plan whenever they were reading into, hey, there's a full army setup. They actually did a full cache site clear and then planted CCTV at one point, which is pretty much unheard of a lot of the time in the conventional ways of attacking. So FaZe still had the answers despite that as well.
Time efficiency has been key for FaZe here so far at the Invitational, despite the amount of rounds that they've played. And coming up to this game, as you both talked, they were the team that ran the most rounds at the Invitational. However, the detail is what we're going to shift to now. Brought to you by Blacklighter, sponsor here at the Invitational. Gents, please, what do we got to learn from my Plateau games?
We're actually watching the execution from Unwanted. They are sending the sense here towards plate, and look at that plant spot from a Tenko. Straight after the window here. It's very unique because he's slightly off the gas, and that's how he will be able to plant. That's something very new, something you can reuse in ranked as well. That plant spot is very unique in the sense that you only have 3 really useful plant spots most of the time in that bomb site, and this was obviously a big surprise for FaZe that could not deny it. And you can see here from the vert, then Gaveni can get rid of absolutely everything because it's planted for it. Honestly, great play, great sense used from Unwanted.
And just a quick one on sense, because sense used to have no place in the meta whatsoever, was not played very often, very, very low down the play percentage charts at these events. But the balancing changes that have come into sense has made them really, really good, and they found a very unique niche that's getting adopted more and more by these pro teams for executes just like that, allowing them to be a little bit more unpredictable. Really, really nice operator to see inside of the current meta.
Well, top 4 of the Invitational, exactly when you want to pull out those fancy tricks, especially with operators that have had slight tweaks to their kit as Sense and as you mentioned. But gentlemen, we've had a great game, but we've also had great commendation yesterday for Esports, for Emmy. Today we've had it for Devs, but we also have another commendation from the community. Take a look.
Thank you very much, Milos. Like I said earlier, it is becoming one of my favorite parts of a Six Invitational, where we shine a spotlight on those that make this game so incredibly special. We've been doing it for years, and this year is no different. This community commendation is one that everybody in this room and all of you watching at home will adore. Every time you see her at an event, the spotlight is on her, and that is why she is our now newest commendee.
そうですね、やっぱ日本の伝統だったり日本の文化っていうのもすごくいいところもたくさんあるし、歴史が長いものがすごく多いのかなっていうことは感じます。侍だったり、忍者もそうだし、そうですね、ビデオゲームも日本のカルチャーだと思いますし、日本のカルチャーっていうのは世界にも広まってるし、我々の生活にもすごく密接だなと思います。私は野々宮美香です。日本で、ジャパンリーグの MC をやらせてもらったりとか、あとは、コンテンツクリエイターとして配信だったりとか、シージを盛り上げるために大会を開いたりとか、たくさん遊ばせていただいてます。シージを初めてプレイしたのはイヤー2のシーズン4からプレイしてます。最初はYouTube で見て面白そうだなと思って始めたんですけど、まず何をしていいかっていうのが分からなかったところから始まったんですけど、あとはゲームを遊んでいくうちにやっぱり周りの人も一緒に遊んだりするようになって、ここをこうした方がいいよ、ここをこうするともっといいよとか、このオペレーターが強いよとか、なんか情報がやっぱりいろいろ入ってきて、コミュニケーションでちょっとずつ成長していって、だんだん強くなっていったっていうのが本当に楽しいストーリーでした。シージは最初でもゲーム性ももちろん好きですし、作戦とかも好きですけど、一番はやっぱコミュニケーション。そう、初めて配信したのは多分5、6年前なんですけど、その時は一人で、もともとゲームはすごい好きで、自分も YouTube を見たりとかストリームを見たりする、ライブを見たりするのが好きで、私もやってみたいなと思って、そこから最初はグループを組んで3人グループで YouTube の方に動画を投稿してたんですけど、そこから、生配信とかも多分だんだん、しやすくなってきて、配信して楽しいのは、自分がやっぱなんですかね、一人でゲームすることも多かったんですけど、配信を見てくださってる皆さんと一緒にゲームをしてる気持ちになれるっていうのと、やっぱそこでしか出会えない人たちもたくさんいると思うので、新しい出会いにもなったし、今の私があるのは配信をしてきたからかなっていうふうに思います。私は最初からいたわけではないのであれですけど、私がシージをやるように遊ぶようになったりとか、日本シージの、リーグの、MC を務めさせていただくようになってから感じていることは、やっぱり本当にみんななんかシージっていうゲームがすごく大好きで、すごい家族感あります。ファミリー感があるイメージが私の中ではあります。そうですね、本当にシージのおかげでたくさん世界の友達も増えましたし、海外の大会にも行かせてもらえるようになって、今まで知らなかったそういった世界の感じとかも知ることができたりとか、あとはやっぱ一つのゲームでなかなか出会えることのない人たちと会ってお話をして、そのシージっていう共通の趣味でっていうのはやっぱすごいなと思いますし、あとやっぱ国ごとによってちょっとその大会とかだとなんていうんですかね、メタが違ったりとか動き方が違ったりとかっていう面白さもあって、シージってすごいなっていうのは改めて最近感じてます。そのゲームならではだし、その国々にいながらお互いの国のことを知ったりできる、なんか今までではない素敵なツールなのかなと思います。
She cares a lot about making people feel like they're a part of her community and that everyone is accepted.
When I think of Japanese Siege, Mika these days is what comes to mind. It's such a warm, infectious personality as well. She's always so welcoming. She's just such a delightful person to have in the community.
特にこうなんかね、まさかこんな受賞なんてさせてもらえるなんてまず思ってもなかったし、ただ好きなことを楽しく盛り上げて一緒に盛り上げていけたら、私にできることやれたらいいなと思ってここに来てしまったので、個人的に頑張ってきたものもあって、なんか苦しい時期もあったし、だからこういった賞がもらえるのは本当に頑張ってきてよかったなって思うすごい賞だと思います。で、日本の皆さんはまさかこう日本人からこの賞をもらう人が出るなんて多分思ってもいなかっただろうし、でもこれって私一人ではなくて日本の皆さん、日本の CG コミュニティの皆さんと一緒に作り上げて一緒にいただいた賞だと私はすごく思います。
Ladies and gentlemen, looking more fabulous than ever, it's Mika! Mika, this is your award. Congratulations. Sahil is going to join us on stage for any translation here. I don't know where to start. Mika, when did you fall in love with this game and why?
いつこのゲームのことを好きになりましたか？なぜ？
日本語で話させていただきます。イヤー2からこのゲームをプレイしているんですけど、もちろんゲーム性が面白いのは一番なんですけど、たくさんの人たちとコミュニケーションをとってできるゲームだなと思って、シージをプレイするうちに友達もたくさん増えましたし、コミュニティがすごく広がったっていうのがこのゲームの一番好きなところで感謝しているところです。
I've started playing this game since year 2, and while the game itself is incredibly fun, there's a lot of communication required in this game, and I love meeting new people. Thanks to this game, I managed to meet a lot of new people, made a lot of new friends, and that's why I've continued playing Siege.
We love to see you at any event in cosplay, and you always look so good, and the community always loves to see you at these events. But what inspired you to start doing cosplay?
今まで何回もコスプレされたことがあると思いますけど、なぜコスプレし始めたんですか？
この CG コミュニティの皆さんのコスプレって本当にすごいと思うんですよ。So love you! そう、すごいよくて、私もいつか絶対にやりたいと思っていて、そんな時にアザミというオペレーターが登場して、このオペレーターは絶対私がやるんだと思って、もうでも CG の中でアザミを開発してくれた方に本当に心から感謝しています。
So I watched a lot of the majors, and I saw a lot of the community cosplayers doing Siege cosplay, and I got inspired by them. When I saw the Azami character released, I decided there was a calling for me. That's the reason.
I love that. I've got to ask you, what does it mean? Normally you are somewhere within the crowd or elsewhere, but now you are under the bright lights on the big stage here in Boston. What does this mean to you?
今ボストンでここで立って、これはののみかに対してどういう今お気持ちを感じてますか？
正直まだ信じられません。こう嬉しい気持ちと、嬉しい気持ちと、びっくりしている気持ちが、あります。ただこう世界に来れるようになって、世界大会に来るようになって、私はこう日本と世界の距離感を縮めたいなと思って頑張ってきました。もうプレイの面では選手の皆様が頑張ってくれているので、私はコミュニティの面で頑張れたらいいなと思って、自分にできることを精一杯頑張ってきたつもりです。そしたらこんな賞をいただいてしまったのですごいびっくりしてるんですけど、こんな賞をくださった UBI ソフトの皆様、そして一緒に頑張ってきた UBI ジャパンのサヒルさん、アビゲルさん、そして Marisa, thank you so much. そして私が全然英語ができないんですけど、こうやって受け入れてくれた世界のコミュニティの皆様、そしてコンテンツクリエイターズ、そしてキャスターズ、あとは本当にもう日本の皆様にもう心から感謝の気持ちでいっぱいです。
Good luck, Sahil.
That's a long one. I'm both surprised and shocked and happy at the same time. I'd like to thank Ubisoft, the global Ubisoft, for giving me the opportunity to receive this award, including Abigail and Sahil from Ubisoft Japan, and Melissa. Thank you so much. I've been trying to connect Japan with the world for a long time, and esports players are automatically, they compete in international events. I try to bring my community, and that is why this means a lot to me.
I think it is safe to say that everybody here and everybody watching at home, we love Mika, right? And I absolutely adore what this moment means to you. And it has been a privilege standing here next to you, delivering you this commendation. And how cool is this kimono, by the way? Just before we throw this back, you only get these moments once in a lifetime. So please, ladies and gentlemen, one more time for Mika! Thank you very much, Sahil, as well, for joining us up here. Mika, enjoy the rest of the 6th Invitational. That was an emotional one. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you so much, Ian. And congratulations one more time to Mika. The amount of effort and work she puts into her stream and also delivering Siege Esports into the Japanese community has been incredible, and it was wonderful for all of us to kind of watch it grow over the years. Japanese community is very lucky to have you, and so are we in the international English-speaking part of it, but also, I guess, the French part and the MENA part. Well, all of it, the world, right? That's a beautiful thing. This is a commendation coming out from the entire community to Mika. But gentlemen, we talked about games, we talked about commendations. It's always good to talk about the future. And the future of esports, as always we say, the future is now, right, Jack?
Yeah, the future is now. There's obviously some changes coming, and yeah.
So let us come together and see a quick look of the upcoming Rainbow Six esports season for 2025.
2025 season of Rainbow Six Esports is set to be the most competitive yet. With further enhancements to R6 Share, an exciting new path to the 6th Invitational, and a revamped global league structure, the stage is set for a thrilling season. Today, we're revealing some of the final details of the upcoming competitive year. First, let's take a look at the R6 Share program, which plays a key role in supporting our teams and strengthening the esports ecosystem. We are thrilled to officially announce the final R6 Share partner teams, Loud and Cloud9, joining an already stacked lineup of some of the most prestigious organizations in Siege Esports. Additionally, following their acquisition of Fluxo, W7M will take over their partner slot. But that's not all. Affiliate teams will also be competing in the 2025 season, playing a crucial role in each region's ecosystem. These teams have earned their place in the leagues and will be battling for a shot at international glory. As previously revealed, all regional leagues will follow a 2-stage structure, with Stage 1 kicking off in the first half of June and Stage 2 resuming in September after a brief summer break. Each region will feature a combination of partner and affiliate teams, with additional slots filled through the Challenger Series. In EMEA, South America, and North America, each league will feature 10 teams competing through a group stage, followed by a 6-team playoff bracket. After Stage 2, the top 4 teams in each league will qualify for the November Major. Open qualifiers begin in early March, leading into a Swiss format group stage and culminating in playoffs to determine the final teams advancing to each regional league. The NAL Challenger Series features a distinct structure with 2 separate qualifiers. The first qualifier is open exclusively to North LATAM teams, guaranteeing them an affiliate spot. The second qualifier is open to all of North America, with an expanded format and more invited teams. The EML will feature 5 affiliate teams, with Wolves Esports, ENTS, and Virtus Pro securing slots, and 2 slots going to Challenger Series teams. The SAL will feature 5 affiliate teams, with 9Z, Black Dragons, and Ninjas in Pajamas securing slots, and 2 slots going to Challenger Series teams. The NAL will feature 5 affiliate teams, with Luminosity Gaming, Oxygen, and Shopify Rebellion securing slots, and 2 slots going to Challenger Series teams. The top 6 teams from both stages in EML, SAL, and NAL will compete in December at their respective regional finals. The winner of each regional final will secure a direct qualification to the 6th Invitational 2026, while runners-up will receive additional SI points. Finally, the Asia-Pacific League brings a unique structure to the competitive scene, divided into 3 subdivisions: APAC North, Asia, Oceania. Challenger Series tournaments in Asia and Oceania will provide a clear pathway for new teams looking to break into the league. Open qualifiers will begin in early March and run throughout the month. 16 teams will advance to the group stage, competing in a Swiss format. The top 8 teams will move on to playoffs, where they'll fight for spots in their respective regional leagues. For APAC North, all teams will be directly invited for the 2025 season, with plans to introduce a Challenger Series in 2026. The APL will feature 8 affiliate teams, distributed across its 3 subdivisions. In the APAC North subdivision, slots will go to Kinotrope, Enerforce 36, D+ Kia, and 1 additional team to be revealed later. In the Asia subdivision, slots are secured by Fury and 1 additional team to be revealed later. In Oceania, affiliate slots will go to Chiefs Esports Club and Gaming Gladiators. The APL Regional League will be split into a subdivision group stage, featuring 8 teams from each subdivision, with the top 6 teams moving on to a subdivision playoff stage. After Stage 2, the top 2 teams from the Asia and Oceania subdivisions will join the top 4 teams from APAC North in an offline major qualifier, where the top 4 teams will earn their spot for the November major. The top 2 teams from APAC North, Asia, and Oceania will battle it out in December in an offline LAN event, where 1 team will earn their place at the 6th Invitational 2026, while runners-up will receive additional SI points. With these changes, the stage is set for an incredible year of Siege Esports. Teams will battle their way through regional leagues, fight for major titles, and chase their dreams of lifting the hammer at the 6th Invitational 2026. Stay tuned for more updates, as we've still got more to reveal about our grassroots activities in the coming months.
God damn, there's a lot coming next year. Oh my God. That is a lot coming in for the 2025 esports calendar for Rainbow Six Siege. Gentlemen, I know it looks overwhelming. Trust me, we'll be studying every bit of it as the days go on, but there's got to be something that really sticks in your mind.
My key takeaway, by far, Challenger League is back.
Yeah!
Challenger is back. We're going to develop talent. We're going to focus on grassroots. We're going to elevate young players to top stages. This is exactly what I want. This is where I came from.
Yeah.
I never went to top stages, but I was the grassroots. and so this is exactly what we need, right? To keep developing talent for these games and make it last.
Especially in Europe. We've got so many strong teams that are at our kind of tier 2, tier 3 level that are consistently beating some of our bottom tier, tier 1 teams. So they're going to have the shot to prove it and get themselves up into EML. I will say as well, the return of finals.
Oh, yes.
Previously, when we had finals, it was only to play the finals. Now it qualifies for 6th Invitational. Puts so much more on the line.
Regional finals, right?
Yes.
So
Every single region having its own, which means we just get to close out the year in a great finale for every single region in the competitive eco space. But there's a lot of events, SI majors, everything in between. But there's one special surprise that I think we should all talk about.
Hey Milos, how's it going, man? I'm a big fan of Milos for a long time now, but seeing him like this has me a little bit worried. I hope he's okay.
Cara, o Milos é um cara legal, mas parece que ele perdeu o brilho, não sei dizer.
Recently, Milos hasn't been the same person.
A Tortuga leu jornal.
E eu acho que eu sei o motivo que o Milos, ele tá um pouquinho para baixo. Ele sente aquela falta do Brasil, né?
A tartaruga leu o jornal.
A tartaruga leu o jornal.
No, that's perfect.
Muito obrigado.
De nada. Congratulations.
Mas é o seguinte, eu vou avisar ele que o próximo reload vai ser no Rio de Janeiro.
A tartaruga leu o jornal.
There it is, reload coming very, very soon. Cannot wait to see how the event's gonna be like. We're going to Rio de Janeiro. We've been to Rio before. It was incredible. Brazil is incredible in general. Oh man, it'll be a nice change of scenery, right?
I mean, siege back to Brazil again after last year's SI. I mean, it holds a special place in my heart, and obviously Brazil and this community with Rainbow Six, it's such a passion.
The Brazilian fans are absolutely crazy as well. They get behind their teams so much. I cannot wait to go back to Brazil as well. And I will say, we've been cold places, we've been rainy places like Manchester.
Montreal and
negative
Boston 30.
are so cold, so get us back in the heat, baby.
Yeah, it is definitely the time for it. Gentlemen, that's a lot to break down. There's a lot to talk about in the future, and there will be more panels to discuss this. However, we're going to have to take a quick break. When we get back, our final matchup in the semifinals coming right up.
I was young, and you got no time. Better late than never. There was a time, but it's best to do something. And you got no better late than never. Yeah, yeah. was young, you got no time. Better late than never. There was a time, but it's best to do something. You got no better late than never. Yeah.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, MBs. It is time. Six Invitational 2025 continues. Our final best of three of the entire tournament before we hit the grand final tomorrow. We got a little swap out here. We got our NA crew joining us, Foxe and Laxing. I gotta say, Drip, on point.
Thank you. I mean, I would say Fox is the best looking here out of all of us. I mean, this green suit.
Doomer as hell.
You got it. We're in Boston. You know, I had to dress up in green for the state, you know. Let's go Celtics.
Playing it for the crowd. As long as you're not cheering for Bruins, that's fine. Montreal at heart here. Gonna anger some people with it. Anyways, we have some teams to talk about. Of course, not just some teams. The grand finalists of last year's Invitational are here in Boston, and we're getting it in our second to last game. FaZe versus Furia from last year was incredible. You knew Furia as W7M, and here they have gone all the distance to drop the BDS and down to the lower bracket.
We're getting the finals from last year early, but this one doesn't get you a trophy. This just gets you that opportunity to taste that trophy yet again for Furia, where they want to defend their title, whereas for FaZe, they want to gain that World Championship title.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially after the matchup Furia BDS yesterday, I think Furia's going to need some immense changes to be able to bounce back. BDS have been looking very scary, so either one of these teams going up against BDS is going to be a difficult matchup nonetheless. Both of these teams need to get to that next level. They need to get that warm-up here today.
So let's talk about what makes up that next level roster that was able to win last year's SI Furia. Now, throughout the year, they were not really present much. You couldn't really hear a peep out of them. And then that loss to open up to CAG, you're like, oh, these guys are cooked. But here they are.
Yeah, everyone counted out, but here they are. They are one game away from defending their title and then also gaining another World Championship underneath their belt. But what we saw yesterday was not the Fury that we were seeing throughout all the group stage, throughout that Phase 2. They got met by a wall, and that was BDS. And big players that really didn't pop off that game was KZ, was Herds, and JV92. And especially KZ and Herds that we've talked about throughout this entire event. Those two were leading the charge at last year's SI, and we need to see them bounce back and have those same performances that we were seeing from last year's. And then again, Felipox, he needs to be the man, the voice that is setting his team up and moving them around the map to have successful rounds. Because on BDS, where I was talking about them, they slowed down. They changed their tempo from an aggressive team to now a passive team. So I need to see the Furia that we were seeing before BDS come here against FaZe.
I mean, I think the biggest player that stands out the most is probably JV92, just because he was the MVP from last year's Invitational, and he's such a pivotal player on getting those opening kills and being that consistent backline for Furia. That's the biggest thing. KZ is able to get those frags, Felipox is the IGL, but JV92 was the player who was standing up, making play after play, and obviously against BDS, they did a really good job at shutting him down. So hopefully he's able to bounce back, and we can see him come alive against FaZe, because they're a familiar opponent, you know, get a little bit more comfortability.
Absolutely, and let's talk about FaZe then in this case, because we just saw FaZe taking down the last hope in North America, Unwanted, getting knocked out of the Invitational. But here, now, FaZe moving on to familiar territory against an opponent they know, as you said, Fox. They have what it takes to go back-to-back. They're already warmed up.
I mean, the story's so different compared to this matchup, compared to the last invite, because FaZe is not the Titan that everyone expected to be. They didn't smoke their way through playoffs. They didn't make all their way to the main stage just to choke it out. They lost early on in groups to SSG. They fall down to the losers bracket. They've had a little bit of a run through the losers bracket, and they've been slowly progressing, getting better and better. And obviously, it goes to say everybody on the team has been performing very well. Handy's been one of the best players at the tournament so far, but the player that sticks out the most to me is Cyber. Cyber, we spoke about him the whole event and how he had to elevate his play. We had to see him change the way that he played, especially with his lurk and roam roll. And I think that's exactly what we saw in the matchup against SSG. We saw him constantly rotating and being that rat player, but being around on his teammates. Every single one of his kills obviously on a map like Skyscraper, you have to be forced to play back to site, but I love the fundamentals of getting these kills and playing so much more passive than we've seen him done in the past. And it worked perfectly against SSG. And these plays, I mean, right here, the calculation, the C4, and he runs back to site, and that's what we needed to see from Cyber because he was constantly getting red by previous teams. Now we're seeing him be that aggressive player, but fall on back to his team.
Yeah, we've talked about him a ton. I mean, Cyber has been such a pivotal piece throughout this FaZe roster. Since he joined that roster, he needs to be able to allow to play his playstyle and interrupt the flow, interrupt the comms. But, I mean, we're seeing him come alive towards the very end, which is great because in the beginning, we would talk about him so much where he couldn't find that success. He was being cyber bullied by everyone in the lobby. So the fact that he is now coming alive, especially going into this last matchup can determine all of FaZe's fate of getting to that grand final, get to that shot again of once again trying to reclaim a title. I mean, it's a good scenario for FaZe, but again, they're going against Furia.
These two squads have a lot of history between them, not just in Brazil, but also internationally, as we mentioned. Fox, there's just a lot of beef to settle between the two.
I mean, obviously, when you look at the current cores and how long they've played each other over the last year, you'd think Furia would be the better team, but the only times that Furia has actually beaten FaZe were in this event and Invitational last year, where they won against them in the grand finals. And obviously, if you take it one step further, you'd think maybe it's a little bit closer when you go back to the W7M roster that Furia was. But no, not even close. The only time that Furia steps up and dominates against FaZe is when it comes down to a main stage event. But aside the fact, FaZe is constantly winning. We know that FaZe has the potential to beat Furia. They just need to not get in their own heads when it comes to a main stage event.
Well, the past are the past, but what if we narrow it down to just the Invitational in Boston?
Yeah, let's definitely take a look at that because these two are so close to each other, but Furia's got to feel comfortable here because statistically they are doing better in the attacks, on the defenses, on the entry. But the biggest one for me, and this is where they struggled most with against BDS, is that conversion, where FaZe is significantly doing better. Obviously, 71 to 72 isn't a crazy difference, but it's the fact of the matter that FaZe is leading in that conversion. And when you're already playing against your own region, that's a hard mindset. After you're going against every single region, you have to change your playstyle and to immediately fall back to a playstyle that you understand. The beauty is you know the idiosyncrasies of every single opponent you're going against here. It's just a matter of being able to really articulate that and display it, especially in those conversions and getting that into a round win for Furia.
I agree, and it's definitely a scary sight to see because Furia is the #1 rated defense team, and obviously FaZe the 13th ranked attacking team. So obviously it's a scary situation when you have to match up against one of the best defending teams. You have to make sure that you're not getting picked apart. And so that's why I highlighted Cyber, because we can't see him going down. He needs to be able to get those opening kills and fall back to his team to give FaZe the best shot possible on their attacks.
With two squads with so much pedigree in Rainbow Six, their map pools are vast, massive, one would say. But how does it translate into this game itself? All 9 maps are in, and we have our 3 lags.
Wow, so this was the map that they wanted to bring BDS to finish it. Obviously, they couldn't get it done. They ended up losing 0-2. Clubhouse was the decider. Now we're seeing it here. This is a very popular map for Furia. They enjoy this map, but it's also a good map for FaZe. Both these teams are going to be heavy hitting, but again, we have to reiterate this every time we get to a Clubhouse. This is going to be one off your attacks. Where we did see they were leading on the defenses, we need to see that on the attacks here, and that is where they are going to be starting.
I mean, FaZe starting off the bans with getting Chalet border off the map pool is obviously a tell that they don't want to play against an aggressive team. They don't want to worry about their own attack. So Clubhouse being that map pick for Furia is so smart because they know that's going to be the weakest maps remaining to be able to have a weaker FaZe. But FaZe taking Kafe is a comfortability pick. They obviously played against SSG. They're comfortable on the map. It's a defensive-sided map. They're going to look very good on it. Furia is comfortable. They're very aggressive. They love playing with the Azami on this map. So I'm expecting FaZe to ban out that Azami to give them the best shot on Kafe.
And the only thing that worries me here is when we did see that Kafe against BDS that Furia had, it was off gimmicky rounds that they were getting rounds where I can't see that happening against FaZe.
Now, this is a live view into the practice room of FaZe as they're preparing for their game. You see them with staff and the entire squad just prepping in, getting their notes on their pads. Because remember, when they're up there, you see a lot of teams that have their little notepads. They have critical information that they might have gathered from their staff. And our wonderful player manager has just knocked on the door to tell them, guys, it's time to go get set on that stage. What is it like in those moments because you've both experienced it.
I'll say this, like, as much prep you can do, as much VOD reviews you can do, what matters is when you get to the game. And it's the mid-round, late-round adaptations that you are doing within the game. Because it doesn't matter what blueprint you have of the team, anything can change at any given moment in Siege. So it's going to be important on the IGLs and every single individual player to be able to step up and recognize when something changes or when they need to change something.
I agree. I mean, it's up to the IGL. It's definitely evolved a lot since the days that we were playing, because back in the day, you'd have one strat, maybe two strats. Now, teams come in with a whole strat book, counter strats prepared for the other team. There's a whole lot of information, and it's hard to keep it all retained, unless you are an IGL, which that is your job. So the most part, little notes always help. It puts you in the right direction.
We're going to see it one by one. Let's go through it. Map 1, how do you see this going, gents?
I'm going to have to go with Furia.
Map 1, I'm going to go with Furia.
All right. Both of our gentlemen are going for Furia in here. And that is our matchup, our rematch from the Invitational 2024 Grand Final. It's Furia versus FaZe, and we'll get into it after the break.
welcome back to the 6th Invitational 2025. We are live at the MGM Music Hall in Boston with one best of 3 separating us now from finding out who will join BDS in our grand final. Boston, are we having a good time? Let's bring out our 2 teams. Our first have been on this stage quite a lot these last couple of days, and they are unfazed by this crowd. It's FaZe Clan! They have destroyed dreams to get here, but now they are ready to end a nightmare. They know exactly what it takes to go up against a team like Furia, but do they have what it takes to beat them this time around? Their opponents, we now know that they can bleed. But one thing we know about them too is they always bounce back. It's Furia! Albeit under a new banner, this roster achieved the impossible last year on home soil in Sao Paulo against their opponents here in this lower bracket final. Brazil versus Brazil in Boston in what is a repeat of the grand final this time last year. We are in for a treat, Siege fam. And now let's bring forward once again KDS. And please, Felipox, come and join me up here. Of course, we have brothers facing off against each other once again, which was an iconic storyline over in Sao Paulo. You two know each other very well. It feels like yesterday that you made history in the 6th Invitational 2024. For yourself, KDS, it was heartbreak. How can you stop them this time around?
I think we are going to play like every time you win against them. So I think it will be the same thing the last year.
Felipox, it was a rough day in the office yesterday. Do you have their number?
Yeah, we have, like we did before in the tournament. We know how to play against them now, and we are going to win today.
You guys are, of course, friends behind the scenes. A lot of you mix with each other and are good buddies. But right here, the friendship ends. Any last words for your opponent?
You'll be eliminated today, and will be watching me tomorrow in grand final.
Felipox.
Just good luck. E torcida brasileira que tá aí, bora pra cima e torce por nós.
Please shake hands. Thank you very much, guys. This is iconic. A rematch of the SI Grand Final of last year. Let's do it.
Hello, my name is KDS and I play for FaZe Clan.
I'm Felipox and I'm from Furia.
I think our strength is the players like Handy and Souls. They are playing very good this year, and I think this is the biggest strength of FaZe Clan.
I think we're the best team because we have understood the meta that we're playing right now better than anyone, I think. So that's why we're the better team.
We are very prepared to face Furia.
Yeah, I think FaZe is a little bit scared. Just a moment. I think they're going to be haunted by what happened last year.
Playing against Furia again in the finals will be a challenge for us because the last time we lost, but this time we are going to make other things and we are going to win. A gente vai levar o troféu para casa.
No matter the map, no matter the operator ban, we are always finding a way.
It really is poetic. We've just announced that we are going back to Brazil for a huge event in Rio later this year. And now we have an all-Brazilian buffet here in what is a rematch of the SI Grand Final last year. Furia versus FaZe Clan. I've got to just do a quick check with the fans. Who's winning this, FaZe Clan? Or will it be Furia taking this one? Boston is up for it. I know that you are too. Let's get into this with my legends. Devin Penku.
Thank you very much, Ian. The stage has been set for a rematch of the greatest game in Rainbow Six history. Now, last year, Pengu, you were there.
I know.
You were watching Furia versus FaZe in that behemoth of a 5-map grand final, and it was a very different environment. It was in Sao Paulo. It was before the Brazilian fans. Now here we are in America, and FaZe are looking for revenge.
They are, and I feel for them. You know, it's one of those, you want to get to the grand finals, but to get there, you have this insane matchup in front of you, while also having played a best of 3 just earlier today.
That's
I mean,
right.
the energy levels, the motivation behind this. We saw Furia on stage getting ready. FaZe Clan, they were in their room prepping for the future matchup here. It's going to be a long match for FaZe, but they got to do it.
It's been a long day already for FaZe. Although they had a fairly easy, handy match this morning, it's not going to be easy or anything of the sort against the reigning world champions. But what about yesterday? That was not the Furia we expected to see. We thought maybe they would be going through into the grand final already through that upper bracket, but they got knocked here by BDS, and waiting for them is FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday, up against BDS, it seems like, you know, Furia, they won the hammer last year. As WCNM, you know? But yesterday against BDS, it seemed like they saw everything as a nail, and all they thought they had was a hammer. They were brute forcing their way in gunfights, in 1v1s and 50-50s, and BDS were out adapting Furia every single round on both of those 2 maps. I want to see more depth from them today. They claim they know FaZe very well. Today, they gotta prove it.
Yeah, that they do. And of course, FaZe and Furia, and back when Furia were W7M, these teams have played each other a hell of a long time. They've been playing in Brazil and at these 6 Invitationals so many times, over and over. And typically, it is FaZe that comes out ahead of these best of 3 series until it comes to 6 Invitational, until it comes to these matches that matter more than anything. Furia already bested FaZe in the group stage. We saw it already once in this tournament, and the confidence from Felipox on stage to say there's no doubt that that's what's going to happen again. But FaZe, we saw it in KDS, they don't believe that at all.
They don't. But let's look at that Unwanted matchup. It happened, what, an hour ago or so? FaZe were not beating Unwanted in a very decisive manner. It was close. 7-3 Kafe, sure, but a lot of rounds could have gone the way of Unwanted. 7-5 on the following map, again, not very convincing. And that's also with Unwanted having players like Adam falling kind of short, having like a negative 16 KDA. So if Furia show up, like they have been doing so far, FaZe need to be better now than they were just an hour or 2 ago.
Yeah, it's been a turbulent year for both of these teams after playing in the grand final in Brazil. Both Furia and FaZe, in a way, dropped up. I mean, Furia didn't even manage to make it to the Montreal Major. FaZe, on the other hand, they kept making it to these main stages, but couldn't find themselves in another grand final. Today, for one of these teams, for the first time in a year, we see them again in a grand final matchup. And we know both of them have been spitting, waiting for this opportunity. FaZe, of course, they've won a major before, but never an SI grand final. And standing in their way, it's the bogeyman.
Yeah.
It's Furia. It's the team that robbed them of their hopes and dreams last year when they had match point over and over again in front of thousands of fans in Sao Paulo.
This is redemption for FaZe Clan. I mean, this is it. If you can break this monster and, you know, wake up from that nightmare, come out on the other side, rejuvenate up against BDS in the grand finals, you can then lift that hammer yourself. But as we keep saying, the nightmare, it might just continue. And I mean, the momentum must be broken for FaZe if this goes back-to-back 2 years in a row like this.
It's always neck and neck between FaZe and Furia, and it seems to be the case as well here. From you guys at home and you guys here in the venue, it's very much a split vote between FaZe and Furia. It's a rematch of last year's grand final to make it to this year's grand final, and we're about to get stuck into map 1. Furia have taken us to Clubhouse to kick things off in this series, and FaZe are hungrier than ever for redemption.
Any expectation, James, here? Is it going to be standard Clubhouse? Is it going to be crazy Clubhouse? What's the vibe check here?
I think there's going to be a level of standard Clubhouse. Both these teams are so good at it. And then on top of that, there's going to be the hero plays. We're going to see JV jumping out windows. We're going to see aggression. We're going to see rushes. And of course, we're going to see that shield play. But not with the Monty, it seems.
Oh, I mean, this is the thing.
Furia actually, surprisingly enough, yesterday up against BDS on Bank, they did bring out the, I think it was Monty and Blackbeard in a couple of rounds, saying we weren't great in the shield meta when it was there, but we're trying to learn it nowadays. Of course, FaZe unknown, Vidiking is a great multiplayer, great multi-team. Makes sense that it won't survive the map veto phase. But Nomad, Bandit, Kaid, this is a very usual Clubhouse where it's all about the hard destruction of the walls, keeping them intact for as long as possible, or trying to deny opponents from breaching them.
That's right. Usually this map is all about the hard breach. We've just taken down 2 of the electrification operators on the defense. No Bandit, no Kaid. Very much changes the scope of things here on the attack. Now, as a reminder, FaZe are starting defense first. They are going to lock in a Cav. All right.
Hey, not every Clubhouse.
Yeah, okay. It seems like you've already answered that question for yourself, Nick. We are going to see a crazy club here. Already that little sneaky Brazilian operator on the defense taken out by FaZe on this defensive side.
So one of the things that I was thinking to myself, you know, prepping for this matchup, is that FaZe and Furia, they know each other so well, from domestic play, even internationally. I mean, they have so much history. The best way for FaZe to catch Furia by surprise is that, to be surprising, not play their default FaZe clan. We're gonna be slow, we're gonna be fundamentally solid, but we're predictable. Throw a span in the works, being like, oh, aggression here, oh, crazy thing over there. Starting things off like this, Vigil and the Caveira, confusing the drone rig off the roam clear, having Cyber try and bait for an interrogation, because if you can find that one player, that one isolated member, that can turn the entire round in favor of FaZe clan.
And there's a back and forth read here between FaZe and Furia as well. The Vigil pick is spotted, and it baits out Herds to re-pick onto the Jackal. But of course, Cyber's footsteps won't be visible. That said, it seems like Nade is tempting a rush. He's already 20 seconds into the round in Dirt Tunnel.
Okay, let's go. Can step up there, of course. Slow down any sort of rush. Not going to happen. So all eyes kind of on Cyber, hiding top floor. The drone doesn't go into strip, actually. They see the castle barricade above the double door and bathroom. So this now says to JV, hey, there's nobody in strip because there's no rotation. So this means if somebody walks on in, that right there, JV92 has been such an instrumental player throughout this tournament, and he might just find himself, oh no, he goes on the repel instead, please, no!
And meanwhile, Herds, on his entry from CCTV, has found the opening kill. That's the Vigil gone down. That fickle roamer that's going to be all over the map all at once. Here comes the Cav. A free kill on the JV92, but not the interrogation he was looking for, and thus he will retreat.
Yeah, that's the strat, right? You got the surprise factor now. You know, the cat's at the bag. Caveira, you can't roam around. They're not going to go alone any longer, and they've got a good read in this flank right now. But look at that handy when sound. He can fall on back. Oh. Great collapse from Nate upstairs. That box to the top floor finds the kill. Back to an even 3-on-3.
Now, the re-roam is cut off by Furia. And so Cyber goes back to the bomb side and starts reinforcing. That they do. Still 3 more in pocket. Wow, this is a very lackluster setup on the bomb site, but it might not matter. A lot of action's already gone down offsite. In a 3v3, FaZe decide, how do we want to play this?
It's funny because I think both teams are pretty happy with the current circumstances. I mean, Furia, they have hard destruction, they have soft destruction. They can go for a kitchen attack. You know, for an armory triple wall breach, they can do a vert inside of kitchen, they can go for a hatch play. They have so many options. And likewise for FaZe on defense, they got 3 guns, they got 4 canisters, they got 2 mines. This really comes down to execution. Furia, ideally, when they go for a bomb site attack, they need to find an opening pit to start off the push. Oh, well, they found it before the take, actually. Now in a 1-man advantage.
And now Furia poised with 40 seconds to play. Vidiking and Souls hold their positions as Furia try and bait some form of a swing. Vidiking does not land the shot that he is required to. A goo mine out, a flashbang to respond. Souls looking for something, but there's no gap in the smoke. He might be able to see a brief angle, but a few bullets from Herds come his direction. Now Vidiking with info on the player, but Philippe shuts him out of it. 1v3 now for Souls, and he can't find the angle onto that planter. Nate forcing that down, and the impact to go out. It does find Philippe. Who's that Pokemon? Looking for 2 more now. The slug shotty in hand. Another impact grenade in the pocket. It's up to Herds to fall back. A bit of damage through the wall actually finds him. And now the fire will continue to trickle out through this bomb site as Souls looks for something. It damages him, and he's forced back again. A post-plant that is an unenviable position. Herds will find the final kill, and a big round from the entry of Furia to take the first in the series.
And Furia is showing us that they can do more than just one thing. Normally, they're super fast, they're aggressive, they're in the building, they're taking all these like risky gunfights. They're being slow, they are being calm, they're cutting off their rotation, setting things up that 3 versus 3, finding pick after pick, and again, they weren't rushing anything. There were good canisters on the entry pathways. There is a world where they should have been worried about the timer, but they weren't. So again, already in that very first round, we're seeing a different look to Furia, where they couldn't really find their pacing against BDS, and I know it's early, but it just goes to show that they have come into this matchup with, I think, more respect for their opponent than they had yesterday. You can underestimate BDS and go lower bracket, but you don't afford to do that any longer. If you underestimate your opponent now, you go home.
Yeah, and how often can you go for cheeky little picks onto the cab, cheeky little ideas from FaZe to try and catch out a mistake from Furia? Very rarely will we see mistakes from teams at this level, but when you're standing on the SI stage, when the blood is coursing through your veins, when every bone in your body is saying don't mess up, don't be the one to make that mistake, that's when they start to creep in.
That's the big thing, risk assessment. Are you playing at the biggest stage of your career? Are you playing for home, cozy and comfy? It doesn't really matter because you gotta show up all the same.
Yeah. And we saw last year what happens when the pressure starts to get to FaZe. 6-1 on Nighthaven Labs on the final map of the tournament. 5 match series championship, 6 invitational points on the line, and they could not deliver the killing blow. Furia have shown through history that they are never to be counted out, and they're already off on the defense, on the attacking side rather, with a good start here on their map pick. And we need to see more out of FaZe in this second defense.
A bit of self-destruction, get rid of all those castle barricades, windows, destroy it all. Furia again is showing us that utility comes before just taking those gunfights. You gotta use as much as possible so that when they gotta go on the entry, get aggressive, if a player were to die on the attack, they've spent most of the things in their pocket and they can afford to die. If you have Hurts with 4 Flourish Stones and 2 Flashbangs in pocket die, it's like, what are you doing, Hurts, right? Spend that stuff first, then you can get aggressive. FaZe right now, they're not doing anything. They're sitting in their corners, still waiting for the first move. They're happy with the current player positions. It's up to Furia to make the first step. The only thing FaZe has shown us so far, they want bar control, they want verticality. The rest of the Furia, do they want to pick that apart or just simply go upstairs?
Very mobile defense here from FaZe. Spray through the wall from Hurts as he is tempted to lurk downstairs. The Kiba to protect the re-aggression from KDS up the main stairs as Souls finds the player outside the breach. And in the building, it's Nade, diffuser in hand, but also that bearing 9, of which he will find his second kill of the round. Numbers advantage for Furia as they just wait and bait for FaZe to make a mistake, but Cyber will not do so. In fact, he brings the advantage back into FaZe's favor.
They had a phone call. Philipbox was on the window to kind of bait his teammate. I mean, you have Nade inside the bomb, so now he's dead as well. Furia, what was that push? You had it, now you've potentially lost it.
Bit of a spray and the retreat from Cyber. He has to stand his ground now. A C4 goes out. JV falls. All up to Philipbox now, desperately jumping in the window. A second flash to go out. That will blind Cyber, but he can retreat down that hatch. And now there's no way, surely, for Philipbox to win it. Vaulting and an easy spray from the King himself. FaZe have replied in kind.
I feel like Furia had it all. I mean, they got the bar control. They had Nade inside the bomb site. They had Doki call in pocket. They had man advantage, and all of a sudden they pull the plug and go, pause. Let's hold angles. Let's wait for the next step. But what was the next step, Furia? I didn't see it. You didn't show it. And then FaZe Clan, they actually get on the offense, start swinging out, realizing, hey, if we don't start getting a couple of kills, this will fall apart for us eventually. This right here, great from Cyber. He has to take that risk. Philipbox doesn't answer back. That's a yellow ping. They have information.
Yeah. You said at the start of this map, Nicholas, are we going to be seeing bog standard Clubhouse? We're going to see something a little bit different. Well, that round we saw a mirror on the unusual side of the wall that enables aggressive peaks. We saw FaZe re-aggressing in the numbers disadvantage, and we saw Nade just sending it into sight for Furia. So I think your question has been answered.
What I love about Clubhouse is just how many ways there are to attack it. We often see when a team, Furia, they start the attack, they'll do their approach, then side swap, FaZe will do a whole different kind of take on it. And it's one of the maps where you have so much creativity. Right now, whether it's the the Mirror, the Asami, the Capital. I mean, you still have Blackbeard and the Blitz open as well if you're a shield team. People will think, oh, they're defending CCTV. So as an attacking team, you're gonna go catwalk, you're gonna attack that, walk to the side, that's it. You don't have to. You absolutely can with the Capital open. But that's why KD is on the Wamai. Because they're also recognizing catwalk is a strong point. Put the Wamai magnets to cover the Asami. We can try and play there for as long as possible. Mirror don't reach. KDS finds Divi actually. Deimo's taken off the board. That's important because that's how they're gonna get information on Handy's position on catwalk. And now Furia taking so much damage outside the building.
Yeah, Souls must have found a 4-leaf bover this morning. He's finding wall bangs. A lot of damage on the poor Herds, who thankfully does get out with his life. However, the same cannot be said for JV, as you said on the Deimos. 0-3 right now for one of the star players of Furia. Frustrating for someone that likes to get as lively as JV.
Oh yeah.
Has certainly been silenced thus far. KZ's on for a bit of a lurk, all the way down, waiting for someone to come his way. Good info though. This castle will protect some of these positions inside of Lounge for FaZe. That castle which has been brought every round so far from the defense thus far. Hammer and Anvil as KZ makes his way up the secret stairs, guided by a drone, with a Kiva standing in his way.
The call comes through, but where is the push? They're looking for players downstairs, but there's nobody to be found. I mean, now you're gonna fight with catwalk player. This is so risky. The thing is, because Furia are losing players early on, they gotta go for risky plays.
Cyber through the floor finds Herds. Good angle though, KZ lit up to high heavens by KDS. From here on top of the rafters, Furia have struggled to find their way into this round.
FaZe is not a team that leaves gaps on defense. They play this like very solid 5-man hold. They cover each other's backs. No gaps to be found. Furia, they're fishing, hoping for a mistake from FaZe Clan. Instead of matching them on that team structure, picking them apart. They didn't attack catwalk. They didn't attack the breach. They were fishing for a kill downstairs. But there's no one there. They're gonna just walk on in.
Oh no, Nade's been watched as well. Could it be a perfect round from FaZe? As KZ, the Lion, goes outside and tail between his legs will just talk to the rest of his team. The dog's hounding him. He's just gonna wait and have a little bit of a chat with the roster because 30 seconds is enough time to figure out what the hell they're gonna do next round to stop that from happening again.
It feels like Furia might even be overcomplicating this and maybe doubting themselves, saying, oh, FaZe, I know how we play the game, so let's try and go off paper right now. But it's not working. I mean, they have such great operators. Maybe in this particular round, the fact that JV died as early as it did on the demo said, okay, let's go to plan B. We've already lost a key member. That could be the case. But you still had Capital. You had a ton of flashbangs on Hertz and KC. You could easily attack Catwalk Raptors if you wanted to, but that wasn't their approach to this round. They're gonna call their quote-unquote timeout right now. KC just talking to his team as you mentioned, but we gotta see Furia get kind of warmed up now and go, you know, aggressive.
Yeah, I think that FaZe have started to read after what happened in that first round where they tried to go for a bit of a roam. That's what Furia want. Furia want these late round 3v3s, 2v2s. That's their comfort zone. But if FaZe create a fortress on that bomb site, if they lock up, they cover their crossfires, and Furia are going to really struggle to break into it. Like you said about the BDS Furia game yesterday, when Furia sees a problem, they see a nail, and all they've got is a hammer. They need to be a little bit more nuanced than that if they want to break into these solid defenses of FaZe.
Yeah, I mean, look at how every single kill happened there for FaZe. I mean, they barely had to work for it. They picked their 5 positions. They stayed there pretty much the entirety of the round. And that was that. Problem solving has to be stronger. It has to be better. Now, that's the first rotation of bombs. The first 3 rounds, you see the primary ones, the basement, the CC, the gym. Now Furia, they got kind of a scope on what's the landscape looking like? What can we expect from FaZe Clan? So now there's 2 things that can happen. Either FaZe will keep things the same, and Furia will have to make the adaptations necessary, or FaZe now will go for a wildly different approach, keeping Furia more in the unknown. And if you go back to the very opening round, we saw Caveira, we saw Vigil, we saw a heavy aggressive roam game. Now we're seeing a ton of utility, mirror windows, what might this, mute jammers. Likewise, Furia, they're playing Blitz.
Yeah.
Now they're not a huge shield team, but they have started slowly implementing it. And I want to see what Fenerbahce's thinking right now, because a Blitz can be very tricky to deal with on basement because of long lines of sight.
There he is. Spotted, but behind him lies in
Cyber.
wait Hertz. Oh, Cyber! How are you doing that to Furia? A good trade, though. Furia try and restabilize, but KZ says there's nothing stable about it. We have to go deep. A castle barricade bars his way, and JV himself has snuck into blue. Looks for one. Finally gets on the board. JV for a double. FaZe might have started the equation, but Furia looked to finish it. Another one for JV, goes begging. As he looks for a little bit more. Worried about util, it's time to back out and time to reassess.
But you see again, Furia, they hesitate. They drop their hands, okay, pause, slow down again. Okay, now we re-aggress. They're doubting themselves just a little bit. A great drop after 2 players dying so early on, but I gotta say, why not full commit? You said, James, they like the 2v2s, and they got it right now. The attackers on full HP, Vidiking handy, both relative low, no C4s, very limited information game as well, and so much time to work with. Almost half the round left. Furia, again, they gotta make the first move.
Look at the HP on Vidiking. Look at the HP on Handy. What are you doing, Nade? Oh, waiting. Oh, there's JV finding his third. And now Handy looks to try and get aggressive. He has to isolate these 1v1s, but he can't march too far forward because JV's got the angle, and Nade can secure it. Furia are back into this, breathing life into Clubhouse. It's 2-2.
I mean, that round just does make sense, right? When you see 2 players in the entry dying and bombing, it's so over for Furia. But then, that's when they get aggressive. I mean, it wasn't Casey dropping the moto hands up expected to make the hero play, but JV walking down blue, despite the mirror window, the castle barricade, and the fact that FaZe did actually have a crossfire, but they mistimed it. Nobody was watching him as he walked down. I mean, this is beautiful. Philippox thought he went for the flashbang. Hurts thought it was safe. He gets his 2 kills, he dies. But then this, finds one. Omai on Shurich swing, dies as well right after. And that's when they restabilize, they slow things down. JV had a slow start, but he has awakened.
That he has. And you also have to credit the minutiae of the team play here from Furia. KZ, the player that dropped down that moto hatch, he was shooting either side of that mirror. He was trying to keep, if there was a player there, distracted so that it could enable JV to march his way forward. And of course, JV being the instrumental player in that round for Furia, he needed to be enabled. Little details that escalate teams to that next level, especially in arenas like this. I mean, I can tell you for damn sure, it's pretty damn loud on that stage. It's pretty damn loud in here. Need to be able to concentrate, form up, and get every tiny little I dotted and T crossed with your team. You have to be fully in sync.
Especially if you're going for a heavy execute-oriented strat. I mean, look at this. The Sense, the Capital O's have Blackbeard. They're going to use those Ocean Shields outside the building to create a safe area to hold the rotations. You can use Nade on the Sense to cut off the bomb site and all these tiny pieces and just go for a bomb site plant. Mind you, with that rework to Sense that happened recently, the projector walls don't count as a smoke grenade. You can't see through them with the bulletproof cameras or a Warden or Maestro or glass, nothing like that. So that wall, you can shoot through it, sure, but you can't see through it.
Oh,
no
Cyber! That's a little bit awkward.
He didn't get the thermite either, so nothing was won for him. So that's step 1. Breach, Ocean Shield. JV's gonna sit here probably the entirety of this round. My curiosity now, where is Furia thinking they're gonna enter the building from? Is it gonna be rappels, the hatch, the window jump-ins? Right now they're made, what is that?
Very unusual projector. Vidiking also gets aggressive. I like the projector here on the balcony. Cyber finds his, directly traded by JV. And Souls is hiding in the corner, finds KZ upon his entry. Desperately looking for a little bit more KZ. KDS has found another. It's all up to JV now. Hiding behind his Osa shield will find him very little. A desperate attack from Furia, trying to make their way up the main stairs, trying to vault in windows. Souls was there to meet them, and KDS there to support. Furia easily put down that execute, and once again take the lead on Clubhouse.
I didn't see it exactly, but I think Souls might have saved the round there because they were going for the capital fire arrow on the windows, and I think it kept it off the window as the fire arrow got shot. That's why there was fire outside the building. So I think that's how they're gonna try and clear that, you know, Souls inside a gym on the rotation, and because they missed it, he gets the kill instead, stays alive, shuts down the push. Furia, not the most well-coached strat in that round, but with that being said, FaZe Clan are showing us that they can be aggressive and proactive when they feel like Furia are getting close to execute. So here we see the openings. Rappel on in, the flashbang misses. Individual kills, yeah, just going in favor of one team over the other. And I will say Furia, not a whole lot of players that could help each other. It was 1v1v1v1s that typically favors defense.
Yeah. Yeah, little things like being allowed to retake main stairs when you've got an Osa shield outside the breach. Furia are expecting these positions to be covered, and that's why they have a lot of their players looking the wrong way. One last round of the half now, Pengu. Furia look to try and tie it. This is their map pick after all, and there's a good chance that FaZe will come out swinging on their attacking side.
I do think with the current playstyles though, I could see FaZe being better on their defensive side than their attack, because Furia, when they're not giving the openings and they can't seem to make them themselves, they get locked down. That's how they lost most of these rounds so far. When the Sideswarm comes out, Furia can just run around. They own the full map. They can take the gunfights the way that they want. They can force FaZe to either match their aggression or try and pick it apart very slowly. So if Furia can go 3-3, they should be very happy with that side half. However, if this goes, 4-2 in favor of FaZe Clan, you're not far from being against match point.
Look at the passivity now from Herds, a player that's usually the first one in the building, hiding behind the bikes, waiting for someone to cross his line of sight in through Lounge. Cyber seems to have a read of this. Been a hot series from Cyber so far, and now he's got that magnified scope. He's been watched. Herds flicks and finds the kill. Finally, Cyber put in the dirt. Furia starting with a numbers advantage again.
Such an important kill, punishing the aggression of FaZe Clan, finally getting that opening pick they've been wanting so badly, but it comes down to execute. Last time, they failed to do anything on Cattle Rafters. KDS is still there. Magnets in pocket, positioned and ready. Verticality, all those long lines of sight. And Furia, they need to now enable Philippox on the Capitao. Get him in there. Get the fire going. Burn the player positions. Get Catwalk control. Then work the bomb side. They have so much time. They just can't mess this up. They need Catwalk.
So here comes the Capitao. It's the smokes used to cut this line inside. But guess what? Souls! He's retaken the position where Cyber fell previously and avenged his dead teammate by taking down Herds.
And just like that, what do you do now? I mean, that was plan A, right? James has a flashbangs. That was your throwables. Now Capitao, he has no burn for the magnets. Now he can't click out Raptors.
Someone needs to support poor Philippox down here. Nade still has 2 grenades on him, and so he will rotate over. He's a slow operator though, and he's worried about another player peeking from that pool window. As he makes his way into garage, he preps his nades! And KDS gives him exactly what he's looking for, while taking down Philippox. Easily picked up. Furia have the control they needed, but not the time that they wanted to do it in.
20 seconds left. FaZe, do you wait around, try and go for planted eye, do a last shot and try and find those individual players? There's one. Philippox goes down, still C4 in pocket. This is so winnable for FaZe Clan.
Diffuser picked up by Nate. C4 pre-ripped by Vidaking. It's all up to Souls now to prevent any quick aggression. He does so for one. Traded by JV. Still this C4 is ripped, but they're hunting for kills. Diffuser is down, and Vidaking, all he needs to do is lie in wait. Furia fumble it, and FaZe are flying.
They're giving so much space to FaZe to thrive in these rounds right now. I gotta say, the catwalk vault over, I'm thinking you're crazy for that, but it did burn enough time. It got so many players from Furia low enough on their health bars for Souls to take those gunfights comfortably, shut them down one by one, and then we saw a timer 5 seconds, 4 seconds. And again, there's no trade game. One person pushing radio, one pushing top red, and FaZe, they get their 1v1s that they desired.
But dude, the confidence that it takes for Vidaking to hold his nerve in this 2 versus 4, to contest these long lines of sight, and then to rip his C4 and hide in this corner for 15 seconds, waiting, just waiting and hoping that no one from Furia will pre-fire him, all alone, and he still does not budge. He hears the player coming in close, he sees the diffuser drops, and on 1 HP, he hides it. That right there is nerves of steel, and that's why he's the king.
Oh boy. So the 2-4 half happens, and Furia, I mean, they don't look like they are in control right now. Now it's side swap time. Furia, they are in my minds, back when their reign is WCNM, they were the kings of defense. They're everywhere on the map, they give you nothing for free, they contest the roam game, and they have such an ego about the way they take gunfights. They do not care who you are, and they do not care what operator you're playing, what gun that you have. They'll happily take any fight you give them. And this lineup, it screams gunfire potential. Valcams, Scopos, Mossy, Lesion, they can play for themselves. They can put down the gadgets. They can slow down the attackers. And guess what? They all have low recoil, really high rate of fire weapons that can just win out in those engagements.
Well, Furia are the best defense team at 6 Invitational.
There it is.
65%, with FaZe trailing just behind them by 0.6%.
Oh, okay.
Both of these teams are unbelievable on their defensive side. This SI, a hacked drone there. I heard says Mozzie. Cyber is concerned, wary about aggression, doesn't have info from his drones, and so he has to dry peek all of this.
Be dangerous, be scary. Had lack of intel, pre-plays C4, not pre-plays at all, gets popped immediately, finds nothing though. Velipox roaming inside a strip club, has TP on Scopos, but look at this Casey getting so aggressive, that's the ego I talked about.
Oh, but he's caught out. Vidiking says, that's enough for you. And he puts the big cat to sleep. Still, the roam is alive. Herd's on this top floor. Goes for an impact, goes for a kill, but he can't find the angle. And now the jig is up. FaZe know exactly where Herds is lying in wait. And the hunt comes in from Souls. It gives him a new haircut. A 2-player advantage now, and Felipox on the Scopos keeps this roam alive, but for how much longer for Furia?
They're just not helping each other. I mean, Casey was aggressing inside a kitchen, and nobody else was striking anywhere else in the map. So FaZe, they can focus one roamer at a time. First it was Casey, then it was Hertz. Now it's Felipox up next. Has the teleport, can go by the side if he wants to, but you have to stick around. You have to play for a kill. He finds one. Will he stick it out though? Because you're still down one player. TP goes through. Downside he goes. No spare reinforcements. That triple wall is soft on the 3rd panel. So pressure will come when Rock gets downstairs.
And there, Scopos' spare shell destroyed. Felipox is now stranded on the site. And yet still Furia taking these aggressive positions. JV in Church. A rotation from Handy. But Souls, as you said, is going to be the instrumental player. This flash doesn't find JV, so he sprays him on the drop. A refrag coming in from KDS, but he's low HP. And now caught by a goo mine. Can JV find them all? Shot in the backside. And now again, it's up to Nate. He spots the first. There's a second player looking for him. And this time the clock favors Furia. Nothing in it for FaZe to chase down the rats on the bomb site. And they are left wanting. Furia starting the second half, closing that distance by one more round.
The timer is a very difficult thing to manage sometimes in a big map like Clubhouse. You know, roam clearing top floor, first floor, downstairs. And up against the goo mines. The Goyo fire. It's so problematic. FaZe did a great job finding those first 2 picks, but could not convert them into a round victory. It looks so free, but then again, the bomb site, very few ways in. The flashbang didn't blind the player on defense to catch the Moto Hats drop, and that really closed the door on the attack of FaZe. Bomb site rotation though, that's basement done and dusted. Now instead, they'll go to CCTV, which plays out very differently. Now you can no longer play around the entirety of the map. It's more about playing the bomb site itself, the rooms right by it. We see it here. 1v1, v1, v1s. Almost no trade game. JV being allowed to just thrive in these over-aggressive positions. He started off with 0-4, 0-3. He's 8-5.
Wow. Aggression's the name of the game for Furia today. Even KZ running it through the kitchen hallway early in the round. Yeah, and he was taken out. Even near the end of it, Felipox on Scopos, at the dying moments of the round, he's sending it back up main stairs for a flank. Yeah. That was where he died that round.
Yeah.
And it is burning the clock away from FaZe. The fuse is burning at both ends of the candle for the attacking side. As his aggression continues to mount from defense, it will be sat down by that lion pick of Vidiking.
Maybe one could say that there's so much respect between these two teams, not allowing each other to execute in those like 5v5s and 4v4s on Clubhouse. They both know they're so great at it on the attacking side. They'd rather make it messy, make it chaotic, and just get those odd numbers like a 3v2 and a 2v2 where you can't really play for a bomb site plant. It's more about playing for the killing, playing for positioning. He's gonna try and trick the wall with the mirror window.
I love it. What do you do when you ban Bandit, Furia? Oh, well, we can trick. We can just juggle with the bloody mirror window.
It's ridiculous. not been put down just yet. It's great against the exothermic charges, but that's not what we're gonna see right now. It's the Selmas. Hand over to four nades. Okay.
Well, the Doc won't save you from that, KZ, although it was a nice idea. FaZe had the perfect remedy for that ailment.
That's what I mean, though. When Furia were attacking, they couldn't pick off those isolated players on defense in corners. FaZe Clan are so efficient already. Just nade spam it. Now they got spare, capture fire. And one thing is, Doc is supposed to deal with the capture fire. If you're fired and you get Doc stimmed, you'll live. Now there's no Doc, you'll get burnt to a crisp.
Here comes the fire, but the swing from JV. Traded back by KDS. And that does mean Garage has been forfeited by Furia. Numbers still in favor of FaZe on this attacking side. But the Roamers on the ground floor look for a retake. Hiding in the corner is Souls. He's chilling out on top of the couch. But he's like, gotta watch both ways. He finds the first one, traded by Herds, who's left all alone. C4 available, but he's got to duel this long engagement. And KDS on the Blackbeard will take him down. FaZe have mounted that momentum, taking this game back into their own hands.
Such a high-level round from FaZe Clan there. I mean, that's why they're such a good team. There are two players on Calografters, the Asami and the Doc. What most teams will try and do is they'll use the Capital Fire to burn the Asami alive, and then Doc will stim her time after time after time, and you'll live. What do? They deal with Doc first, spending 4 grenades and a couple of flashbangs, and then they can fire the Asami for free because the first counter is done. It's just recognizing the win conditions for Furia, picking it apart in the right order, and just executing it very cleanly. While that's happening, they got flank watch downstairs excellently. They recognize where the players are from Furia and where they could be backstabbed from. This right here, that's the only thing that didn't really go their way, but guess what? They traded it. So they get 2 kills at the cost of losing 1 player. That's always worth it.
In the first minute and a half of the round, all 3 E1Ds were used from line as well to suppress any aggression so that FaZe could afford to be using all 4 of their grenades to toss in and kill that Doc. Beautiful work from FaZe. They've come into this game prepped for Furia's Clubhouse. Keep in mind, it's the reigning world champs who picked us to go to this map. Next up is Kafe. It's going to be a rough slog for Furia if they lose here on the very first map, considering that yesterday it was Kafe and Bank. They lost to BDS. Now that's the rest of this series after Clubhouse. So we're already looking at Furia and saying, guys, you're behind by 2 rounds. We need a little bit more to show that you've got it in you to take down FaZe again.
Not just that, but I mean, Clubhouse, Kafe, and Bank, it's all about problem solving. There's so much map to work with. There's so many difficulties to overcome. So if you can't find it here in the first map, Furia, I mean, you better hope that's your warm-up because you gotta solve it very soon. Shortly after.
Mirror trick.
Oh, does he get it? Oh. I'm gonna say he did. Yeah, he did.
Okay. If that was detonated straight away by Cyber, I believe that would have still exploded. But yeah, unfortunately for FaZe, I don't think they had quite the read on what was happening there.
It's a nice attempt, but they're gonna be missing that breach later on. There's no real replacement. I mean, the summer charge is sure, but Ace is not in the right position. He's in Garrett instead. Casey holding catwalk control. They keep the barriers, playing to die in the spot.
I've seen him play here before. Wasn't that just last round on the Dock? How'd that turn out for him?
Well, this time, there are no nades, but there's still kept on fire. There are Grim Bees. There are drones. He drops down. Is he out?
Oh, he's been caught.
Oh, the cast a barricade.
It's taken down. Can we see a swing? Oh, 1 for Handy, but not the second. Meanwhile, Cyber has been finished off, though both of his exothermics were already utilized. So not the biggest of deals there for FaZe. They should be pretty happy with this exchange.
Yeah. I mean, the health bars, Casey, JV, both very low. They get so much map control. I mean, all 4 defenders now on the bomb site itself. If FaZe, they realize this or drone out the building, they'll recognize, okay, we got, for one of the few times, a 4v4 execute that can be played out where you have a lot of utility. You have C4s with defenders, 2 in pocket. You have Capital Fire, Grim Bees, EMP. So now it comes down to execution. Will Furia leave any gaps for FaZe to exploit? Will Furia have the crossfires to trade bodies evenly or advantageously when it comes down to execute? Where will FaZe strike? The fire and the smoke from Capital should show us what the plan is. Here comes the fire.
It does flash out one position. Oh, C4 does miss for JV, but now his position down below should be known, and Handy can go hunting. Good lines of sight exposed on the bomb site for KDS to look deep in towards Jim, but no breach here. on the main jacuzzi wall, and it does force Souls to rotate. 20 seconds to go, and in goes KDS. But all of Furia are hiding at the back of the bomb site. Vidaking needs to get into position to force this plant down, but Nade and JV come to life. It's up to Vidaking now, with Souls covering to force this diffuser. One with the DMR, not a second! Furia fight back again! No map point for FaZe, not yet!
Back and forth, round by round. It will come down to who is the best team on this map. We'll not just suddenly have one team give up or fall over, have no more gas left in the tank. Now, if this goes the long way, we gotta start considering, oh, FaZe Clan, they played earlier today. It's FaZe Clan. They are an experienced team. They played for a very long time. They were there last year. They played a very long series before.
How many hours did that Sao Paulo Grand Final go for?
Yeah, a long
6
time.
or 7 hours.
I mean, I know it's a different FaZe Clan nowadays, but Berlin Major, FaZe Rogue, different team, but the organization, they know a thing or two about playing the distance.
Oh, well, if you want to speak to that, FaZe as an organization joined Rainbow Six 7 years and 28 days ago.
Okay.
In the January of 2018, and they are still yet to find a hammer. A major championship, yes, though that was way back in 2021 in Gävle, Sweden. It's been a long time since FaZe have raised any sort of trophy in Rainbow Six, yet how many times have we seen them in grand finals? Surely another one here in Boston. That said, it's gonna have to be against Furia that they claim that spot. Furia are looking good here on their defensive side. They've only caved 1 round so far, the 3 we've played. They're starting to build this back up into a convincing Clubhouse.
I think it's been hard to figure out which players to look out for right now. I mean, for FaZe Clan, KD-wise, everyone is very even right now, putting in their full efforts. For Furia, KC, Velipox falling a little bit short behind the curve of expectations. 2-9, 3-6.
KC, the best player at Six Invitational by far, so far. 152 kills to 111 deaths. Ooh. Positive on the entry, high costs, and the highest EPS of any player as well. And yet, 3-6. So if the line wakes up, Furia will certainly not be in as much trouble as it seems.
That's been their biggest strength. I mean, Furia can run over most teams at this event by just sheer gunpowder and skill. But the longer you go in these tournaments, the less it becomes about the individual players, more about the team core and what you can do together as a 5-man unit. And FaZe Clan, they know all about that. It's all about the brotherhood, playing together, executing together, and covering for each other. We see Phoebe's willing stairs right now, looking for a mini play against the smoke. But off screen, actually, KDS finds hers instead.
Here comes the Candela! Okay. And the collapse! Velipox is down, a C4 finds very little. And Soul sending it down main. Barbed wire to be taken out. A quick pounce from Souls with that Ying. Still 3 Candelas in pocket.
Last time FaZe attacked this, they had this exact same position. 5v3 in the roam clear, they did so good. Then they stalled out, they got way too low on time, and in the end, the clock was against them. We see the goals available to the defenders. They cannot afford to slow down. They got the Ying, they got the glass, they have Capital. They can go whenever they want to. And in the next 20 or so seconds, they gotta show us what their plan is going to be. Otherwise, I do worry about it. Maybe perhaps figure out when Nade is on that Warden and just attack in the opposite side of where he is to utilize the smoke grenades, the flashbangs.
Bit starved for information though. Here comes the Capital's fire. No choice for Nade but to run through and the guns come to life. Out of absolutely nowhere. FaZe fall onto the site 1 by 1. Furia can hardly believe it themselves. 5 rounds apiece.
5 attackers, 3 of them powerful operators in utility, execute operators. Oh boy, and they will this actually, Furia calling their tactical timeout.
Nada, not working.
Alô. Agora? Tá, guys, se liga. JV, ó, eu acho que eles vão fazer agora a play deles de caçada lá pra construção. Fox, vamos fazer aquele setup do Jabber.
Sim, eu ia fazer isso.
Você acha que se a gente fizer, tipo, com tu de Clash e alguém de Jagger, a gente fica vivo na garagem? Porque eles só te tiram com recurso. Eles não te batem, tipo, e aí, porque tipo, aí só vai ter a Clash, eles estão querendo fazer HE com barba lá da porta, tá ligado? É isso que eles estão fazendo.
Alguém deixa muito rápido, guys.
Esquece, eles vão dar mais
tem que
tempo.
ser o case, então.
Ó, aí tu pega o Jagger, ele pega a Clash, tu faz o Mute, eles vão querer caçar, provavelmente, tá guys? Pode mudar, ó. E aí é isso. Depois, vamos fazer uma da academia. Vamos começar a colocar as Frost um pouco na janela e tal, tá ligado? Aí você vê qual da academia quer fazer, beleza?
A lot to say from Igor, the coach of Furia, in their tactical timeout. We made out a few words there.
Yeah, one of them being Clash.
I heard Clash, I heard Jaeger, I heard Garaji.
Okay. I think I heard Doki.
Doki, okay. Well, I do believe it should be a CCTV defense. Next up for Furia, as they just won Church, and the round prior they won Gym. CCTV is going to be up for grabs, and this has been a tough one to defend for Furia. Their Doc and Azami strat was well counted, and now clearly something cooking up with a Clash and a Jaeger.
It could be the answer, and I want to praise him with that. Yeah, what happened that round?
Not a good day to be Doc if you're going up against FaZe.
There it is, you're right. Jaeger and the Clash. Now, I am curious what the thinking is for Furia, because in my mind, if you're gonna put Jaeger and ESS on the catwalk rafters and play the Clash in that position, I feel like you would just die to the Captain of Fire like most other operators. At the very least, have a very hard time against it. But that, to be said, it doesn't have to be the Clash playing on this position. You can do other things with it. Play Master Bedroom, play for a retake. Just get information on main breach for an aggressive swing, for example. And the best thing of all, Clash as an operator, you can roam around wherever. You can start catwalk rafters, you can also get out of that position because you extend that shield, walk onto the other place. That's why we see these rotations on the bomb side being so tall and so wide, so Clash can walk through them while extended. Wait, you see this? Hello, I'm Clash, and I don't care where you are.
Yeah, a good full-size rotation hold there for JV. My concern, though, for Furia is that JV has as many kills as KZ, Philippox, and Hertz combined.
Yeah.
And he's now on the operator that's going to have a shield in his hands instead of a gun for the majority of this round.
This is where we say, Philippox, buddy, you've been promoted to Clash, you're 2 and 10. Play the shield.
Now, this is when you say, Philippox, I know you're 2 and 10, but we know you're an absolute gunner. So spring to life with that SMG-11 this round, please, for God's sake.
That's some trust in your teammates right there, James.
You gotta have it.
You gotta have it.
We've seen Philippox show up in this tournament as well so far. Seems to be KZ, who, as we said, has been a little bit quiet. Found 2 kills last round, though.
Let me execute here. Pop the Castle barricade, hold that aggressive angle, join inside of lounge main door. Go for a swing, they get a free pick.
Good read. As this bait herds into looking for something, yet KZ's gone for a swing as well, and he's been read to death by FaZe.
They're so sharp again. FaZe get the 5v3.
Oh, what are you doing?
What is this, JV?
JV! He said, I need a gun in my hands. He didn't realize he was vulnerable. And now, after the tactical timeout, Furia are letting it slip quickly out of their fingers. Nade looking for something aggressive downstairs, but FaZe have so much time to burn.
Yeah, they should expect aggression now. Furia will be desperate. FaZe, you cannot mess up this round. Hold those angles, do not get greedy, utilize the pipe information, and work out where those two defenders are, and pick up pot one by one.
Nothing but a pair of SMG-11s to do it. Perhaps a Nitro Cell could bear some weight here for Philippox, but no! 11 deaths in the game for him, and Nade now desperately looking for something. Hopefully, more than an exit. 2 gas in pocket against 4 players here from FaZe, and they are hunting him down. The tactical timeout denied, and FaZe now on map point on Furia's map.
Oh boy, and they've had rounds where, I mean, the 5v3s from FaZe now could haunt them. If they cannot close this out in regulation, if it goes to OT, and Furia, they make the comeback happen, that's where I start to worry about the mental side of FaZe Clan. Because they should have closed this out last round. They've had 2 separate 5v3 advantages on basement where they blundered massively. Now they had a clean 5v2 into a 4v1 victory. That was it, it was clean. Furia, they're losing most of these rounds in the first minute or so. These small mini plays, main door swing aggressively. Again, no trade from Furia. JV, you're thinking, what are you doing? He has to go for that play. He's lost 2 players. He's gonna get burned on catwalk rafters. No one can assist him. But Furia, instead of getting desperate in the beginning, play together, and then of course you can ego swing if nothing else works. It seems like ego swinging is their main play style. It's the only thing they have. Again,
Only
hammer and the nail.
in their toolbox, as you said, the hammer to every nail. FaZe have won 8 out of the 11 opening engagements in this map so far, and yet only 6 of the rounds. If anything, that tells us that FaZe probably should have put this map to bed so far.
They should have.
Furia have looked so rough, and it is not a good look for the reigning world champions on their map pick. Could they be dethroned by the team they stole it from last year?
We're seeing both teams bring out those shield operators once more. King, because Monty spent on the Blackbeard, Nate this time on the Clash. Now this bomb setup Gym Master Bedroom, I do think favors a Clash a whole lot more. You have more ground to move around, you have more angles to cover, and I think you have more agency saying, hey, they're going for a CCTV attack, I can deal with that. They're going for a Jacuzzi Breach, I can walk over there as well. Once you're in counter rafters, you can find yourself stuck. So Nate playing right now very openly around the map right now, top red. You see 3 players from FaZe Clan ready to strike, however. And how will they deal with the Clash? I mean, they have only grenades, 2 in pocket of King or Blackbeard. That's the only real way to push that Clash around.
There has been a Heart Breacher's paradise here on Clubhouse with no Kaid and Bandit. Look how easily Handy and Cyber can clear open these walls. Furia, they tried tricking, using a mirror window. They tried swinging everything, and now they're trying to use that Clash to enable the retreat, but JV, he has been caught. Philippox finds Handy. 1 free kill there for Furia as they pull back onto the bomb site, give up the ground, give up the ghost to FaZe. Nade's taking a hell of a lot of HP damage, and he won't be getting that back anytime soon.
1 more bullet, he's down, that's it. I mean, Twitch drone at this point could maybe injure the Clash as well as possible. JV surrendering a body early on, running into the gunfights off base, basically waiting for him. This 4v4 is very tricky though.
Did Souls actually get into it? No, he's gone for that mirror window, and the Twitch drone has been taken down. Still, there's no doubt who's in favor here. It's FaZe.
Ideally on this attack, you really want office control. Work that office hatch, use the Blackbeard, try and take office. That gives you the rest of the map. Here we go, they're gonna go for it.
Still so much time to work with though. It's no rush for FaZe. Furia just holding on, peeling back. The Blackbeard is the first one in the building. Can the Frostbite, anything hurts, has been taken out.
1v3.
It's all up to KZ in the 1v3. First one found, but King goes nuclear on the Blackbeard. And FaZe, they are thieves on Furia's map pick. It's 1-0 in the series, and the world champs are on the way out the door.
You ban the Muncie, you get the Blackbeard. What are you gonna do about it? The shield meta is still somewhat here on FaZe Clan, looking like the stronger team on that very first map. And Furia, they keep trying to brute force every single problem with aggression and taking those risky gunfights. They need to adapt that second map coming up.
It's do or die for Furia on map 2 coming up after this.
Back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, 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 back it up. Take it back, take it back. Back it up, back it up, back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back it up, back it up. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Let me take it back to the realness, feel this. Back to the back to the back to the back to the back.
I was young, you got no time. Better late than never. There was a time, but it's best to do something. You got no better late than never. Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Invitational 2025. Back again in Boston. Our first map for the rematch of last year's Invitational Grand Final has gone the way of FaZe Clan, as they like to call them in Brazil, taking down Furia on the map. It's a repetition of that history from last year. What happened?
I mean, I think we got a little bit of everything, and it was almost the exact same situation as last year. I mean, we started out really hot from FaZe, and then Furia started countering back. They were able to stop the shields a little bit, but that's when we saw the moment. There was a big moment from Furia, that 2v5, where they stopped it on the basement bomb site, and I thought, this is the moment. This is the moment FaZe throws again. They have the PTSD. They think back to last year, and that's it. But no, FaZe's mental resilience after that timeout that Furia took right after that round, FaZe was able to pull themselves back in it, and they still were playing such good shield usage with the Blackbeard, but they started using the Capitao forced off of the BB to be able to push these people out of key positions, and that was the difference maker for FaZe. But all in all, it was the mental resilience not to get overwhelmed after losing that big 2v5 basement round.
You know, we can talk about the mental resilience of FaZe, and obviously it was very well demonstrated here, but for Furia, I mean, this is where they went wrong yesterday, going against BDS, is they were trying to do these one-offs. I mean, Nick just recently spoke about it, is that they weren't really adapting. They were just trying to have one player go into a position, try to get 1 or 2 frags, and then try to play around that. But all in all, the team was just completely disconjointed in where they were trying to approach. Yes. It was one person on one side of the map, the other trying to take from another, and that's where FaZe would slow down and just pick apart piece by piece by piece of every single engagement, every single defense or attack that Furia was trying to muster and get a win. So again, Furia really have to dig deep and play a far better game at adapting.
And that's what you were saying, that Furia, that was their downside against BDS, is the individuality play. When push comes to shove and they need to be able to adapt and change things on the fly, if they don't have a timeout, it's usually just individual players going for individual plays, and most of the time, yeah, it could work out for you, but when you're playing against an opponent like FaZe that is very reserved, very slow, they're able to slow you down and slowly collect those picks one by one onto their side, and then at that point, you're grasping at straws.
Time management is something that is incredibly difficult, of course, for attackers in general, but also knowing when to control the tempo and how to do it. When you have two teams that have so much pedigree and experience between the two of them, it's those little seconds that can change the entire round. That's the beauty of it. You can swap it one way or the other.
That is the beauty of it. And again, it does come down to IGLs too as well, to be able to realize in those moments, to make those difference makers, where Philly Pox, we just aren't seeing that, in my opinion.
Oh, gentlemen, that was map number 1. We got Leo Alfama standing by. My God, he's looking great. What do you want to talk to us about?
Thank you, Milosh. Yes, I want to talk to you about Furia's attacks. I think there was a big issue for me. They were, like you guys said, maybe trying to have multiple pressure points, but not working together as an objective. And most importantly, FaZe's adaptation. Now we are looking here at Gym and Bedroom bomb site on attack, and you're wondering why is the sense sending that onto Terrace? Well, you will see server window is a huge, important issue for anyone attacking here, because as you can see, Terrace brings a lot of pressure onto Master, but server window can cut all of that off, and by sending the sense, they actually don't care about the entirety of the server side, don't care about cache, don't care about all of this, they don't have to clear it. What they want to do here is very clear. Furia, once again, they want to take a shortcut directly to the bomb site. And if you look at the setup, there is something I don't like with this strat. Because right now, they can only go from Master window, Gym window, okay. They can go through Jacuzzi Bridge, they can go through main stairs window. 3 windows out of 4 entry points, that's not ideal. But look at FaZe setup. It's perfectly set up for a trade. As you can see, Souls 1 here is in Gym already, ready to trade anyone with KDS. At the same time, Cyber from main stairs can get traded from anyone in office with Vita King. And then you have Andy, who can backstab anyone who dies here, he can replace him. And when we move on to real footage, Hertz rappels in here from main stairs. Cyber knows he can get traded, so he goes aggressive. He doesn't care. Gets the pick, gets traded, that's okay. Souls 1 from Gym gets the pick on the jump in. At the same time, KDS, who was ready to help him, will get the pick on the second player. Again, another train. And then here, another trade. Vita King can go and replace Cyber, who died first, killing main stairs. KDS can go aggressive and get the last pick. That's FaZe for you. Always in a tradable position in defense. Strong on fights, yes, but teamwork, always on top. Now, FaZe is 1 map away from SI Grand Finals and is coming after a short break.
Welcome back, everybody, to Six Invitational 2025. We're live again at the MGM Music Hall, live in the historic part of Boston here at Fenway Park. We're so honored to have you all here joining us and everybody at home as well. We've just seen the first bit of a rematch from the SI24 Grand Final in Sao Paulo, Brazil, between Furia and FaZe Clan, and it's FaZe that take the lead, 1-0 on a close Clubhouse. But the chat now is about Kafe Doki. Can Furia bring him back, and how, Gabe?
I think they can. They did lose it against BDS, as we saw it yesterday, but what that came down to was just gimmicky plays that we were seeing on this Clubhouse. What I need them to do, the individual prowess on this Furia roster is unmatched. The reality is they need to be working together. They need to stop doing this solo play, trying to find an opening, trying to go for 2 kills and trying to make a round go in their favor. If they can just work together, find that opening together, make a proper execute, that is going to fall on Felipox to find that, coordinate that, they can have a far higher success rate than what we just recently saw on Clubhouse.
I mean, we know Furia is an aggressive team. When it comes to Kafe, they innovated the aggression that you can play on that map. They're going to play aggressive. They just have to do it together, because against BDS, it was very individualized. KZ alone inside of Piano, Felipox downstairs alone in sight. That's the issue that we need to see isolated now, because against FaZe, they'll be able to slow you out and slowly suffocate you out. There's really not much that Furia can do other than just play together. If they can focus on that one easy element, they'll be way better set up for Kafe.
Gentlemen, we've yet to see a map 3. Is this the time for it?
If Furia cannot get the teamwork down and with the coordinated aggression, it's going to be a 2-0.
Kafe is just one of those maps that favors defended-sided teams. Unless Furia has some big individual plays, I think FaZe is taking a 2-0.
I think we all deserve to see it. Boston, you want to see that 3? Yeah! Let's hear it. Let's try to get it here. Devmarta, Pengu, all yours.
Thank you very much, Milos and the analysts on the stage. There's nobody here that doesn't want map 3. We've seen 5 maps out of these guys before. Of course we want to see this go the distance. It's for a spot in the grand final at Six Invitational, where we saw FaZe and Furia just a year ago in Sao Paulo. Now we're in Boston, and FaZe have won the hearts and minds of you at home. Let's get it on Kafe.
We gotta see more from Furia. We want a third map. We need a third map, and Lax and Fox broke it down so well. Too much individual play from the side of Furia and great coordination and team play from FaZe Clan. Clubhouse, you can do hero plays and get away with it. Even though it didn't work, you can try and go for it. On Kafe, however, it's a whole different kind of beast of a map. You need to coordinate all the pushes, the rappel-on-ins, the timings. The one saving grace, Furia are starting on the defensive side, build a couple of rounds, build the momentum, but we need to keep a very sharp eye on them come the side swap.
And for Furia, after we saw them win 6 maps straight in the group stage and playoffs, they have failed to win even a single map here on the main stage in Boston, falling 2-0 to BDS, and now 1 map down in the series here in the lower bracket final up against FaZe Clan. And that is the operator veto. Once again, Pengu, we're hit with a few curveballs from both sides of the squad.
Yeah, this one's interesting. So whenever you see a Brava ban, it usually signifies one very important operator, Maestro.
Oh yeah.
So when you see the Brava, it's like, we gotta ban the Maestro. Like, there's really no two ways about it. Honestly, it's so hard to deal with. It's similar to when you see, like, the Thatcher getting banned out, like, give her the Kaid. It just makes life way too difficult. It's open, of course. But this will, of course, also force both of the teams into playing a certain playstyle. Because if you're gonna be banning out the Brava, it means other key operators are open. For example, Monty goes through. Yeah. Blackbeard survived the map veto as well. Now, Blackbeard was a very strong operator we saw on Clubhouse. Monty was banned, didn't get to see that in that instance. Grim got banned out. That speaks to, for example, you're often going to be stalking corners on defense. The Green Bees will spot you, red ping you, and then attack and detonate you, kill you from below, etc. So a lot of intel being targeted here on Kafe.
Yeah, and we've seen FaZe have Montaigne banned by them or against them in, what, 7 of the last 9 maps that they've played, give or take. They really love that Monty. You don't want it in their hands, and yet Furia have taken a bit of a gamble here by letting it on through. Of course, we're in a little technical pause, but if anything, that just builds up that anticipation here for both of these squads. And there's no doubt where the shoulder rests. Of course, heavy is the weight of the crown that Furia won last year round. As W7M, they won just about everything you could possibly win. Champions in Copenhagen, in Atlanta, and eventually claiming the hammer itself in Sao Paulo. Ever since being picked up by Furia, they haven't won a damn thing.
I always say it's not hard to win your first tournament in a Tier 1 competition. It's hard to stay winning on top and everyone's looking at you, they're gunning for you. And back when Furia, they were known as W7M, they didn't just win. They were just strong in competition, they were trendsetting the meta, and they dictated how almost every other team in the world would play Siege for almost a full calendar year. Almost no one has ever done that before. Then there's this whole debate about the dynasty. Was it enough? Has it paused now? And will it continue if they win these invitationals? Or will it be a different chapter in their careers? And it's hard to argue because it's back and forth. What Furia/W7 they did, it was a dynasty in my mind. That full year.
Nobody had ever done that before, winning 2 majors and then a 6 invitation.
Exactly. Nobody had ever done it. But then they kind of disappear, like you mentioned. They qualify sometimes they don't. They don't really get to grand finals anymore, etc. If they win this grand finals, like they say they beat this lower bracket, they go up against BDS and they take it, what does that mean for their story? Is that a different chapter for Dynasty? Is it the continuation? That's a big debate right now.
That's right. For Furia, they're not just fighting for a hammer.
Oh.
Here we go, come on. There we go.
Oh,
Cameraman
losing to cameraman?
Damn.
That's crazy.
But for Furia, they're fighting for a hell of a lot more than just another hammer. They're fighting to make history and dethrone what many people regard to be the greatest run of any roster of all time, which was, of course, Penta G2 back in your heyday. Have Furia beaten that yet? That's an ongoing conversation, and there's no doubt they're very close, but have they actually topped it? And I think this SI is the answer to that question.
Yeah.
If they can win here, I think that nobody can doubt they're doing what Penta G2 did back in the day.
That back-to-back hammer, that's the one thing missing, isn't it? And it's such a hard thing to do. Winning one invitational, sure, but then you gotta be relevant a full calendar year later in a very different meta, different operators, maybe different maps even, and do it all over again. While everyone's looking at you like, you are the best in the team, we want to take you down.
And Rainbow Six, more so than pretty much any other esport, it's so hard to stay at the top. The game is constantly changing. Every 3 months, new patches, new operators, new maps.
Hey, mid-season changes sometimes.
Mid-season changes that can shake the bones of every operator in the game.
Oh, who's going to blink first, huh?
Oh, you guys better not be blinking. Cyber's going to win this one out. I'm already feeling pretty intimidated. If he keeps that up during the series, there's absolutely no way that Furia can push this to a third map. Now that is determination.
That's commitment, yeah.
Unbreakable. I'm terrified right now. Can we please cut away? I'm getting scared. Thank you.
There it is.
Thank goodness.
The mental game, though. If FaZe finds themselves behind the round count with a slow start on Kafe, do they start getting into themselves a bit? Oh, you know, we're throwing. Because there were a couple of rounds in Clubhouse where I started fearing if they couldn't close out those pivotal rounds, 5 versus 3s in basement, back to back, they completely throw them. I mean, that a 5v2 that they lost.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it was pretty scary. Out of 12 rounds, FaZe got the opening pick in 9 of them.
That's ridiculous.
3/4 of the rounds played. Furia, was still winning a lot of these rounds from a deficit, a couple of 3v5s, a couple of 2v4s. And so that map could have been a lot more of a dominant scoreline in favor of FaZe had Furia not had a little bit of gusto in the late round, a little bit of clutch. But on this second map, of course, the shoe's on the other foot. It's Furia who start on the defensive side of Kafe. And while both of these teams have played a hell of a lot of Kafe in recent times, there's one map that stays in my memory.
Okay.
Which is going to be Shopify Rebellion. You and I actually casted this, Nick. In the group stage, Furia won 7-0 against Shopify Rebellion on Kafe to put to bed what was anticipated to be quite an even series. Ended up being extremely dominant in favor of Furia. One of 4 2-0s that they've won so far in the tournament. Fun fact for you, Furia has actually not been part of a 3-map series so far at the 6 Invitational.
Oh.
In their opening game, they lost 2-0 to the Japanese of CAG.
Wow.
And then they beat Team Secret 2-0, Shopify Rebellion 2-0, FaZe Clan 2-0, and then of course taking down Raza Company in the same scoreline, only to lose yesterday to Team BDS, albeit in an overtime on the second map.
Yeah.
Furia still could not push it to a third. They're going to have to break that streak here to stay in the tournament, to stay in contention for the back-to-back hammers. As we get back into the game, Kafe is ready for us, and FaZe look to put this one to bed.
You know, I'm just happy that this take issue happened before we get into the rounds, right? Nothing like a good old pause, you know, halfway through. No, it's 0-0. Nothing's happened. You haven't missed anything, by the way, in case you weren't aware. We have not played out a single round here in the second map, but we will start the first one right now. FaZe, of course, Arbiter Benz, Grim, and the Maestro, Valkyrie, and the Brava. A lot of intel here. Kafe is a very small map. When you play, for example, this downstairs bomb site, you don't play a whole lot of the other floors. You don't typically roam. When you play top floor, you only really play top floor. That's pretty much how it goes. You don't roam a whole lot vertically as a defender. So with these information operators being banned out, it will just mean that it comes down to so much more of playing off the feeling or playing off your knowledge of the map than a matter of fact that I know there's a guy in this corner. No, you have to assume or feel if there's a guy in that corner and where those power positions will be.
I've already seen FaZe play a dominant Kafe today against Unwanted. And now they look to kick things off against Furia on the attacking side. Defense down inside a kitchen with a bit of a roam. As the top floor is being droned out here by FaZe. There doesn't appear to be any presence from that defense on that top floor. So Vidiking will waste no time. Monty is on the cards this time around, and yet the Blackbeard still the preferred shield pick of FaZe.
It's more fun, James. You get a gun, get to sprint around and have fun. You see right now, Vidiking making the call, saying, I'm not going to risk my body right now. Drone the crossfire, see if it's there. Okay, one person bottom right staircase. Could be a guy dining as well. Doesn't want to risk it. This is where operators like Buck and Sledge are great. If you take top floor control, you can do vertical destruction to apply pressure on the roamers and work it down floor by floor. We see Furia falling back towards the bomb site now. Say, okay, we burned, you know, a minute to 20 seconds. That's enough for us. We'll fall on back. But you're giving FaZe 1 minute 40 seconds to break apart the floor and breach open a single hatch while playing 2 separate Harbingers in both the Recruit and the Capitão with the can openers. You got double self-destruction in Buck and Sledge. They can break apart this entire thing in the next 30 seconds and be ready for execute. So Furia, they might need to go for a backstep flank up a staircase, a C4 kill downstairs, because if this comes to a 5v5 execute, I would argue that FaZe have all the right tools and Furia doesn't have that many answers.
Furia may have given FaZe not enough respect here, giving them so much ground early. Here comes Nade though, and he's waiting for the contest. As the Blackbeard spots him out, and Nade goes his direction, manages to dodge it, and in fact, it's the explosives for the other side. They'll find the opening kill, but there comes Vidiking. With the Scar, he finds Nade, and now looking for a bit of a reply. Felipox teeters around Bakery before falling back once again. Try and retreat deep into the bomb site. KZ looking for a little something, spots a player for a brief moment, but no kill as of yet. FaZe Clan encircle the bomb site from Bakery side as Vidiking, with diffuser in hand, prepares for an execute.
Has to make the right call now. Where do you plant? Do you need any assistance? Upstairs verticality, Cyber, the cover has to be good.
Here comes that plan. Where is the reply? No C4 available. Desperately now, Felipox gets aggressive for one, but not for a second before traded back. It's all up to KZ. Vidiking low HP. He's got 3 players to find, and he is being watched. He sees the first one, and Handy can handily take him down. A good start for FaZe, and the defense of Furia picked to pieces.
Oh, I really want to say, Vidiking on Monty has always struck me as a very passive kind of shield player, and I haven't been the biggest fan about it, because FaZe, they can get aggressive, but then Vidiking just kind of stands around watching his teammates die. Now in the Blackbeard, he's getting into the action, getting a kill, trading his teammates, while still being that leader, yelling, getting the plant down. It's such a good look for him as an individual, and I think FaZe, they play around it beautifully as a team with all 5 players. We don't typically see a Bakery take. Normally it's that verticality, drop down the hatch, go for a plant, but they just make this look so easy because of Vidiking and because of Souls right behind him.
As you said, Furia completely forfeited the map with 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. Furia didn't have any response. The vertical play, the execute from Bakery, a Blackbeard shield to hide behind to entry for a plant. not much in it. FaZe had it all worked out. Easy as you like, they can just stroll onto site. So Furia still floundering after what was a very lackluster performance on Clubhouse. These guys have had all morning to watch FaZe fight for their lives against Unwanted. And in fact, they saw these two maps played as well, Clubhouse and Kafe. It hasn't seemed to help Furia at all. They've come in extremely cold. And now onto the second map, FaZe are still looking to continue their form from Club.
Yeah, I'm not liking this from Furia. I want to see them try and set the pace more and actually fight back again as a team. Find a player of FaZe, maybe Handy and Buck say, you want to fight this guy, send 2 players, 3 players, I don't care, and take him down. Even if you trade, it's fine. They keep dying alone. If you let FaZe set the tempo, and they're known as like a slow, strategical, fundamental team, you're in danger. Because if FaZe controls the pace on the attack of Kafe, it means you're gonna see bombs that executes with 4 or 5 attackers alive, with a bunch of utility, and what that means to the defenders of Furia, they're not gonna have any place they can play on the bomb side. On that last round, Cyber got so many kills and cutting off so many rotations, and just being on the verticality, while Vidikim was in the Blackbeard. If you let FaZe execute, they will execute.
Furia need to fight FaZe early on, but Nade is debated. And Handy can quickly take him down. A second kill for FaZe. What is going on today? Furia haven't even woken up. Asleep. 2 rounds in here to Kafe. KZ desperately trying to find something, and there's nothing in it. It's Hurts versus the world as FaZe can quickly, with a minute and a half to go, encircle the bomb site and hunt down this last remaining defender. He is put down into the dirt. FaZe barely breaking a sweat as they stroll straight in again.
This is tough for Furia. Do you call it a timeout? Do you just send it yourself? Do you need your coach to reset your mentality? They're not fighting back. They're falling apart. They have no idea what's happening on the map. They're playing no information. The Maestro is banned. The Valkyrie is banned. You have other options. Whether it's the pulse, whether it's Echo, whether it's a bunch of bulletproof cameras, somebody sitting on default cams. Look at this. They drone the bomb site, hand it downstairs, just gets the kill. If you check the default cameras and see Bakery Cam has been shot, or you hear a player moving down there, you should expect red stairs pressure. They didn't expect it. Furia being caught off guard by a slow-paced attack from FaZe? I mean, come on.
Like you said, it's the pace from FaZe that Furia still cannot seem to wrap their head around. FaZe are not playing hyper-aggressive. They're not getting in Furia's face on this attacking side. They're sitting, and they're waiting, and they're mounting up. They're talking the pressure, and Furia are getting baited. They're being read into it. There's only been 2 sides of Furia that we've seen this tournament. The Furia that is untouchable and beating everyone 2-0, and the Furia that never wakes up in the surfer. And what we need to see is Furia figure out, okay, we're off our game today, we need a mental reset. And that tactical timeout they took out on Clubhouse, they lost the following rounds. They didn't have the read. Igor did not do what the team needed.
And again, comes back to adaptations. Yesterday, Furia against BDS. I mean, it was an incredible match. This is a raw firepower from both teams. But BDS, they were the team to adapt every single round and find the right answers, the right solutions to the problems. Furia couldn't. And at Clubhouse, it looked like it was somewhat 50-50. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, like, oh, it's only 0-2 of Furia. But in the way that which FaZe are winning these rounds, they are in full control. And it can be so hard to find a way back on Kafe. Again, it's a small map. You have so few plays you can make. You need your individuals to step up. The team with the synergy right now. Piano pressure, a lot of it. Deployable shield, keep it barriers. Attackers on the rappel, trying to pick apart this first setup. There are at least 2 ADSs. We need to see some flashbangs, some gauges here coming out from FaZe, and they have plenty to throw.
And this is some old school siege right here. But there's also an attempted flank there from JV. He decides better of it, falls back. A good nade in. Desperately looking for more, but nade cut down to size. Hurts looks for another, but the reply from KDS comes swiftly for FaZe. And they again win the opening exchange.
Yeah, there's just no gaps for FaZe Clan. You see it right there. They had the mini execute. Nade left, nade right, force the movement, get down that player. And if Furia goes for a swing, worst case they trade it 2 for 1. Again, it's worth it.
And it doesn't matter how many ADSs, how many magnets you've got. KZ!
Why?
You can't get away with swinging that. Furia now falling again, one by one. JV's been read to death. FaZe are firing on all cylinders today, and Furia are yet to exist on Kafe.
Maybe the nightmare all along wasn't on the side of FaZe Clan.
And so it's a quick timeout here for Furia. It didn't work for them on the first map.
Óbvio para onde eles querem jogar, tá ligado? Eu sei que nesse momento tá muito foda, o Nate tá certo, muita reclamação e pouca solução do que a gente pode fazer. Então, vendo tipo igual lá no bombe da roda, eles pegaram o Thatcher pra já ir lá e abrir o sapão e tal. Vamos definir o que a gente quer fazer. No primeiro round, eles quebraram a Banshee já lá no início, eles deixaram claro que eles queriam virar pra padaria. E a gente vamos tomar uma ação e jogar em conjunto, tá ligado? Eles estão fazendo as plays mais simples possíveis, só que eles estão fazendo todo mundo em conjunto. É recurso, dropa e mata, tá ligado? Se a gente começar tipo antecipar um pouquinho na hora do recurso, vamos tentar dar uma peitada, alguma coisa em conjunto, acho que a gente consegue buscar isso, mano. Só que a gente vai ter que fazer isso junto, tá ligado? Não tipo só atribuindo culpa tal. Então vamos tentar jogar com essa mentalidade o resto da defesa, bora?
Então bora, guys. Bora ter mais leveza então aí.
This time, James, I did not hear any operator specifics. This seems to be more of a mental, strategical, fundamental thing than just simply operators.
That's exactly what they need. FaZe just know exactly when Furia are going to peak, which is all the time. Furia are desperate. The FaZe have the read on every single flank, every single refrag, and yet again, FaZe are finding these early picks up against Furia, who have thus far at the Six Invitational been one of the best teams in the tournament in those early rounds.
There is a world where doing something really stupid might be the answer for Furia, because they're trying to play against FaZe Clan in those 5v5 executes, and they're unbeatable by the looks of it right now. I mean, they don't have the right answers when inside of Furia, and FaZe Clan, they're prepared for everything. If you fly out a window and trade your body 1-for-1 on defense, I will say worth it. Because look at the attacker lineup. No matter who you take down, incredible high value. Either a shield player, a utility player, or a vertical self-destroyer. So I want to see Furia in this round get more aggressive with it. Be willing to take the risk in the fights, knowing that it's okay if you die as long as you get that one kill. Because what they've been doing is they've been avoiding the fight. They die regardless with grenades or the kept on fire, and then they feel forced to take that fight after it's already being down a player, and then it's too late. So take the fight before you're behind.
That's exactly what we saw on the first map. The rounds where Furia got it down swiftly to a 3v3, those are the ones they look the best. And for the team that is the best at opening kills in the tournament at 59%, that's how often Furia are finding the opening engagement. FaZe are way down at 51. The Furia have not showed us that level of accuracy in their aggression today. Yeah, they're getting aggressive, but it's the wrong time. It's the wrong read. It's the wrong player.
Now we see Handy's turn on the Blitz. I'm curious if this is going to be a more aggressive approach because Vidiking is on the Ying. Usually Vidiking, he'll be more plant, execute oriented. That enables Handy to go more crazy with it. C4 goes out, takes down the Injure on Cyber, not the confirmed kill. And they won't know necessarily, so he'll be okay. That is such a huge difference. If Bok dies, there's almost no self-destruction vertically for FaZe Clan because it's an Injure, he can continue his job. If they have impact grenades and they know he had injured from nade, easy kill. Second C4 from Hurts could also of course land, but he's playing white stairs. Not quite gonna happen. Drone on the ground, not a pressure being applied with the free fire. He's gonna fall on back. And just like last time, FaZe with about half the round to go. They can do their setup, they can do their self-destruction. They again control the pace.
Are Furia going to be able to retake here? There's so much time left on the board for FaZe. And again, they have a shield. This time, they've also got that Ying. 4 Candelas in pocket for Vidiking. And the vertical dominance here from FaZe will suppress any form of re-aggression. We know full well, FaZe usually going to go for this bakery take. They're not going to hit the backstab. They're not going to fall into those Vulcan canisters. I think it's going to change this time, though.
Yeah. Fire's going to go out. Blitz down the white staircase. Trying to isolate, but there's the shot from Philippox.
And for what seems like the first time in forever, Furia have started things strong, but Handy will find his kill. Takes a few shots on the pistol, but eventually Hurts will go down. KZ, meanwhile, has lost his life, and it is indeed a backstab here for FaZe. A flash comes out for Leapok's blind. JV, him, and Nade to try and hold on to this position. Leapok spotted and eliminated by Souls. A 4v1 now, Furia cannot hold on. JV's found his first, but no C4 available, and no shot in hell! Souls Souls has won it for FaZe again. The diffuser down, and FaZe untouchable on these attacks at Kafe.
They're just not making any mistakes. Doesn't matter if it's the Ying, the Blitz, the Verticality, the Capital, the Grenades. They have so many different answers. There's so many different problems in front of them. And for Furia, it comes back to the same old thing. They have a hammer in the toolbox. They think everything is a nail, and they stay that course. They need to hit that switch assist, adaptation, change up. You're letting FaZe execute time after time. In this round, Philipbox opened things up with a kill. That was great. But then Handy got one, Cyber got one, and just like that, this early advantage was shut down immediately after. No crossfire, Furia surrendering players for free without a punishment.
Outplayed over and over again. Furia cannot find their way into this game. 4 rounds of attack straight for FaZe. This has really not even been a battle. The cover always there. Look at them. They're barely broken a sweat. They barely needed to fire up. And for any Furia fans here in the MGM Music Hall in Boston, your team hasn't given you a lot to cheer for yet. Not after the expectation placed on the hammer they drew last year, on the tournament they've had so far. Could it be that Furia does not even win a map on the main stage at 6 Invitational? I'd barely believe it. All I know is that BDS are sitting back, chilling out today, and licking their lips, ready to face whoever wins this matchup tomorrow in our grand final. At the moment, it's certainly not looking to be the world champions.
It's not. But this lineup, it screams aggression, the Mosh individual, the Lesion. We gotta see the individual players step up. I keep saying it, but we get to see it. I said fly in a window, take the 1-for-1 trade. It's gonna be worth it, trust me on it. But FaZe Clan, they're ready. The yellow ping goes out. They know something's up. They're gonna try and bait this play. Furia, do you have the guts to go for it? Do you swing it out? Yes, JV says I do.
And guess who's back? It's KZ. But immediately red again. The impact hurt. And KZ goes down. An even change, but more. Now for Furia. Desperately jumping out windows. JV finds his second. Hurts is also outside. Nate's the only one in the bloody building. And KDS is looking to try and cut off these 2 Furia players as they make their way back to side. Damage may be done. It's a 3v3 as Furia look to restabilize.
And that's what I was saying. Jump out the window, take the trade, it's good. But then again, KDS, he strikes back, finds another. JV's down. Looking to re-aggress for this. You need to win this gunfight. The C4 downstairs gets a kill instead.
Dropping down from Laundry. He's been found. Hurts coming to life when he's needed. Souls knows exactly where these last 2 players are, and he's out of flashbangs to get it done as well. He needs to find the first kill on Nade. But Furia are finally in the server. 5th time's the charm for the world champions. And Furia have a hell of a long way to bring this back into the realm of possibility.
That was exactly what we needed to see from them, but it took them 5 full rounds, 4 of those losses, to realize that they had to go for that play. That's the round of Furia that we can recognize. The aggression together, making those mini plays, swing the window, impact Garrett's door, jump out the window with 2 separate players, is scrolling each other back towards the bomb side. It's excellent. Sure, it depends a little bit on timings, a little bit on luck, if you will, but good players make their own luck, and Furia, they are excellent when they play their own style of Siege, but they've been forced by FaZe Clan to play on their terms, and that's not where they thrive.
And even though that was Furia's first round on the board so far, it was the closest one we've seen. FaZe, on the other hand, they've had a perfect round where they didn't drop a body. They've had a round where they only dropped 1. And the 2 others, they only dropped 2 players. 3 left alive in the server. Furia, it was down to a 2v1 that still looked a little bit shaky, a little bit on the rocks. If that isn't a testament to how dominant FaZe have been in this map so far, I don't know what is. But there is a lifeline for Furia. 1 final chance on their defense. But even a 2-4 scoreline is not going to convince us that they can continue pushing this to bank.
On Kafe, no. Absolutely not. I mean, we're expecting 3 rounds, at least maybe 4 on defense. Of course, this could end up being an attacker favorite Kafe, but it just tells the story that scary things are to come. FaZe Clan sitting pretty. They're waiting for everybody to get into the right positions. Handy literally AFK outside the building on a rappel. Line charge goes out. pop up in that window. Meanwhile, JV quite literally still put on the bomb side, cast a barricade. Nate goes down to take it down again. It misses actually.
Bit of damage, but not enough as of yet. That castle barricade still secure as well. Another E1D subsides. FaZe unclear what headway they've made so far in this round.
They're all outside the building.
Except Cyber.
Well, except Cyber, I guess.
He's on for a lurk here.
The hardest thing on Kafe, in my mind, is getting inside the building comfortably with all your players. Right now, you have one robot downstairs, Cyber. If he can find the kill, create a bit of chaos, great. We gotta see the other players get on in the building. Nade's flashbang goes out. Is it gonna be a drop or what?
Ooh, Cyber on his lurk does open the equation. It's not looking hot here for Furia. FaZe, piece by piece, they inch their way into the map, but Furia finally have a response. Surely not for Leapbox on the long angle. With the wall bank, he does lose his life. And as a logic bomb subsides, it's up to Nade now in a 1 versus 2, but Handy's about to get picked up. He didn't see the first player, but he's dropped that diffuser, cold on the ground. As Vidaking's body will lay there and wait. Handy and Souls now. Philippox can still scout for information. Handy's picked that diffuser back up. And he's looking to drop downstairs, leaving Souls up above, but guess what? Here come the red pings. And that means that Furia know they can go pick up Philippox. Plan's gonna go down, and it will be a retake opportunity here for two very low HP players on Furia.
They trade diffuser for a revive. I say, okay, fair enough, but a 2v2 is anybody's round still handy. One bullet down, as is Furia.
Souls, the most likely to win this round for his team. 46 bullets in the magazine, but Handy, he's found one. That's all it takes to put down Philippox. Nade, now in a 1 versus 2, with a hell of a long road ahead of him as he dances around the bomb side, but Souls has got him! And it's an unbelievable 5-1 lead for FaZe. 2 rounds from their revenge.
Maybe there's only one way back now, James, if you're Furia. And we've seen it happen before, but it's not pretty. That 1-6 is calling their name.
But man, it was such a different environment. It was such a different time. It was such a different Furia. Can they show up like they did last year, even when match point is staring them down, which, to be frank, it looks like that's going to happen pretty damn soon. FaZe are up 5-1, and Furia, even in these tight, tense moments, FaZe are still winning these 2v2s.
They're making good decision after good decision. I mean, FaZe Clan right now, they're just not taking any unnecessary risk. In that 2v2, they could assume that the last player, Philippox, was injured, and they said, oh, we can risk it, walk over there, confirm the kill, or just say, you know what, take the bombs up for free. Either we'll get a 2v1, and we fight the player on the side, or the side is clear because it's going for a revive, and it's a 2v2, but we get the bomb down. It's fundamentally solid siege. It's simple, it's highly effective, but it also relies on all the players communicating very clearly together. FaZe Clan, they spent the first half that round simply setting up the exact player positions. And then I said, if Cyber finds a kill to create that chaos effect in the server, it'll open things up. He found it downstairs, and they followed through. Now Cyber is on a dining. It looked like for a second he's about to jump out the window himself here to start things off. Hasn't done it just yet. Furia, they popped open that garage wall. And this first defense will be downstairs for FaZe Clan.
So Furia, what have you got for us on this attacking side? Clearly with some ideas in mind, thanks to that Sense pick, thanks to the Blitz pick. Oh yeah, attack didn't look too crash hot though on Clubhouse. I like this Twitch though. Clearing out some of this util brought to the board by FaZe. Even these Aruni gates are going to slow Furia down.
No, they are. It's just a warning sign. When the gate gets popped, that means something is up. We see a blitz. We see the push, the Sense protector walls. Here we go, Philippox on in.
So he goes straight into prayer and desperately looking for something. It's awkward now for Souls holding onto his position, but deep in the side, Philippox has found two, looking for a third! Oh, Philippox has taken matters into his own hands! Something now needs to come through for FaZe as Cyber and KDS make their way back to fight Furia, but it's a 4v1. Cyber, it's all up to him. The Furia have finally come to life in the server. Philippox and Herds will finish it off. A second round on the board for Furia. And a hell of a long way to go to make this game even.
That's a statement round right there. You're down 1-5. We don't care. Let's send it. Blitz goes in. The sense projector walls to cut the line of sight. Show a pocket strat to full effect. And Philippox leading the charge for his team. He had a very quiet time on Clubhouse, but he is now finally showing up in the second map of Kafe.
Philippox is looking good on that shield. But you know who hasn't looked too hot today for Furia? It's KZ.
Yeah.
This is the highest rated player in the tournament. He's only had 1 kill so far to 7 deaths. That's him, one of the best players in the entire world, and he has been for a hell of a long time. Even back when Furia were W7, and before they'd started raising trophies, everyone was saying, who is this guy?
Yeah.
And everyone from the Brazilian region, he said, oh yeah, that's our Lion. That's him. That's our KZ. And yet here he is on the biggest stage where we expect so much from him. This tournament's been his for the taking. He's struggling and he needs to have an impact on these entries because Furia have been lacking teeth. That's exactly what Philippox was. And he's not the player that you expect it out of. He's on the shields. He needs to be creating a ruckus, but we need kills to come through from the riflers on Furia.
Now Philippox perhaps, as the Monty, can enable the rest of his team to get those pieces of information, figure out where FaZe set up, which corners are clear, which ones aren't. This top floor, gotta pop the hatches. You're working your way down to cigar lounge, piano room most likely, and just take it one step at a time. The beautiful thing about Furia that we saw last round, they had a very clear vision of how to take the first map step in control, but if they want to, they can chain that into a full bombs and execute. So if you give them just a little bit of wiggle room, they might take the whole damn map with that.
E1D from Furia to try and lock these FaZe players in place. Very much a heavy anchorage setup as Vidiking deals herds here on that cocktail rappel. Opening kill yet again for FaZe Clan, but Souls, who's been so dangerous, his army will go down thanks to JV, as again, the Lion scan will ring out through the server.
Gotta see Philippox up next now. You've gotten your 1-for-1 trade, it is what it is. Start working that map, we see the heartbeats going out, the drones coming through. Information is the next step for Furia. The C-Cigar is clear. Philippox needs to double check all the corners by the desk, inside the box, it's all good. But a C4 downstairs from Handy can stop a shield, can stop a plant attempt as well. And if they don't know about his position, that could be a very big issue later on.
Furia slow and steady. They know there's a lot of info here for FaZe, and they themselves have been starved for info. There's Mutiamas in abundance, and KDS still lies in wait. I don't know. Surely they can find this. There's no way KDS survives in this position, hiding by the piano.
He has for as long as possible. You see Cyber, the play is there. The only issue is that's C4 downstairs. It's been going upstairs instead, so there's no plant deny now. Philippox walks on in. Tons of intel now, but can Furia act upon this?
Oh, C4 shot out of midair. And Philippox will live to survive another day, but he's in a crossfire. He's taking a hell of a lot of damage. He needs his teammates to come and support him. He brings out the pistol. Him and KZ will find one, but traded back again. As FaZe look to restabilize, Philippox has made his way all the way deep in a cocktail. But KDS, the surprise inside of the piano, sings a sweet song for FaZe as Furia force that plant down. It's up to Nade now to be the main fragger here for Furia in this post plant. Philippox is alone though, and he's been taken out! FaZe Clan are 1 round from revenge!
The best thing of all of your FaZe, with a big smile on their face, is that the scoreline does not say 6-1 and that nightmare begins at 6-2, which if you are a person that will fall to those kinds of things, you'll be fine this time around. History will not repeat itself 1-1.
And FaZe look as chill as ever. All the weight, as we've said, rests on Furia's shoulders. No tactical timeout in the bank. This whole series, every time they have taken one, they've lost the following round. In contrast, on the other side of the server, on the other side of the stage, FaZe look like they're just chilling. They look like this is another day in the office.
Yeah.
On their defense, they're so comfortable. They don't sweat when a Monty is marching towards them. They know that they'll win in the post plan.
I gotta say, someone's got to help Philipox, man. I mean, that round was ridiculous. He's walking in, fighting 3 different players, unextending, goes for an ADS against Monty, walks further in, gets more intel, gets the plant down. Meanwhile, almost everybody else behind him, they're just falling in their individual gunfights. Furia never joined out Piano. KDS was in the corner the entire time. He got the kill to line, rappelling all in. They had no idea. So the way FaZe are attacking on this map is that they say, we want Cigar, check. We want Piano, check. Now we go execute. Furia, they got Cigar, then they go, we kind of maybe have Piano, let's go for execute. But they never bothered droning it, they never bothered double checking. And those small gaps, that could be your own demise. KDS with the backstep gets the kill. Furia, they fall apart very shortly after. I mean, KC on the demos could maybe get some action going. Nade in the block, great for self-destruction. But it doesn't matter what operator you're playing if you individually cannot wake up in the server, if you can't get inside the building. So I want to see Philipox now lead his players in. Say, hey, Cigar is clear, drop the red hatch. Get your foot in the door, get inside the building, and start working the map one step at a time.
Where is the energy that we expect out of these players on Furia? These core fraggers. One of the only rosters that can match any other team in the world in firepower. And KDS puts the lion back in his cage for yet another round. KZ has been impactless for Furia. The star player of the tournament has nothing to show.
Philipox pretty much alone, walking in the shotgun downstairs. Cyber, close corner, gets the one tap with the Vigil Boss G. But Philipox, he's not leading his teammates in. He's baiting them into bad gunfights, and he keeps on swinging.
How does Cyber keep doing this? Philipox can thankfully refrag. Plenty of time on the clock, but not a lot of players in the server here. Not a HP on these Furia players. Still control upstairs for FaZe. There's nothing in this attack for Furia.
No. What is this attack? Do you have upstairs control? Didn't roam clear? Monty isn't in the building? You got yellow things upon you? You're low on HP? Furia, now's the time to clutch up and show up.
Philipox has to have an impact. There comes the DMR. Ring true for JV. Handy's down, but him and Nade are still so low on HP, and JV has been tried. It's all up to Nade and Philipox now. Numbers in a disadvantage for them, and Nade is on the floor! It's all up to Philipox! 7 years under siege! Haunted by the ghosts of Sao Paulo! A second chance at greatness! FaZe look to rewrite history! Another grand final for FaZe Clan!
Not just that, but it's gonna be a FaZe versus BDS, the battle of adaptations, the battle of depth. Yes, they got firepower, but the teamwork and the strategy will reign supreme. And Furia, they had a tough year. They finally showed up until this moment, but then once again, they couldn't get there all the way.
Furia could not stand tall on the main stage at 6 Invitational. There will be no back-to-back hammers. The Panthers have been defanged, and FaZe Clan have their revenge. They will have a chance at a hammer, just like they did last year, tomorrow against BDS, shaping up what could be an historic grand final here at SI in Boston.
It's crazy, like you said earlier. There's 0-2 or 2-0s for Furia. They don't go third maps. And on main stage, what do you say? If they lost 2-0 here, they don't, get to win a single map on main stage? How?
It's not the Furia that we expected. It's not the Furia that already beat FaZe once in this tournament so far. And yet it's the Furia that showed up today. FaZe Clan have done exactly what everybody asked them. They've taken down Furia and they've made it back into a grand final. And we're going to hear from KDS on the main stage about this massive victory for FaZe.
This team has, of course, broken hearts here in this arena. But please, Boston, for KDS and FaZe Clan, show some respect. Ever since losing to BDS, you've looked like a different team. I'll talk about BDS shortly, but this must feel like true revenge.
Yeah, we lost on final in the group stage. Now we're on, and we're in the grand final, so this feeling is amazing. And we are going to prepare to beat BDS finally.
Do you think you've been carrying that loss with you ever since the Six Invitational last year in Sao Paulo? It was a much closer affair, of course, in that best of 5 in the grand final. This time round, 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0 is amazing because we prepared a lot to this. In the Six Invitation, we lost because 1 round. So I think to beat this team with 2-0 is amazing because they are very good. And now we are waiting for BDS in the final.
Look at this. You came 1 round away from this last year. You get another shot in another grand final, this time against BDS. How can you secure the hammer this time around?
I don't know, because every time we will play against BDS, we lost. So it will be a new thing for us. We are not remember what we have in Saudi in the last major. So it will be a new game and a new mentality to play against them.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Six Invitational 2025 grand finalists, it's KDS and FaZe Clan. We are going to go to a quick break, but when we come back, we will be picking apart everything we just saw in that lower bracket final with Milos and the guys on the desk.
time when I was young. Till you got no time, better late than never. There was a time, but it's best to do something till you got no better late than never. Yeah, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Wow, that went pretty fast.
Quick.
Come on, do something, Furia. That was the viewer experience of the matchup here. We thought that first map was going fast, but FaZe just cleaned house on Kafe.
They absolutely cleaned house. And I mean, I feel bad for Furia because this is just not the Furia that we all know and have loved to enjoy throughout the year. And I mean, it's sad because they were beating themselves. I don't even want to say that FaZe just played a really good game of Siege, given that they did. Furia just was not playing to their strengths. They were just doing that individual play, that individual prowess that they do have. You can't rely on it when you're going against a team that is so strategic and plays so reserved like FaZe.
I mean, we're used to seeing Furia winning events, obviously, and that was in 2023. And now in the last year, they've had their ups and downs. Coming out top 3 at the Invitational, I would say is definitely an improvement. Yes, it's not the expectations that we expect from Furia, but I definitely think they've improved a lot. And that's all you can really take away from it. Because yes, their over-aggressive playstyle, it got hard countered by FaZe. FaZe came in and they played such a strong game. So disciplined, so solid, and it was almost a very just slow quicksand puddle for Furia. They were in it. They knew how the rounds were going to go. FaZe was constantly getting their picks, but there was no way for Furia to be able to get those kills back, and it was just round after round was just going to FaZe. And I really do think Map 1 kind of threw off their mentality a bit. They knew FaZe was just going to be in the driver's seat the whole game, so they needed big plays to pull them out of it. They didn't show up.
I mean, there's so many players you can talk about. Again, this roster is comprised of some of the best players in the entire world, but Handy specifically. He was handing out that whooping that he gave to him. But on the opposite end, KZ, one of the star players from Furia, going 2-9. It's tough for me because he's been such a highlight player throughout the year, throughout the 2024 SI, and to have such a performance like this on the stage, I know that's not what he wanted.
I mean, we're used to seeing JV92, KZ, Hertz to be players that step up for Furia. And I think at this event, they definitely were faced with a rude awakening of the caliber of the teams that they were replaying.
Yeah.
And obviously, the games were harder to get back into it. And it's just about the amount of time that you put in outside of the server. Obviously, they had some issues, but FaZe, they desperately want that hammer. They want to be able to right the wrongs of the previous year. Yes. And that's what we're seeing. We're seeing peak FaZe right now. And the biggest takeaway for me was they didn't let that mentality of them losing that big round in Map 1 affect them. They brought it back. They closed out Map 1. We didn't see that last year. Last year we saw them crumble, especially on the final map. Now we're not seeing them crumble too much.
Well, you know what? We're going to see how that cookie crumbles, as they call it. We're sponsored by Control here. Anyways, we got Alfama standing by on Telestration.
I think one of the biggest difference we've seen from FaZe so far on main stage is their attack. I mean, these guys, they used to have one of the worst attacker win rates. And we just saw them having an attacker-sided Kafe, which was amazing. They were up 3-0 and we're on round 4. They're attacking basement. And as you can see here, it doesn't go well for these guys. They're actually losing KDS to Felipox. And I want you to pay attention to their instant reaction. As you can see here, you have Handy and Souls1 already fighting Hertz and are gonna go together and isolate this guy in VIP. And at the same time, you're gonna see here Cyber go down and play aggressive toward KZ. 2 micro plays, all together, simultaneous, to go back to man advantage. Cyber kills here, and at the same time Hertz dies. They've just turned a 4v5 into a 4v3. Now look instantly what do? Do they commit? No, they freeze. They want a new win condition. So Vitaking, he's gonna stay safe here. And to freeze, what do? Handy with the Blitz is gonna send a smoke towards the Kaid, freeze, slow him down, push back away. At this moment, Souls1 can join Vitaking. He's now covered. Vitaking can then go and drone, and they can find what's the next win condition. Where's the anchor? He's there? Okay, then Souls1 can punish him instantly. Again, great team play. And at this moment, Nade here dies from above, because at the same time, they've got Cyber on Buck watching the vert, and at the same time, Handy has been pushing on the back of his smoke towards that Kaid again. So he's pushing away so that Vitaking can go plant. It's okay if he dies, because at this moment, again, Souls1, the cover, is still here, and he can watch anyone, any angle that JV will come from. He's just waiting for it and punishes JV. Perfectly played once again, understanding the win condition, freezing at the right time, gathering the information, committing to the right plant, all of it. That's FaZe on attack, a FaZe that we hadn't seen in a long time and that we see now. And that's the reason we're going to see these guys fight for the hammer against BDS tomorrow. Back to you guys on the desk.
Thank you so much, Alphaman. Yes, thank you so much for breaking things down, because it's clear to see how FaZe segment every part of the map. And you can tell their actions are very deliberate no matter what.
I mean, where Furia was just kind of pulling at straws, as you were saying, FaZe was going through a checklist with from the beginning to the middle and to the very end, and that was very well illustrated from Afama. Jeez, I'm losing names here. From Afama. I mean, he definitely demonstrated that beautifully of how well FaZe actually is on their attacking half and what actually carried them through that win to push them now to a grand final.
I mean, just like Leo said, that FaZe had a game plan the whole way through. Immediately after losing an opening kill, they instantly know, all right, we're not able to end wow.
We're not able to get
it's not a long day
We're not able to get through the booth window, so let's instantly try to take the Christmas player out to isolate that trade, and they were doing a great job at isolating those 1v1s. That's what gave them the edge up on attack, especially on a map like Kafe that's so defender-sided. All Furia had to do was just rein it in a little bit, but that was the issue we've seen them have all event, and FaZe took advantage of it.
It looked like they reverted to 2024's performance, which unfortunately was not good. There's my analysis for the segment. However, the detail brought to you by our sponsor, Blacklight. You've been seeing them popping all over the screen through SI25. What do you got for us?
Yeah, again, you know, we've talked about how reserved the players on FaZe specifically are, and Vidiking specifically gets a great kill on this balcony and then just pulls out the C4 so they can't try to hear it, they can't try to play off it, and he just sits here perfectly still, knowing that he has the game-winning position here if it gets his C4 off. Thankfully, he doesn't have to throw the C4. He immediately transitions, gets that knockdown, knows bomb is down, and just plays it safe. Again, these are the styles and siege that we like to see from FaZe, because this is what is now propelling them into this grand final.
I mean, that ties into the mentality of you can win every single round, and that was so genius to be able to pre-rip the C4 before the attackers get in so they don't hear it and they don't know,
oh, can't react.
His position's exposed. Let's push him. He has a C4 out. He pre-rips it. He doesn't need it. Obviously, Furia decides they have to push through the site to try to clear out just to be safe, and it bites them in the butt.
Honestly, in that final moment, I mean, he got lucky, Vidiking. They still had a bit of health to kind of continue on with the round, but this is something that we were talking about kind of in the green room of how many thousands upon thousands of rounds you play for your brain to sequence everything together, that experience.
It really does happen a lot. You find yourself more often than not in the exact same situation where you've lost it previous, so it is very easy to remember, okay, this is what now I should do. And again, him pre-ripping that at 15 seconds allowed so much time to then go by where he could make that transition, switch off, down the player, and the round.
Gentlemen, we have to talk about all this because it's done. The news is set. Our bracket is complete, and there's only one more matchup separating us and, well, whoever one of these two teams will end up winning and the hammer, the biggest trophy of all Rainbow Six history here at the SI25, the 9th ever Invitational. It's set in stone. BDS playing FaZe Clan tomorrow in a best-of-5 for all the marbles.
I mean, I just got to say one thing. We will have a brand new World Championship winner with Furia being knocked out.
I mean, I think the storylines for both teams just fits it so beautifully just because BDS, they made such a risky transition into picking up an English roster going in to win an Invitational throughout this year. They've made it to that opportunity. They've gotten their ticket. FaZe, they previously lost the previous Invitational. It was such a hiccup that they could have won. Now they're trying to right the wrongs, and they got their ticket too.
Not the first time we've seen BDS in a final, but same goes for FaZe. Did you see it on the screen? We've all been predicting who can take each one of these matches in every single map. You can predict too. If you haven't been playing with us throughout the tournament from Phase 1 till now, you can still catch that for tomorrow's grand final because you can get a lot of in-game rewards just for coming in and selecting who would win. Simple as that. Our schedule for tomorrow is full of surprises, to say the least. First up, we got our show match. Team Rainbow versus Team Kedes. We'll have to see who participates in that matchup, and it's always a ton of fun because we got a mix of content creators and community members and all sorts of that. You guys have been in a few show matches yourself. Then the Year 10 live panel. What does the future of Rainbow Six look like? Any new operators we got coming up? Any new things that we have coming up in the game? I love to see it. Every single SI, we have a banger of a panel. And I remember last year at SI24, it definitely rose to the occasion. And of course, our grand final, the one we've all been waiting for. BDS takes on FaZe, a classic EU versus Brazil. That's the one we're looking forward to. Best of 5. We're going to be here all night, I hope.
Yeah, I mean, the Year 10 panel, I know panels, the community loves watching them. They're always so well put together. You get to see faces on the dev team. You get to hear some voices and their opinions of everything that's going to be coming to the next year of Siege. And it's always the most exciting part because you get to hear about potential new meta changes. It puts ideas in people's heads of what to expect. I'm excited to see what comes out from that.
I mean, you took the words right out of my mouth. I always look forward to the year panel and see what we're going to be introducing in Siege because it's always something to tune into. There's always something that takes you by surprise, so I'm super excited.
It's what we're all here for. We get to talk about our favorite game and the best players that have ever touched it. That's just the perk of it.
You got two of them on the desk right now.
Yeah, the Tom Brady of Rainbow Six. Anyways, that is our semifinals day done and dusted. Thanks so much, gentlemen. Of course, Alfama and Fresh and all cast and crew production team here. Tomorrow, the question is simple. Who lifts the hammer? Who wins the $1 million? All live at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. See you tomorrow.
Check 1, 2.
In Boston, the show goes on every night. Did you book your trip yet? Boston never gets old.
Time when I was young, you got no time. Better late than never. There was a time, but it's best to do something. You got no better late than never. Yeah, yeah.